Pickman's Descendants, written by Jeannie Rivera, narrated by Isadora Blythe and Crossed Audio Productions. Still lived with us. I'd have been home studying for my algebra test the next day, not crouching behind a crumbling headstone in Copp's Hill burying ground next to my brother Jack, who forgot to do a pit check before we left the house. And I'd snagged my favorite sweatshirt climbing over the iron gate. This night sucked already. "This is stupid," I said, sitting back against the grave with a huff. Jack put his finger to his lips. "Shh." Heat rushed up my neck. I hate it when he does that. "Don't shush me." Dad said to check out the cemetery, so that's what we're doing. That's my brother, always acting like he's the boss. I wanted to kick him. It's bad enough when I have to spend my vacations tracking down the monsters Richard Upton Pickman, my 4-time great-grandfather, released. But Cops was a waste of time. Nothing has haunted the North End in 50 years. My grandparents made sure of it when they sealed all the ghoul gates. And Beantown has been peaceful ever since. "It's been an hour. There's nothing here," I said, louder than I needed to. That's what he gets for shushing me. "Let's go." 10 more minutes. "Come on, Jack. It's 9 o'clock. We have homework and a math test tomorrow." Jack frowned at the mention of schoolwork. He'd stay home every day if Dad allowed it. Not me. At school, at least I could pretend to be normal, because stalking cemeteries at night looking for monsters is definitely not, unless you're a Pickman. And lately, even school stinks. Mom thought my skipping a year and sharing classes with Jack would improve his grades and help us get along. Right. That's a middle school nightmare. My brother was the most annoying, most irritating, most bossy boy on the planet. And the girls who got all giggly when he sat next to them. Ugh, gross. A deep thud echoed through the cemetery, then a clatter like a car bumping over a loose maintenance hole. Jack sprung to his feet. "See? Dad sent us here for a reason." We jumped up and wound down the red brick path in the direction of the noise. The white spire of the old North Church glowed against the dark sky. Leafless arms of barren fall trees seemed to reach for each other. Wind blew my ponytail across my face, hair catching on my mouth. I pulled away the strands stuck to my lip gloss and twirled my hair into a knot on top of my head. Chain links rattled, and a gate creaked and screeched and groaned. The lights from Boston Harbor splashed rays of faint color across the marble slabs and headstones. Jack took the next left up the hill. I glanced to my right and stopped. "Where are you going?" The noises came from the other direction. "Yeah, but we'll get a better look from up there." The north side of the cemetery was higher ground. From there, we had a clear view across the Charles River to the Navy Yard and the open gate on Hull Street. Below, a tour guide led a group of tourists with flashlights into the cemetery. The group shuffled up the path, listening to cheesy stories of Boston's ghosts and Lovecraft schools. Unfortunately, I'd heard them all before. Most kids my age have never read H.P. Lovecraft's horror stories. The man wasn't a storyteller, he was a paranormal historian and thief. He stole our family history and sold it as fiction, which I guess is what it is. Because he lied, got everything wrong, and on top of that was a complete jerk. A dozen adults and 2 kids stopped in front of the old mausoleum. The guide raised a lantern under his chin, washing his face in an orange glow. "This is the largest monument in the graveyard, but no one knows who or what it holds," he said, bringing his light close to the charcoal granite. "As you can see, there are no names, no dates, no writing of any kind. But there are rumors. It's an entrance to pirate tunnels under Slide Park down to the river. Some say bootleggers used them to smuggle whiskey into the North End during Prohibition. Or maybe Lovecraft was right, and ghoulish creatures roam the tunnels." A child squealed. The group laughed. I rolled my eyes, but Jack pulled his sword from its scabbard and pushed me behind the Frankenstein crypt, a.k.a. the Cops' tomb where the city buried hundreds of body parts belonging to unidentified dead people. "Why are we hiding?" "We're not supposed to be here," he said. "So..." Jack swatted me without looking back and crept forward. "Stay here," he whispered, and started toward the south end of the churchyard. A rush of fetid air flooded my nose. It was cold and dank and smelled like decaying earth. No way, I'm not a lookout. That was Mom's job. Jack spun. A muscle twitched in his jaw. She's not here, and you are because Dad said you need more training. Stay. Here. I didn't need more training. And Mom played lookout while Jack, Dad, and I took out the ghouls because she couldn't wield a Pickman weapon. Only a direct descendant can use them on underbelly creatures. The weapons are blood-keyed, which is a spell explicitly linking the item to Pickman blood. And I have Pickman blood. If Jack thought he could tell me what to do because he's a whole 11 months and 1 week older than me, he was wrong. I slid the blade from the sheath strapped to my thigh. I'll check out the crypt, I said in a voice just above a whisper. Low enough for the tourists not to hear, but loud enough to let Jack know I wouldn't take orders from him. I sprinted in the opposite direction, weaving in and out of the headstones and the trees. Andrea, Jack yelled, but I kept going. He does that to annoy me. Everyone calls me Andi, with an I. I hate when people call me Andrea, even though it's my name. Andrea Elizabeth Pickman, involuntary monster hunter and creepy graveyard stalker extraordinaire.
Chapter 2. Jack. Strange things are afoot in Cops. It was a perfect night for a creepy graveyard haunt, with a fat tangerine moon high in the sky and misty fog swirling around my ankles. I was just about to chase after my stubborn sister when screams rang out behind me. The hair on my neck prickled and my stomach churned. Dirt diggers! I darted down the hill, weaving between the tombstones with my Kopi's short sword above my head and gravel crunching under my boots. I was trying to get to the old mausoleum, but the freaked-out tourists shoved and pushed me back. Shouldering through the crowd, I rounded the monument and stepped over the tour guide's abandoned lantern. A figure crouched behind a weather-beaten grave marker, digging up the earth with skeletal hands. I lowered my weapon and picked up the lantern, then approached slowly, shining the light in the creature's direction. The beam cut through the tendrils of mist. The ghoul lifted its decaying arms to shield its eyes from the light. "What is that doing here?" I spun to find Andi coming up behind me. "Oh, now you want to help? I told you to stay back." I shouldn't have been surprised she'd ignored me as usual. I clenched my teeth and tightened the grip on my sword. Why was she always so frustrating? Andi peered over my shoulder. "We doing this or not?" I took a deep breath to steady myself, then put the lantern down and shifted to a double-handed grip. Time for a bit of ghoul decapitation. And that's when Andi tossed her dagger. The blade sank into the ghoul's ribcage and disappeared into the hollow cavity. Of course, it had no effect except to make it freak and claw at the earth faster. "Andi," I growled, "headshots." I hit the grave crawler dead on. She put her hands on her hips, acting like she knew everything. She didn't. She just thought she did. "Let me show you how it's done." I faced the ghoul and lifted my sword. The monster recoiled and swatted the air with its mud-crusted hand. "Scared, Bone Nibbler? You should be." It snarled and ripped into the soft dirt, raking and digging in a desperate rush, quickly burrowing another 3 feet. I couldn't let it reach the top of a coffin. It's considered very uncool to let the undead crunch on the bones of someone's family member. "Stop that," I shouted. "Tell us how you escaped." Andi snickered. "Like it'll answer you." I stepped to the edge of the deepening hole. The ghoul scrambled back, crouching and gurgling and spitting. It was obviously afraid. Sorry, not sorry. The creature suddenly leapt to its hooved feet. I swung. My recurved blade crashed through its neck bone with a sickening crunch. The dirt digger's lifeless bones tumbled to the bottom of the hole. Its severed head bounced over the ground and mushy leaves, rolled across the brick path, and thumped to a stop against the mausoleum step. Wicked, and so satisfying. "This job is gross," Andi said. "I'll get the head. You get that dagger back. No way, not sticking my hand inside that nasty rotted thing. Maybe if you'd followed orders and kept watch, you wouldn't have to. I wiped the sword blade on my jeans and slid it back into the sheath. A job well done. I pointed to the dirt pile. Now we have a mess to clean. Start filling in the grave. We can't leave it like this. Andi grumbled, but actually listened this time, kneeling down and pushing armfuls of mud into the hole. You could help, you know. I could. But instead, I picked up the ghoul's hairless head and tucked it under my arm like a football. A sound like the whistling of wind whipping through a tunnel came from the other side of the monument. What is that? I said and walked around to the back. An antique padlock and chains lay on the ground, and the thick iron door to the mausoleum was wide open. So that's how you escaped. I dropped the ghoul's head and pulled a penlight out of my pocket, then slid through the open ghoul gate. Anyone home? I walked carefully down the stone steps, flashing the light through the swirling dust. Recessed cement shelves lined the staircase covered in bones of all sizes and species. Super creepy. Hello? No answer. The stairs led to a narrow tunnel. My light didn't shine very far into the thick darkness, but as far as I could tell, it was as empty and quiet as a tomb. Last chance. My voice echoed off the stone walls. If anyone's down here, say something. When no one answered, I decided to call it and climbed the stairs back into the night. But I couldn't leave the gate open like that. I pulled the chain and amulet from under my shirt and focused on the iron door, time to recite the sealing spell. I'd memorized the words before kindergarten. They weren't in any real language someone could understand, but Dad had taught me what they meant. Long story short, keep the underbelly creatures below where they belonged. As I chanted, sucking sounds came from the stairway, vacuuming the air out of the space. The wind howled, but I continued until the door creaked closed, sealing the ghoul gate. Crisis managed. All quiet in the cemetery again. I grabbed the ghoul's head and started back. When I got back to the gravesite, Andi was still pushing mounds of dirt into the gaping hole. Where did you go? Her tone was clearly annoyed. The gate was open. I closed it again, but I don't know. I have a feeling something's off. What do you mean? Maybe Dad left it open on purpose, but I can't figure why he'd do that. My father would never leave a ghoul gate open without a really good reason or telling me about it. It made me uneasy. My gut was telling me it couldn't be that simple. Andi shrugged. Why are you still holding that ghoul's head? We have to bury it. She sighed. Toss it in. No good. Has to be separate from its body, remember? What was wrong with her? She knew better. Andi stood and wiped her hands on the front of her jeans. Taking oversized steps, she counted to 6. Then, without a word, she raked the leaves aside and scooped up chunks of earth with her hands. I watched her suspiciously. The hole needs to be deep so no one stumbles on the skull by accident. She just nodded and kept working. Andi doing what she was told without complaining? No way. Something was up. I glared at her. All right, spill it. What? Really? Fine, she said. I didn't get my dagger back. You buried it with the ghoul? Andi dusted off her pants and pushed her hair out of her face, leaving a streak of grime across her forehead. I told you I wasn't digging around inside a corpse. That's the 3rd weapon you lost this month. So, we can make more. Dad's gonna kill you. She shrugged. Yeah, I've heard the lecture. So had I, right beside her because according to my dad, I'm my sister's keeper. She does something stupid and we both suffer. You need to get the blade back. No. Dad put me in charge. Then you dig it up. Andi could be so aggravating. How was I supposed to take care of her like Mom asked me to, or be the man of the house like Dad expected if she refused to follow simple instructions? And speaking of Mom, Ever since she'd moved, Andi had gotten reckless. The week before, she hit a ghoul in the knee with a club, even though she knew there was only one way to stop a ghoul: decapitation. But she didn't care. She was purposely making my job harder. Well, no more. Time to stand my ground. I stood up straight and crossed my arms in my best dad impression. "We're not leaving until you retrieve your weapon." Andi mimicked my stance. A glared at me. "Unless," I continued, "you want to tell Dad why you left me to finish the job alone." It was a stare-down contest now, and I wasn't blinking. Finally, Andi huffed and kicked a rock. "Fine." An hour later, we walked through the north end, covered in dirt and smelling like ghoul guts.
Chapter 3. Andi, Salem by midnight. It was a perfect night for a creepy graveyard haunt with a fat tangerine moon high in the sky and misty fog swirling around my ankles. I was just about to chase after my stubborn sister when screams rang out behind me. The hair on my neck prickled and my stomach churned. Dirt diggers. I darted down the hill, weaving between the tombstones with my Kopi's short sword above my head and gravel crunching under my boots. I was trying to get to the old mausoleum, but the freaked-out tourists shoved and pushed me back. Shouldering through the crowd, I rounded the monument and stepped over the tour guide's abandoned lantern. A figure crouched behind a weather-beaten grave marker, digging up the earth with skeletal hands. I lowered my weapon and picked up the lantern, then approached slowly, shining the light in the creature's direction. The beam cut through the tendrils of mist. The ghoul lifted its decaying arms to shield its eyes from the light. "What is that doing here?" I spun to find Andi coming up behind me. "Oh, now you want to help? I told you to stay back." I shouldn't have been surprised she'd ignored me as usual. I clenched my teeth and tightened the grip on my sword. Why was she always so frustrating? Andi peered over my shoulder. "We doing this or not?" I took a deep breath to steady myself, then put the lantern down and shifted to a double-handed grip. Time for a bit of ghoul decapitation. And that's when Andi tossed her dagger. The blade sank into the ghoul's ribcage and disappeared into the hollow cavity. Of course, it had no effect except to make it freak and claw at the earth faster. "Andi," I growled. "Headshots." I hit the gravecrawler dead on. She put her hands on her hips, acting like she knew everything. She didn't. She just thought she did. "Let me show you how it's done." I faced the ghoul and lifted my sword. The monster recoiled and swatted the air with its mud-crusted hand. "Scared, Bone Nibbler? You should be." It snarled and ripped into the soft dirt, raking and digging in a desperate rush, quickly burrowing another 3 feet. I couldn't let it reach the top of a coffin. It's considered very uncool to let the undead crunch on the bones of someone's family member. "Stop that," I shouted. "Tell us how you escaped." Andi snickered. "Like it'll answer you." I stepped to the edge of the deepening hole. The ghoul scrambled back, crouching and gurgling and spitting. It was obviously afraid. "Sorry, not sorry." The creature suddenly leapt to its hooved feet. I swung. My recurved blade crashed through its neck bone with a sickening crunch. The dirt digger's lifeless bones tumbled to the bottom of the hole. Its severed head bounced over the ground and mushy leaves, rolled across the brick path, and thumped to a stop against the mausoleum step. Wicked, and so satisfying. "This job is gross," Andi said. "I'll get the head. You get that dagger back." No way. Not sticking my hand inside that nasty, rotted thing. Maybe if you'd followed orders and kept watch, you wouldn't have to. I wiped the sword blade on my jeans and slid it back into the sheath. A job well done. I pointed to the dirt pile. "Now we have a mess to clean. Start filling in the grave. We can't leave it like this." Andi grumbled, but actually listened this time, kneeling down and pushing armfuls of mud into the hole. "You could help, you know." I could. But instead, I picked up the ghoul's hairless head and tucked it under my arm like a football. A sound like the whistling of wind whipping through a tunnel came from the other side of the monument. "What is that?" I said, and walked around to the back. An antique padlock and chains lay on the ground, and the thick iron door to the mausoleum was wide open. "So that's how you escaped." I dropped the ghoul's head and pulled a penlight out of my pocket, then slid through the open ghoul gate. "Anyone home?" I walked carefully down the stone steps, flashing the light through the swirling dust. Recessed cement shelves lined the staircase covered in bones of all sizes and species. Super creepy. "Hello?" No answer. The stairs led to a narrow tunnel. My light didn't shine very far into the thick darkness, but as far as I could tell, it was as empty and quiet as a tomb. "Last chance." My voice echoed off the stone walls. "If anyone's down here, say something." When no one answered, I decided to call it and climb the stairs back into the night. But I couldn't leave the gate open like that. I pulled the chain and amulet from under my shirt and focused on the iron door. Time to recite the sealing spell. I'd memorized the words before kindergarten. They weren't in any real language someone could understand, but Dad had taught me what they meant. Long story short, keep the underbelly creatures below where they belonged. As I chanted, sucking sounds came from the stairway, vacuuming the air out of the space. The wind howled, but I continued until the door creaked closed, sealing the ghoul gate. Crisis managed. All quiet in the cemetery again. I grabbed the ghoul's head and started back. When I got back to the gravesite, Andi was still pushing mounds of dirt into the gaping hole. "Where did you go?" Her tone was clearly annoyed. "The gate was open. I closed it again, but I don't know. I have a feeling something's off." "What do you mean?" "Maybe Dad left it open on purpose, but I can't figure why he'd do that. My father would never leave a ghoul gate open without a really good reason or telling me about it." It made me uneasy. My gut was telling me it couldn't be that simple. Andi shrugged. "Why are you still holding that ghoul's head?" "We have to bury it." She sighed. "Toss it in." "No good. Has to be separate from its body, remember?" What was wrong with her? She knew better. Andi stood and wiped her hands on the front of her jeans. Taking oversized steps, she counted to 6. Then, without a word, she raked the leaves aside and scooped up chunks of earth with her hands. I watched her suspiciously. "The hole needs to be deep so no one stumbles on the skull by accident." She just nodded and kept working. Andi doing what she was told without complaining? No way. Something was up. I glared at her. "All right, spill it." "What?" "Really?" "Fine," she said. I didn't get my dagger back. "You buried it with the ghoul?" Andi dusted off her pants and pushed her hair out of her face, leaving a streak of grime across her forehead. "I told you I wasn't digging around inside a corpse." "That's the 3rd weapon you lost this month." "So? We can make more." "Dad's gonna kill you." She shrugged. Yeah, I've heard the lecture." So had I. Right beside her because according to my dad, I'm my sister's keeper. She does something stupid and we both suffer. "You need to get the blade back." "No. Dad put me in charge." "Then you dig it up." Andi could be so aggravating. How was I supposed to take care of her like Mom asked me to? Or be the man of the house like Dad expected if she refused to follow simple instructions? And speaking of Mom, ever since she'd moved, Andi had gotten reckless. The week before, she hit a ghoul in the knee with a club, even though she knew there was only one way to stop a ghoul: decapitation. But she didn't care. She was purposely making my job harder. Well, no more. Time to stand my ground. I stood up straight and crossed my arms in my best dad impression. "We're not leaving until you retrieve your weapon." Andi mimicked my stance and glared at me. "Unless," I continued, "you want to tell Dad why you left me to finish the job alone." It was a stare-down contest now, and I wasn't blinking. Finally, Andi huffed and kicked a rock. "Fine." An hour later, we walked through the north end, covered in dirt and smelling like ghoul guts. Chapter 4. Andi, Waffling Witches. A week later, Jack and I were still stuck in a house that smelled like old people and mothballs. I had worn the same 3 shirts twice. Jack desperately needed a change of clothes. He packed only 1 shirt and didn't think it needed washing. The toaster popped and the waffles leapt onto the counter. Aunt Martha snatched them with her bare fingers and dropped the hot discs on the plate. She was half paying attention while pouring syrup. Her eyes kept drifting to the yard and trees beyond the kitchen window. I must go to the market to restock. That's the last box. I groaned. We'd eaten waffles every morning since Dad dumped us there, and beef stew from a can every night. My grandaunt was as old as dirt, like over 60. Her long, dark hair used to have a thick white-gray streak running through it, which made her look like a skunk. But over the summer, she dyed the stripe, electric blue. She wore colorful flowing skirts and bright shirts. Strings of pearls and colored beads hung around her neck. Multiple metallic bracelets clinked together each time she sipped her peppermint tea. Don't let the crazy old lady look fool you. Aunt Martha trained my grandfather and my father. She knew a thing or two about hunting and a lot about magic, but nothing about cooking. I'm sorry, my dear, Aunt Martha said. Ursula's on holiday this week. She'll return Monday and we'll cook up something special. Ursula was our aunt's helper. She'd worked on the estate since we were little, baking cookies in winter, setting out lemonade in summer, and shooing Jack and me away from Aunt Martha's bridge games. Wait. We can't stay until Monday. We need to go home. Aunt Martha placed a soggy plate of waffles in front of me and Jack's on the counter. Your father left strict instructions to keep you here until he returns. It's an excellent opportunity to catch up on your lessons. Then can you drive me to the art supply store? I'm bored, I asked. Aunt Martha scowled. It was worth a try. We shall practice filling witch jars, she said and glanced back at the window. Particularly unsavory sorts lurking around the woods. I slumped in my chair. Witch jars held evil spirits like demon traps, but we could keep a jar on a shelf like a trophy. My family was obsessed with monster traps. My painting made Aunt Martha cringe because my ancestor, Richard, used his magic to imprison underbelly creatures in his artwork. I often wondered how that was any different from her witch jars. He'd opened the gateways and freed the monsters to do it, ruining our lives. But I'm not that stupid. If magic and art couldn't mix, I wouldn't practice. Andrea. She put her hand on my shoulder. Even naturally intuitive witches must practice. How did she do that? Witches couldn't read minds, but my aunt always seemed to know what I was thinking. It was creepy and annoying. Why weren't we talking about Dad? It's been a week. What if something's wrong? Jack perched on a stool, head down, fingers swiping across the screen on his phone. He didn't respond. Was I the only one with a life to get back to? Jack. He looked up as if surprised someone else was in the room. What? What if Dad needs our help? What if we're stuck living in this old house for the rest of our lives? I didn't want to live in Salem. I wanted to live in Boston, where I had friends. When my parents divorced, Mom moved to Iowa. I didn't want to live there either. If my father abandoned me to this crappy place, I'd have to split my time between 2 places I hated. Aunt Martha put on her reading glasses and sat across from me. I'm sure everything is fine, she said, and focused on the newspaper folded next to her teacup. She raised the steaming mug to her lips, took a sip, and opened the pages. What about school? I've missed too many days. Any more and I'll fail. Besides, I had to get back home for Nicole's party next Saturday. It was only a week away. We had plans. I couldn't stay in Salem. I couldn't miss my best friend's birthday. Jack rolled his eyes and went back to his phone. Martha didn't look up from her paper. You won't fail, my dear. You're brilliant. She turned the page. If your father is not back by Monday, I'll contact the school to inform them of our family emergency. I'm certain your teachers will be glad to forward your lessons. I folded my arms. Great. I'd miss more days of school, Nicole's party, and get stuck with tons of old homework. Jack's phone buzzed and he checked the message. Mom hasn't heard from him. That's who you've been texting all morning. Why? Mom knew nothing about our lives. Jack shrugged. Mom is the last person Dad would call. She's not a Pickman, remember? My brother flinched. How could either of us forget the last fight we witnessed between our parents? She practically spit the word Pickman at our dad. She left us and moved halfway across the world. Didn't care about family, keeping the world safe, or us. And Jack texted her like nothing was wrong. Andrea? Martha raised a penciled-in eyebrow. I'm not hungry. I pushed away from the table and left to wander aimlessly around the stupid old house.
Chapter 5. Jack. Strange news. I ignored Andy's tantrum and tore a piece off my waffle and dunked it in the bowl of warm maple syrup. Aunt Martha set the newspaper aside. Why didn't you tell your sister about your holiday plans? How'd you know? She waved a hand. I wasn't born last Tuesday. Mom told you. Yes, and she gave you something for your sister. I sighed. I have the tickets, but you know how Andy is. You mean you don't want her tagging along? She wasn't wrong, exactly. Dad would want her to stay here. No, Martha said. He'd want you to stick together, always. I swirled the last piece of waffle around the sticky bowl while I thought about what she said. Again, not wrong, but I decided to change the subject. What are you reading? Any news? Martha flipped through the pages. We ranked a mention. Her polished pink fingernail tapped an article. Arts and Leisure. Local acclaimed artist featured in NYC art show. That's news? Not exactly. But in the third paragraph, it says Pickman paintings are on display in Rome, where the curator claims strange things are happening in the gallery. The subject of another artist's painting in the exhibition allegedly vanished. What do you make of it? Weird, I said. It wasn't like the Pickmans were the only supernatural family who owned art collections filled with monsters. Many famous works were crafted with magic to capture the creatures. What do they mean the subject vanished? Doesn't say. Vandalism. It was the simplest explanation. Mom once told me, the simplest explanation is usually the truth. Not in my experience. In my family's line of work, the truth was often lurking somewhere below the surface, or hiding in plain sight. The news is blaming religious zealots protesting the occult. Martha pushed her spectacles higher up her nose and smiled. Wouldn't be the first time. It would be unfortunate if our collection were damaged. You don't think something could have escaped, do you? Her eyebrows scrunched together. Escaped? Now that would be a first time. She seemed to think about it for a moment before shaking her head. No, I do not think it is possible. Aunt Martha seemed pretty sure about that. Me, not so much. I checked to see if Andy was out of earshot. Any idea what my dad was after? If it's about the open gate and cops, what's that got to do with New York? I've no idea what shenanigans your father got himself into this time. I'm meeting with my bridge club. They may know of the goings-on in New York. Putting the newspaper aside, Martha glanced into her cup and frowned. Then she stood, winked at me, and walked out of the room like a movie star. I picked up the teacup and stared at the dark clumps of tea leaves, wondering what she saw in them to cause that reaction.
Chapter 6. Andy, the Dusty Dagger. Most families' china cupboards are filled with fancy plates and weird knickknacks. Aunt Martha's hulking monstrosity looked like something from the Middle Ages and took up a whole wall in the parlor. It had clawed feet, 4 glass doors with diamond patterns, and 5 shelves. The tallest one reached way over my head. The shelves were filled with old relics and antique weapons. A dozen witch jars sat on the top shelf. Green ectoplasm goo and gray spirit shadows danced and swirled inside the glass prisons. I shivered, not wanting to think about the entities trapped within the jars. Aunt Martha's things were best left alone. Across the room, a fireplace consumed an entire wall. Picture frames, small chests, and odd figurines cluttered the dark wood mantel. An old-fashioned sofa covered in yellowing plastic faced the hearth. No television. Aunt Martha avoided technology, and it bored me out of my mind. The plastic crunched as I flopped on the old couch and stared at an empty space over the mantel. A rectangular light spot stood out from the mustard yellow wallpaper. The famous ghoul feeding had hung over the Pickman mantel since the 1920s. The painting got our ancestor thrown out of the Boston Art Club. They wouldn't show it. Back then, our family tried to donate it to the Boston Museum of Fine Arts, and they refused it. Now, the painting sat at the center of the Walk on the Dark Side exhibition in New York. Times have changed, Aunt Martha had said. The darker subjects are less taboo than they once were. My phone dinged, a message from Nicole. Home? No, still in Salem, no word from Dad. Oh, lights on in your place last night. Thought you got in late. Lights? That means Dad was at home. I gripped the phone tighter than I meant to and took a deep breath before answering. Did you see my dad? My heart skipped a beat. I'd been so focused on finding out what Dad had gotten himself into this time that I almost forgot to be excited about seeing him. If the lights were on at the apartment, it could only mean one thing. Dad was home. No. When are you coming home? I quickly texted back. Today. Neither Jack or Aunt Martha worried about our abandonment. My dad was home and didn't bother to call. Or come pick us up. As I rose intending to storm back to the kitchen, the massive front door thumped shut. I sprinted down the hallway just in time to see my aunt's old Bentley bounce over the gravel and disappear into the trees. Where's she going? Bridge club, Jack said. I jumped, not expecting Jack to be lurking in the shadows of the foyer. Bridge club. Right. She'll ask if they know why Dad went to New York. He's not in New York. I held up my cell as proof. Nicole saw our apartment lights on last night. I'm going home. Jack squinted at my screen and then pulled out his cell, pressed a button, and said, Call Dad. The speaker blared. Dad's phone rang once and cut straight to voicemail. Jack ended the call without leaving a message. Doesn't make sense, he said. Yeah, well, he's probably into the whole me time thing Mom got into and... Not fair. Mom isn't the enemy. Whatever. I'm going home. Today. God, why was he always defending her? I started toward the stairs. We'd taken up residence in the attic bedroom. I only needed a few minutes to toss my things in my bag and be gone. Jack grabbed my wrist. I pulled my arm from his grip. Listen, he said. Dad wouldn't leave us here for this long. Something must be wrong. Now you're worried? Let's wait to hear what Aunt Martha learns. I'm done waiting. Either Dad is home and I'll find out when I get there, or he's not, and I'll go looking for him myself. I'm not getting stuck living in Salem or Iowa or anywhere else. I'm going home. To Boston. Andrea, wait. I growled. Don't call me that. Andrea Elizabeth, Jack said in a scolding tone. If I could shoot daggers from my eyeballs, my brother would be full of blade holes. Don't call me Andrea. You're not Mom, and you're not Dad either, so stop trying to tell me what to do. You want to sit around and do nothing? Fine. But I'm not. Dad didn't even send us with weapons. He didn't want us involved. He said stay here, so we stay here. That's your problem, Jackson. You always do what you're told. We don't have our gear. What if more ghouls attack or something? We can't defend ourselves. Jackson Timothy, I said. People ride the commuter train every day without monster-fighting weapons. I'll be fine. Jack's face reddened, which made me smile. People aren't... Pickmans. Yeah, I know. We stared each other down for another minute. I tried not to giggle while Jack's face scrunched up in funny ways while he worked out his next move. Fine, he said. But someone has to keep you out of trouble. Then he stomped off up the stairs. Jack was right, but I wouldn't tell him that. We had no gear and no weapons to protect ourselves on the way back home, and somehow trouble always found us. I was secretly glad he'd given in and was coming with me. No way I'd admit that either. And if he hadn't taken so long packing his bag, I wouldn't have been standing around the parlor, staring at Aunt Martha's collection through the dusty glass. The china cabinet displayed a dagger on a brass stand in the middle of the third shelf, dead center, which was what drew my eye to that antique. I inspected the weapon behind its glass shield. It had an ornate ivory handle with golden swirls. The tip of the blade was broken off at a sharp angle, somehow making it look extra wicked. I needed that dagger. I'd have to make it look as if the weapon were still on the stand, though. I should probably explain. I can make magical illusions. Simple ones, usually. Harmless. This should be no different. Besides, the glass was so dusty, Aunt Martha wouldn't even notice it was gone. It wasn't stealing, just borrowing it. Markings covered the blade and hilt, but the dirt hid their details. I didn't have time to study them. The important thing was to make sure everyone saw what they always did when they passed the display. To make an illusion, I needed to get the shape and coloring right. Aunt Martha taught me to create illusions. They're one of the simplest forms of sympathetic magic. The caster creates an item to resemble or represent something similar. I touched the old skeleton key sticking out from the lock. Cold bronze tingled beneath my fingers. Blood keyed like Pickman weapons. A quick twist and I pulled open the glass door, sending a puff of dust into the air. I cautiously lifted the dagger off its stand. The cold of its icy blade stung my hand. A faint hum like the filament of a light bulb vibrated off the edge. I touched the metal to my tongue. There was a tiny shock like I got when I tested the 9-volt battery in Jack's RC remote. And don't ask why I put the blade on my tongue, because I couldn't explain it any more than I could the 9-volt. I glanced up the stairs to make sure Jack wasn't coming, and then dropped the old relic into my bag. I closed the cabinet door and held both hands out as close to the dagger's size as I could. Tarnished golden handle, ivory inlay, focus, silver blade, carved swirls and right angles, broken tip. I took my hands away, and there it was, as I thought it up, slightly blurry through the dust. There were 2 handprints on the glass. I blew on them furiously, willing them to go away. They were slowly clearing when Jack bounded down the stairs. I stopped at once, hoping he wouldn't sense the magic. "Took you long enough?" I said. Jack walked past the old cabinet without a second glance. 45 minutes later, I sat on a train to Boston next to my very grumpy brother. Chapter 7. Andi, a messy homecoming. After changing trains at South Station, then walking down to Battery Street, Jack and I walked along the waterfront past Constitution Wharf, zigzagging through a slowpoke tour group. The guide's voice boomed over the crowd. The whole North End once had a set of tunnels that kept people in touch with each other's houses, and the burying ground and the sea. There were witches' spells summoned, pirates and what they brought in from the sea, smugglers, privateers. "That's Lovecraft, you know," I said out loud. Direct quote. We took a left on our block, a narrow cobblestone street running alongside the cemetery. Jack climbed the steep hill, keeping several feet ahead, outpacing me with those giraffe legs, and stomped up our stoop. The restored panel door was 100 years old, and the building itself even older. Although no one knows for sure how long the dilapidated old house stood. It was the building Richard Pickman had rented for his secret studio. My grandfather converted the 3-story, one-family house to apartments, one on each floor. An old photograph showing the place with crumbling gables and boarded-up windows for the renovation hung in the downstairs hallway. Dad was proud of that picture because my granddad did all the construction work himself. And the minute I pushed through our apartment door, the nasty smell of moldy food, scummy dishes, and overflowing trash punched me in the nose. Abandoned Chinese food containers littered the counters in the kitchen. Mom's Tiffany pendant lamp spotlighted the overloaded sink. I burst into the living room, treading over the carpet without bothering to put my sneakers on the rack near the door. In the dining space, Dad's 3-foot-tall collection of newspapers leaned dangerously to the side against the hutch. He's weirdly obsessed with newsprint, even though the papers took up space and left marks on his fingers. Chairs were pulled out and the table covered with article clippings. My father's mud-crusted boots lay on their sides as if carelessly kicked off. "Dad was definitely here," Jack said. "No kidding, Sherlock. You deduced that all on your own? I marched down the hall. Dad? The bathroom door was open. Rumpled towels hung on the hooks. The toilet seat was up. Being the only girl in the house sucks. I barged into my parents'. My dad's room, banging the door so hard against the wall the picture frames rattled and shook. The comforter was tossed aside, sheets rumpled, and a pillow abandoned on the floor. I couldn't believe it. Mystery solved. Dad stayed in Boston without us. I touched my cheek, and my finger came away wet. I was not crying. I scrubbed at my eyes with my sleeve and crossed the hallway. Andi? Jack called. I ignored him, slipped into my bedroom, and shut the door. What did I care if my father didn't want me around? I texted Nicole I was home, forgetting she was at school, then pulled open the closet and caused an avalanche. I tossed my book bag on top of the laundry and shoes on the closet floor, kicked the old soccer ball back into the corner, and picked up the canvas. The queasy feeling in my throat surprised me. The picture was the last thing I'd painted. Mom and I lay on a picnic blanket in the commons, making identical silly faces. The picture I used for reference still sat in a frame on the dresser. The portrait scale was off, my hair not quite right, and my mother's eyes too far apart. I shoved the stupid thing behind the hanging clothes, grabbed a clean shirt, and remembered the dagger. Where'd I put my extra thigh sheath? Pushing aside books and old shoe boxes on the shelf, I found what I was searching for. I wrapped the holster around my thigh, fastened the strap, and clipped the blade into the leather sheath. I tugged my clean shirt low to hide the distinctive hilt. I pressed my weight against the closet door until the cylinder clicked. Straightening that mess was low on my priority list. Then I headed for the kitchen, looking for something better to eat than waffles. In the dining room, Jack sifted through the article clippings on the table. They're all about strange things happening in art galleries, he said. In London, a person claimed a painting watched her. He showed me another article. This one says there's a haunted museum in Madrid. He shuffled a few more news clippings. In Rome, someone stole 3 paintings by a New York painter. It doesn't show his name, only pictures of his work. Or her. What? The artist could be a her. I snatched the clipping. They looked an awful lot like Pickman paintings. Ghoul creatures escaped from gates in old cemeteries. Half-human demon things standing on 2 legs and wearing dogs' faces. If Dad was investigating art theft, why keep it a secret? Why dump us in Salem? He probably never went to New York. Not just any art. Jack chewed on his lip, grabbed another article, and pointed at the photos. No one could get these ghouls right if they didn't trap them. A chill slithered up my back. I studied the paintings. The subjects were familiar, but I had never seen those works. Don't recognize them, I said. They're not ours. Jack slumped into the dining room chair. What does any of this have to do with St. Patty's catacomb? Could my brother really be that dumb? Dad lied. He didn't go to New York. He's been here the whole time. I plopped on the sofa and something poked me in the butt. Ow! I rolled to the side and dug between the cushions. Jack stashed weapons in annoying spots around the apartment as if one day a big baddie would bust down the door and attack us. But this wasn't a weapon. He'd wedged a hardcover book with a stiff spine the size of a writing journal in the sofa. I yanked it free and glared at him. That hurt. I landed on the corner. Wasn't me. There was no title or author printed on the outside. Between the covers, the pages were thick and yellowed. The spine creaked and cracked when I opened the book, sounding as if the inside pulled from the binding. I read the first page and sucked in a sharp breath. What is it? Jack asked. I stared at the words, handwritten in large looping letters. The History of the Necronomicon by H.P. Lovecraft. Scared to tear it, I turned the page slowly. Jack leaned over me. Is that what I think it is? Flowery letters filled the next dozen pages. I was holding the original handwritten copy of that lying, thieving, mess-making madman's ledger of the Necronomicon's history. Can this be real? The Necronomicon was a dangerous grimoire, supposed to contain magical formulas for capturing, slaying, and resurrecting certain otherworldly horrors. But reading the spells drove a person mad, making them do terrible things. Richard used the book to get the ghoulish models he'd painted. The entries tracked the book from Mesopotamia to the Americas, where the Pickmans secretly took charge of keeping it hidden. During the witch craze in Salem, other magic-touched families learned we had a printed copy, so they burned down one of our family's libraries trying to destroy it. But our 8-times great-grandmother escaped the fire with the book. Lovecraft claimed a few copies still exist, including one right here in Boston at Harvard University's Widener Library, but no one had ever verified its existence. The final entry recorded Richard fleeing with the cursed thing, but that wasn't the disturbing part. What followed made my stomach do somersaults. Pages of different handwriting and colored inks recorded dates and places of possible Necronomicon sightings. Accounts of dead ends and new leads. The scribbling on the last page was the most disturbing of all. A simple list: Phoenix, San Juan, Merida, Lake George, Chicago, Madrid, Edinburgh, Rome, Des Moines, Prague, Boston, New York, and Paris, in my father's handwriting. He crossed all the locations we'd visited out like a Pickman family travel bucket list, except for the last 2. Jack scrunched his face and scratched the back of his head. Then he pulled the phone from his back pocket, held a button, and said, "Call Dad," then switched it to speakerphone. The two of us stared at the screen, listening to the rings. 1, 2, cut to voicemail. My father had been dragging us around the world, searching for the book, keeping secrets, lying, and leaving us behind. Whatever. I spent the next couple of hours sorting through the mess Dad had left across the dining room table, loading the dishwasher, and pretending I didn't care. And my father still hadn't returned. I cleared the coffee table and stacked the loose articles in the corner, but I couldn't stop the shakiness or flutter from rising in my chest. What if he didn't come home? What if he'd left us too? And what did my useless brother do while I cleaned the whole apartment? He went out for pizza. Okay, I guess not totally useless. I was really hungry. Jack put the box on the coffee table, grabbed a slice, and flopped down on the sofa next to me like a sack of potatoes. Tossed the remote. He shoved half the folded pizza into his mouth. He clicked the remote and scarfed down the rest. I curled up on the sofa, texting Nicole. She asked if I was still coming to her party. My stomach did a little flip, and I promised I'd be there. I was about to ask what I should wear when she texted, "Did you invite Jack?" Ew, no. Jack elbowed me in the leg. I kicked him. "Andi?" He said in a tone so odd my head snapped up. "Look." He pointed at the television. The words rolling across the bottom of the screen said, "Boston man arrested in an attempted robbery at Saltzman's Gallery in New York City." Turn it up. 2 tough-looking men wearing dark blue windbreakers with bright yellow FBI letters across the chest escorted a handcuffed man down the courthouse steps. A reporter's voice said, "Authorities believe the perpetrator apprehended during a break-in at the Walk on the Dark Side exhibition was involved in dozens of heists worldwide." He kept his head down and never faced the camera, but there was no mistaking it. The FBI had arrested my dad.
Chapter 8. Jack. Disaster in the Basement. Andi was kind of wrong. Dad did go to New York. We both stared at the TV screen long after the disturbing image of our dad being hauled away in handcuffs was gone. I took a deep breath. He was okay, wasn't he? No, not okay. A pain stabbed my stomach. I sucked in another breath. The FBI arrested Dad. Everything was wrong. This shouldn't be happening. I felt paralyzed and unable to think about what to do next. "We're going to New York," Andi said. I barely heard her, and I think shock answered for me. "Yeah, okay." I still couldn't take my eyes off the screen, my mind racing. But I got off the couch and got to work. I dumped the dirty clothes from my overnight bag and stuffed in fresh ones. Andi did the same and tossed in the history of the Necronomicon to hers. We used Dad's emergency credit card to buy tickets for the midnight bus to Manhattan. We'd arrive by morning and go straight to visit our father. My phone rang on the coffee table. The screen lit up with the name Aunt Martha. Andi grabbed it before I could and hit decline. "What are you doing?" I snatched the phone out of her hand. She probably saw the news. "How?" she asked. "She doesn't have a TV." Good point, but still. I unlocked it again. More reason to call her back. Andi jumped on me. I tried to flip her off, but she had me low and held on. We banged into the coffee table, sending the empty pizza box to the floor, and landed in a tangle of legs and elbows. She managed to get the phone, but I had her pinned. "I'm not going back to Salem," she yelled. "If we answer, she'll make us. We need to talk to Dad." Again, she had a good point. I needed to talk to Dad and ask him what was really going on. But we could not ignore Aunt Martha. That could end badly. I nodded and let Andi up. "Fine, but we're calling her as soon as we get to New York." "Fine." She gave me back my phone and I jammed it in my pocket before she changed her mind and swiped it again. We finished packing, secured the apartment, and headed for the basement to gear up. There was a new, very unique lock on the basement door. This is bad. A blood-locked device replaced our padlock that belonged to the key I held in my hand. Aunt Martha had bewitched the regular one to allow only our family to open it. The new lock needed something more. Andi studied the new lock, then stood there strangely still before unsheathing an unfamiliar dagger from her hip. It looked antique and had a jagged, broken tip. Andi, always full of surprises. I scowled at her. "What is that?" She bit her lip and chuckled suspiciously. "This old thing? Well, okay, fine. I found it at Aunt Martha's house before we left and thought it might be useful. I mean, we had no weapons. But it's totally okay. She'll never know it's gone. I created an illusion in its place." Why was she so darn frustrating? I sighed and did a genuine facepalm. You don't even know what it does. And what if Martha opens the cabinet? She won't. Yeah, right. Aunt Martha knows things. Besides, I'll put it back as soon as we talk to Dad. My brilliant sister, always so reckless. "Fine," I said and stuck out my hand. "Give it." That strange stare again, as if she was hearing voices or something. "I got this," she said. Before I could argue, Andi used the broken tip of the dagger to slice her ring finger. She winced. Blood bubbled to the surface. Then she smeared it across the lock. At first, nothing happened. Maybe Dad designed it so only his blood would work. But then the iron turnkey glowed, and the metal shifted. The bolt clicked open. I pushed through the door. The familiar hum of ancient spells from the Pickman weapons stored within greeted me. I took the cellar stairs 2 at a time. Old planks creaked and groaned beneath my feet. Dust kicked up, spiraling in the artificial light of the single bulb dangling at the bottom of the steps. I hit the switch to turn on the lights. When the space lit up, I froze. Andi burst into the room, nearly knocking me over, but I was too stunned to say anything. So I just stood there, silent, with my mouth hanging open. She spoke first, and not very clearly. "No, way." Usually, Dad kept the basement clean and organized. Holy water hand grenades lined wire racks. Blessed wooden stakes, sharpened swords, and crossbows carefully mounted. Iron chains, daggers, and chakram hung from their assigned hooks. Dad insisted everything have a place, which was why the sight of the basement knocked the wind from my lungs. Weapons were splayed across the floor, covered in dust and debris. The supply cabinet doors had been flung open. Boxes of darts lay on their sides. Stacks of funnels were knocked over and supplies pushed aside. The drawers to the tool chest were open, their contents spilling over the top. And the bricks on the wall behind Dad's old metal school desk were demolished. A sledgehammer rested on the rubble, bricks scattered on the floor. Someone had pulled them down, revealing a massive mural of monsters. There were ghouls, ghosts, night gaunts, zoogs, gugs, demons, imps, gargoyles, and a few mutilated crossbred variations. Andi climbed over the rubble and ran her finger gently over the paint. I didn't know this was behind the bricks. Yeah, no kidding. Neither of us knew monsters lived behind our basement wall. But my dad did, and he never told us. I scanned the disaster area. In the far corner, a concrete well stuck up about a foot from the ground. An iron disc covered the opening, still sealed. A dozen painted canvases leaned against the wall. The Pickmans were unmistakable with ghouls, demons, and changelings loping and trotting, crawling through crevices, lurking in shadows, and jumping through windows. One painting showed ghouls climbing out of that very well in our basement, meaning the well was actually a ghoul gate. Awesome. I squatted in front of a framed canvas with a mounted golden plaque. Nasty-looking beasties hid behind barrels at a street market in an unknown city. Etched on the plate was Elliot Peters, Lower East Side, Essex Street. "Don't touch them," Andi said. I shivered and backed away from the painting. What are they doing here? Andi's eyes enlarged to the size of silver dollar pancakes. She pointed to two paintings set against the gate. I recognize these. They're the ones from the newspaper.
Chapter 9. Andi, canvassing the gallery. Jack and I spent the night on a Greyhound bus to NYC. I couldn't sleep. The woman in front of me snored. Jack took off his shoes, which made no one happy. And I couldn't stop thinking of my father locked in a jail cell. For reasons I couldn't explain, Dad busted up our basement and stashed stolen Pickman and Peter's paintings inside. And he didn't come back to Salem for us or bother telling us what was happening. Jack said Dad must have a reason for the paintings and the list he'd wrote in the book. But I wanted to hear the reason for myself. What was he doing busting into an art gallery in NYC and tearing through the basement wall? Why did they arrest him? And how would we get him out? I refused to get stuck in Salem. And I absolutely refused to live with Mom. If Dad didn't come home soon, it would ruin my life. We stashed our bags in the luggage lockers at the Port Authority like we always do when we arrive in a new city, and boarded a train to Brooklyn where the feds held our father. We shivered in line for an hour outside the Brooklyn prison, but the plump woman in her dingy white shirt and ridiculous red tie wouldn't let Jack and me in to visit him. I pulled my puffer coat tight around me, zipping it to my neck. So that was it. Failure. Now what? Jack picked up the pace on our way back to the train station. We figure out what Dad was doing in New York, retrace his steps. He said he was checking out St. Patty's catacombs. We start there, check for activity. If we can figure out what he was up to, we can figure out why he's stealing paintings. He's not. I paused to catch my breath from having to jog to keep up with him. Why would he do that? It makes no sense. Besides, they are our paintings. Not all of them. And ours were on loan. We can't take them back. Not without an explanation. I grabbed Jack's arm, stopping him. We need to go to the art show. That's the scene of the crime. Not a good idea. What if someone recognizes us? Who? We've never been to the gallery. They'll think we came to admire the art. Jack did that crazy eyebrow thing again. He pulled his phone out of his coat and swiped the screen. It displayed the Saltzman's Gallery website. So clearly Jack had the same thought even though he was protesting. The Dark Side exhibit opens at 5, he said. We have 4 hours and 45 minutes. Plenty of time to go back for our gear, check out St. Patty's, and still make it to the opening. But if we find nothing useful, we hop back on the bus and see Aunt Martha tomorrow. Deal? I wanted to get the dagger and the book tucked into my duffel bag back from the locker, but had no intention of heading back to Salem. Deal. We crossed 3rd Avenue. I glared back at the towering brick federal building. Cars whizzed overhead on the expressway. We dodged speeding vehicles through 4 lanes of traffic, wind whipping through my hair, and made our way down the stairs to the subway. I shivered. A long time ago, ghouls lived and bred below the city's streets. The urban legend that followed claimed anyone the city sent below to deal with the problem never returned. The stories said the workers became monsters too, which was ridiculous. Ghouls are otherworld creatures from the underbelly, not used to be humans. You can't become a ghoul. I know. Lovecraft claimed my 4 times great-granddad, Richard, became a ghoul. But his stories were only mostly true. New York wasn't the only city with monster problems. In Boston, a crag of ghouls climbed up from the tunnels into Boylston Street Station. Shadow creatures had squeezed through cracks in the floor and attacked crowds of people on the platform. The paper explained the attack as overblown hysteria and the gnawed flesh and bones on giant sewer rats. Anywhere you can find an underground labyrinth, catacombs, sewers, or subway systems, there's sure to be ghoul activity at some point. We spent the following 3 hours waiting on stuffy platforms that smelled like pee and sliding on and off New York City's sardine trains reeking of BO. We retraced Dad's steps, determined to discover why he was in New York. Jack insisted we start at St. Patty's Catacomb because Dad had said he was checking it out. Jack couldn't accept our father had lied. And just like I suspected, St. Patty's was a dead end. The catacombs were quiet. No supernatural signatures. Intact seals. Nothing left to do but check out the scene of the crime. We would discover why our father broke into the place. I convinced Jack to use Dad's credit card points to book a hotel close to the gallery, in case we found something and needed to stay the night. Plus, it gave us a place to stash our weapons and Lovecraft's old journal. A hot shower after sleeping on a bus was a bonus, although Jack didn't find it necessary. He spent his time wolfing down half the room service menu before we left for the exhibition. When we approached the Saltzman's Gallery, a charcoal gray town car with dark-tinted windows pulled to the curb between the red velvet ropes. A valet with white gloves opened the back door. The place was fancy, and I felt out of place. My hair was still wet from the shower, and I was wearing jeans, sneakers, and a puffy coat. Even Jack dressed better in his black combat boots and a knee-length navy jacket, which concealed the shoulder harness and sword scabbard. I tugged at my puffer, conscious of the blade strapped to my thigh. Inside the car, a guy with spiky blonde hair sat alone, looking bored. He was older than Jack and me, but not an adult. A high schooler, probably. "Sir," the valet said to get his attention. The blonde kid stepped out of the car and adjusted a set of gold earbuds shaped like bullets. He wore jeans, a pair of gray suede Vans, and a black t-shirt that said, "Don't bother," which made me feel a little better. Our eyes locked for a moment. They were bright and green like Jack's. He strolled through the open glass doors into the gallery, seemingly without paying attention to where he was going. But those green eyes slid from side to side, a play I'd seen before and used often. I elbowed Jack. "He's scouting the place." We followed, passing through the doors into the lobby. A suited man handed me a glossy program for the event. I flipped it open, turning the pages, looking for our paintings, and smacked right into a guard blocking our path. "Sorry." He stared at me, stone-faced, but said nothing. "Is there an admission fee?" "No charge for students," the guard said. "Which way to the Walk on the Dark Side exhibit?" Jack asked. The guard scratched the back of his head. He was a barrel-chested man with the start of a gray stubble beard and a serious face. He wore a pressed uniform, shined black shoes, and a name tag that said, Moskova. "You sure that's what you want to see? Landscapes on the 4th floor." "That'll be better." "We're sure," Jack said. The guard shook his head, muttering something about creepy kids. "2nd floor." Jack's boots squeaked on the marble as he walked away toward the polished steel elevator where Don't Bother Kid waited. The doors glided open, a half-dozen people moved inside, but the guy didn't move. He seemed to be watching us. Then he slipped into the elevator right before the doors closed. Very odd behavior. I looked up at the burly security guard and flashed my biggest smile. It drew a grin from him. "Good. Excuse me, sir. Need something else?" "I saw on the news there'd been a robbery here. What was stolen? Is this still here?" I tapped the picture of the ghoul feeding on the brochure. The news didn't say what Dad tried to steal, leaving us no clue what to look for. Moscova frowned and leaned closer. They stole nothing. Ruined a painting is all. Ruined? You don't think they'll come back, do you? I asked, trying to sound worried. Like when we're here? What do you think they wanted? Moscova flapped both his hands in a shooing move it along motion. Enough of that now. No one will steal anything from this gallery. Jack grabbed my arm and pulled me toward the elevator doors. What are you doing? Getting information. You mean not blending in? I punched the up button with a little too much enthusiasm. Want to know what I found out? Dad didn't steal anything. Shh. Burly Bear said a painting only got ruined. What do you mean ruined? He didn't say. Jack glanced over my shoulder at the entrance and lowered his voice. The article Aunt Martha showed me, about the painting in Rome. One was ruined there too. Vandalized, they think. But they said the subject of the painting vanished. What? The elevator dinged, and by the time we stepped inside, my mind was thousands of miles away. In Rome. It had been over a year since I set foot inside an art gallery. I tried not to think about the last hunting trip we took as a family to Rome, even if visiting the Borghese Gallery and Museum was the highlight of the year. Rome was crazy hot in August, and the Borghese was packed, unlike Saltzman's. This place was empty. Only an odd visitor wandered down the carpeted corridors. We avoided the people, slipping through the building, walking in and out of various exhibitions. Visiting the gallery began to feel like a lost cause, but I didn't know what else we could do. Something had to be here. Something that would tell me why my father broke into the place. I paused in front of a door along the corridor with a private sign pasted on the window. I wiggled the handle. Locked. What are you looking for? Jack asked. I shrugged and moved on. Not sure. The monster's room within the Dark Side exhibit looked like a horror movie scene, complete with a haunted house, graveyard, and wood coffins. There were life-sized waxworks of grisly werewolves, plague-ridden zombies, and red-eyed vampires. Life-sized models of pointy-nosed witches with cauldrons, and a half-dozen seething, crawling creatures peered from behind an old crypt. It was way creepier than the House of Frankenstein wax museum we investigated in Lake George several months ago. Dad claimed he wanted to go fishing. He liked to disguise our trips as vacations and would spring the jobs on us just as we were setting out the beach chairs. These wax monsters were different. They gave me the shivers. The ghouls were anatomically correct with their hunched backs, hoofed feet, and rubbery skin. Sculptures so lifelike they rivaled Pickman paintings in the way the artist captured the likeness. My mind drifted back to the Borghese and my favorite Bernini sculptures. Hades and Persephone. The way Hades' fingers gripped Persephone's leg, and the marble resembled real flesh. Apollo and Daphne. The way the laurel leaves seeped from Daphne's fingertips. David, not to be confused with Michelangelo's better-known version. How he bit his bottom lip, stone and twined sling in hand. Bernini was brilliant. Richard Pickman was psycho. Focus, Andi. Art is distracting. It's how we got into this mess. Creativity and magic don't mix. It's too tempting. Dad's warning words echoed in my head. I pushed memories of the art museum straight down into the basement where they belonged, next to the easel and paints I hadn't touched in months. A guy's voice pulled me from my stupid thoughts. What do you mean I can't have it? The painting's mine. You must calm down, Mr. Peters. A woman's voice with a heavy British accent said. My head whipped around to look at Jack. Peters? It's ridiculous. How could this happen? Peter's voice interrupted my thoughts. Jack and I inched toward the argument coming from across the hall in the adjacent showroom and stopped in the doorway. In the center of the floor, a thick rope circled the ghoul feeding, keeping visitors at a distance. To the left, the blonde kid with the Don't Bother t-shirt leaned with one foot up on the wall with his arms crossed. The British woman trying to calm the teen wore a smart blue skirt suit with a white-collared shirt. Her raven hair was piled high in a tight bun, blood-red lips frowning. She lifted a perfectly manicured finger. Wait here, I'll see what I can do. Her heels clacked across the floor as she walked away. More visitors flowed into the showrooms. A constant and elevating drone of lowered voices and murmurs masked our words. What was that about? Did she call him Mr. Peters? Jack asked. I nodded. Like on the paintings in the basement? Jack gestured to the woman hustling down the hall. I'll follow her. You keep an eye on boy band. Mr. Peters shoved his earbuds back in and pretended to ignore everyone. But the tightness of his lips and his eyes fluttering around the room told a different story. Peters. Weird coincidence? But something didn't seem right. There are no coincidences, my dear. That's what Aunt Martha always said. I patted the dagger strapped to my thigh beneath my puffer coat. The gallery was warm, but I couldn't unzip. My utility belt was tightly secured around my waist and chakram clipped in place. Dad didn't like me using the chakram. He thought them too difficult to control. But I'd been obsessed with the rings ever since Mom and I binge-watched Xena, Warrior Princess, before she left. And I'd improved. Trying to act casual, I wandered past the ghoul feeding. It was our largest and most famous painting, but we also had a few smaller, lesser-known works on display. One hung on the back wall and two mounted on either side of an empty space. A brass plaque bearing the words, Peters, St. Patrick's Gate, sat below where a painting should have been. I ran my finger across the words. My hands shook. I shoved them into my coat pocket and glanced at the Peters boy. The guy caught me staring at him for the second time that evening. Dad, what were you doing? Jack appeared at my side and whispered, I found where they're keeping the painting. If we can get a look. Thunder boomed, rattling the building. An icy chill knifed up my back and froze to my spine. The sensation ran along my nerves like 1,000 ants crawling under my skin. Pressure built on the bridge of my nose, moved to the center of my forehead, and tightened around my skull. It felt as if I wore a headband 2 sizes too small. Jack's eyes shot to mine. He spun. A weird vibration came from behind me, and when I turned, a man lingered in front of the ghoul feeding. He wore a long tan trench coat which hung near to the floor, black-tipped shoes peeking out from beneath. A dark fedora kept his face in shadow. Hunched with hands in his pockets, he stared at the floor. The old man murmured and chanted in a gibberish language. I froze, my mind barely processing. Quick as lightning, a clawed hand reached from beneath the trench coat's long sleeve and touched the painting. Jack was already running, unclipping a holy water hand grenade from his belt. He pulled the plug and tossed the plastic contraption at the old man's feet. It spun on the floor, spraying water like a miniature out-of-control fire hose. The man made a strange bleating sound like a goat and darted from the room. The picture glowed. The creatures in the painting stirred. Red eyes glared. Why couldn't I move? I focused on the painting. The canvas stretched and warped and bulged. First, a long, gruesome, clawed finger poked through. Then, an arm. A hoofed leg. A ghoul stepped out of the canvas. Chapter 10. Andi, Unleashing Chaos in the Big City. As a Pickman, I'd seen a lot of things, but monsters stepping out of paintings, leaving white spots of raw canvas behind was a first. Shouldn't have been possible. I gripped the old dagger, the icy hilt stinging my palm, and tugged it from its sheath. The escaped creature dwarfed Jack. It howled. Someone shoved me out of the way and I landed on my butt. Peters, the jerk. The ghoul, taking long predatory strides, ran from the showroom into the corridor. Jack yanked me to my feet. Color drained from his face. You okay? I nodded, rounded on Peters, and shoved him. What did you do that for? Andi. Jack pointed toward the hall. Bigger problems. He pulled his short sword from inside his jacket and raced after the monster and the old man. Glaring at the knock-me-down and stand there like a big jerk Peters kid, I unzipped my coat to retrieve the chakram. But before I followed my brother, a crunching and scraping sound came from the canvas. One ghoul in the scene crouched down next to a headstone, leaving another white spot in its wake. The creature picked up a bone and broke it in two, which sounded like celery snapping, and passed the second piece of what appeared to be a rib to a smaller childlike creature at its feet. Then the ghoul rose and pointed a finger in my direction. Its eyes glowed a crimson color. It poked at some invisible barrier, retracted its hand, and prodded again. The dirt-covered ghoul hand pushed farther. The canvas cloth stretched and jiggled as if made of jelly. Then with a pop, a second ghastly thing drove through the oil paint. The creature was free, another white space left behind. The rest of the picture's inhabitants exchanged glances and seemed confused but attempted no escape. The free ghoul stared down at me with dulling eyes. The red glow faded and a vast black emptiness took its place. Its crusty lips pulled into a grin. A close-quarters fight with a ghoul was never a great idea. I scrambled back, putting distance between the hungry-looking flesh muncher and me. Screams came from the corridor outside the exhibition room. The ghoul lunged. I chucked the dagger. The monster smacked the weapon aside and barreled toward the door. It knocked me into Peters, who blocked the entranceway like a big stupid statue. I scanned the room and spotted my weapon. The blade had impaled a painting on the opposite wall, ripping straight through the canvas. Great. I was the second Pickman in 2 days to damage artwork at the Saltzman's Gallery. The ghoul feeding was back to normal except for the white spots where the monsters used to be. The canvas no longer jiggled, and the remaining creatures in the scene were still, which was a relief. But 2 ghouls were on the loose, and I had no time to babysit a painting or the dumb teenager still lurking in the exhibition. Across the room, something hissed like the pressure escaping from a soda bottle. The dagger shook. I stalked around the ghoul feeding, intending to retrieve my blade and chase the escaped monsters. But before I reached the painting, a serpent-shaped shadow creature seeped out of the tear in the canvas. The dagger clattered and slid across the floor. I dove. Peters bumped me into the wall. He scrambled across the floor, snatched up the blade, and pointed at the creature before I was back on my feet. I balled up my fist. What's your problem? The dumbbell was trying to get himself, and me, killed. Give me the dagger and run. Jerkface didn't listen. I don't know what he saw or what he thought he fought, but I knew 2 things. 1, he wasn't seeing a monster. Some people, like Pickmans, are touched by magic. We see things, the real stuff the public couldn't handle. To everyone else, the supernatural world remained hidden by an elaborate veil of illusion I didn't completely understand. But a few monsters, like shadow creatures, made humans see what they wanted them to see, which was deadly. The second thing I knew was even if this guy's eyes registered something scary, if he tried to use that weapon, the dagger would sail right through the shadow, doing nothing. Only a Pickman could wield a Pickman weapon. No exceptions. Sure, the blade might harm a human, but not a supernatural creature. The weapon might not even look like a dagger. For all I knew, Peters thought he handed a lollipop to a child or a purse back to an old lady. Get out of here, little girl, Peters said. I'm not a little girl. Give me the dagger and leave. It's your funeral. The shadow advanced, and Peters flipped the dagger in his hand. The sigils on the metal glowed, and a small green flame danced along the broken tip of the blade. There was something familiar but ancient and wrong about the flame I couldn't pinpoint, but the uneasiness creeped up my back and neck. Stay back, Peters said. The creature slid closer. I unhooked the chakram from my belt and flipped them into my hands. I controlled them well enough to save an idiotic teenager. I'll show him who's a little girl. Peters winked and swung his arm as if backhanding the creature. The blade zipped through the shadow. Nothing should have happened. Instead, the beast wailed. No way. The dagger was a Pickman weapon. Before I uttered another word, the slithering serpent hissed. Its shadowy body solidified to a sickly green crystal and shattered. Shards of glass poured across the floor. Also, impossible. It should have vanished like a vapor and been vanquished to the underbelly. That's what happens to shadows. And yet, I gawked at a shiny marble floor littered with thousands of tiny pieces of serpent guts. Peters slipped my dagger into his pocket. You're welcome. He strode to the hall and pushed through an exit door into the stairwell. Hey! People gathered in the doorways. Guards evacuated the gallery. Sirens blared. I bounded down the steps, chasing the dagger thief. He didn't stop, didn't slow down when we hit the lobby. I nearly caught up when one of the hysterical evacuating fools rammed into me. Didn't say, "Excuse me," or notice me bouncing off the wall. My brother paced outside the front doors, looking down the block. Peter zipped right by him and hopped into the back seat of the town car. "Jack, stop him." But it was too late. The valet slammed the car door. Peters banged on the front seat for the driver to leave. The car jerked forward and rolled down the street. So naturally, I chased it, weaving between vehicles and dodging a messenger bike. The dagger moved farther away and pulled at me, dragging me along the street in pursuit. But it was useless. When Jack caught up, I was bent over, hands on my knees, clutching my chakram and gulping mouthfuls of air. Pain stabbed my side. "Are you trying to get flattened by traffic? What happened? Where'd the second ghoul come from?" I pointed to the fleeing town car. "Got to..." I sucked in another breath. "Catch that spiky-haired..." "The Peters guy?" I nodded, straightened, and clipped the rings back onto my belt. "What is wrong with you?" There were so many things wrong with what happened. Before I'd told my brother anything, his phone rang, and the ding-dong answered it. "Aunt Martha." Jack clenched his teeth and made this weird, squinty face as if I was supposed to know what that meant. "She's right here. Hang on." My brother took the phone from his ear and held it out to me. "No way." I shook my head. "Not taking that call." Jack frowned and tapped the screen. "Sorry, you're on speaker. Andy's here too." "Andrea?" Yeah?" "You need to bring the dagger back at once." Aunt Martha's voice boomed through the speakers. "How did you..." "Never you mind. Bring it back here, right now. Get on the train. I'll meet you at the station." My brother glanced at his watch. "There isn't a bus until the morning," he said, which caught my attention. My brother lied. To our aunt. "Jackson Timothy Pickman." Oh, crud. "The commuter is still running. I'll see you in an hour." "No," Jack stammered. "I meant the bus, the Greyhound. We can't get the Boston-bound until morning." My brother cringed at the stretch of silence, and I thought we lost the connection. Until I heard my aunt taking deep, raspy breaths. "Where are you?" I shook my head and mouthed a silent no, but he didn't listen. Well, 82nd and 5th. Silence. "In, New York." "New York?" "Dad was arrested," said Jack. "We went to visit him, but they wouldn't let us in. St. Patty's was quiet, so we checked the dark side exhibit and..." "You went to Saltzman's?" "Yeah, about that." I grabbed the phone out of my brother's hand. "Sorry, Auntie. We have to go. Gotta track down a ghoul. We'll call you back. Bye." I disconnected the call and handed Jack back his cell. His eyes widened and he opened his mouth as if to say something, then closed it again. "What?" I asked. The call was going nowhere. Besides, we can't go back yet. The phone rang and Jack held up the screen. "She'll keep calling. We need to tell her what happened." "Deny it." He did and ran his hand through his hair. "She wants us to bring the dagger back. She broke your illusion." Aunt Martha could have sensed it, but I thought with all the touched items in the house, my illusion would blend with the rest of the magical signatures. Jack's phone rang again. "I can't ignore her." "Yes, you can. Unless you want to tell her the ghoul feeding got ruined." He rejected the call. Sirens roared close by and Jack glanced down the street. What in the underbelly happened? Supernatural prison break? Impossible. 2 police cruisers turned onto 82nd and stopped in front of the gallery. Nah. It would explain why Dad is running around stealing paintings. If these things are getting free... Where'd the second bone muncher come from? The ghoul feeding. There were a lot of creatures in that scene. The rest seemed stuck. Man, when Aunt Martha sees the painting, you think the gallery called her? Jack scanned through the recent calls. He angled away, but I glimpsed the missed calls from our mother. It was my brother's business if he wanted to speak to her or not. What did I care? I didn't need to talk to her if I didn't want. It shouldn't have mattered. Only, I felt a pang of betrayal. Everyone was on Mom's side, wanting to make this arrangement work. Try to understand, my father had said. Why should I be the one to try? She's the mom. She should be the one trying. You're right, Jack said. What? I didn't mention my mom out loud, did I? We can't go back yet. Aunt Martha is mad, but we got a bigger problem. We have 2 ghouls and an old man to track. What? They both got away? Jack blew air out of his mouth, and it puffed his cheeks out like a blowfish. You saw the broken window out front? Actually, I hadn't. I was too busy chasing an arrogant dagger thief. A crowd was gathering back in front of the gallery. I almost caught them, Jack said. But the second ghoul ran through the lobby and crashed through the glass. I can't believe you let them escape. You could have helped instead of running down the street like a nut. By the time I caught you, they were gone. Moscova stepped out of the gallery to meet the officers. He waved his arms in the air and pointed in our general direction. We ducked behind a parked car. We need to get out of here, Jack whispered. We'll find the bone munchers, then bring the dagger back to Aunt Martha. I shook my head, but Jack kept talking. We'll explain what happened with the painting. She'll know what to do and how to get Dad out. And what? Nothing. Don't give me that look. What look? The eyebrow-raising, deranged, what the heck did you do now, Andi? Look. We can't take the dagger back to Salem. Jack's deranged look morphed into a narrow-eyed scrunch face. Why not? Because I don't have it. Chapter 11. Andi, we made the news. I told Jack what happened in the exhibit after he chased the ghoul and old man-ish thing. And did he believe me? No. He argued with me all the way back to our hotel. That's impossible. The guy couldn't have used the dagger. Maybe. I know what I saw. He used it and stole it. Jack tapped his phone to the electronic lock. A green light flashed. He pushed down on the handle, the door opened, and he let out a relieved breath. Digital keys. We'd booked the room through the app to avoid check-in and having to show Dad's credit card at the front desk. Thankfully, the connected card still worked, or my brother and I would have rode the trains all night. We need to find out where Mr. I Take Things That Don't Belong to Me lives. Jack dropped his bag on the floor next to the table by the window. I heard you. We'll find the dagger, but that's not the most important thing right now. It is so. I raised my voice. He took it. It's mine. I'm getting it back. Simple. No. I tossed my utility belt across the room. No? You're acting all weird. We need to find the escaped ghouls before they cause any trouble. That's our priority. It's our job. Then we figure out what is going on in the art gallery, who the old man was, how he released painted monsters, and how to get Dad out of jail. So, finding your lost dagger is low on the list. We don't even know if the paintings are secure or if more monsters got out. I sank onto the bed. We didn't know they could get out. But Dad knew, and the paintings in our basement proved it. Dad? How could I have forgotten? I hadn't, not exactly. But my dagger. Aunt Martha is going to kill me. Jack stared out the window toward the glowing skyline. The reflection splashed soft, multicolored light across his face. A vein pulsed halfway up his neck. You lost weapons before. Not like this one. This is different. Aunt Martha's just mad you took it without permission. I couldn't shake the overwhelming feeling I had to get the blade back. Blood drummed in my temples. The only way we'll get answers is to find Peters. You didn't see what happened. He knows something. Might even be in on the whole releasing monsters from the paintings thing. Jack's head whipped in my direction. What makes you think that? Because monsters popping out of paintings didn't surprise him. He jumped right for the weapon and used it. He knew what to do. That wasn't a coincidence. We don't know what he saw. How did he use the blade if he's not a Pickman? If he's not related by blood? Jack rubbed his hands over his face. The dagger. It doesn't act right. Might not be a Pickman weapon. Maybe that's why Peters could use it. You think this guy is a hunter too? Jack shrugged. I don't think we should mess with it. I need to find it. Jack still hadn't moved, and he spoke very slowly. We need to talk to Aunt Martha. We have no idea what we're dealing with, and the weapon you stole... borrowed. In the last 24 hours, it tore a canvas and released a shadow creature, then turned it to glass instead of sending it back to the underbelly in a puff of smoke, and was wielded by a stranger. That's my point. It's not an ordinary weapon. And, Jack said, it's making my sister act like more of a crazy person than usual. My cheeks got all warm. I was not acting like a crazy person. Jack's phone dinged and he slipped it out of his pocket. The backlight washed all the color out of his face as he read the text. He swiped across the screen and jammed it into his front pocket. Turn on the TV, Channel 5. Who was that? Crossing the room in 2 long strides, Jack snatched the remote from the dresser and flipped on the news. A reporter posed on the sidewalk in front of the destroyed window of Saltzman's gallery. He wore a long, dark woolen coat, and his black hair was slicked back. Police cars flashed blue and red lights in the background. The picture changed to footage of a tall man jumping through the window with Jack running out the door, swinging a neon yellow pool noodle in the air, one of the stranger things his sword had ever appeared as. Crazed kids terrorized patrons at the Saltzman Gallery this evening, destroying 2 priceless works of art. Next, the camera showed me running after the dagger thief's town car. Then, close-ups of our faces from the internal security cameras. The reporter continued. Chadwell Peters is here with us. One of his family's paintings, the second damaged in a few days at Saltzman's, became a casualty of tonight's attack. Jack sat on the bed. Attack? Mr. Peters? The reporter said. Would you tell us what happened here this evening? I couldn't believe my eyes. The spikes of blonde hair stuck up on top of Chadwell's head. It made him look like an albino porcupine. I was standing in the showroom when these 2 kids went ballistic. They tossed over a big painting on the center display and poured a liquid on it, which smelled like paint thinner. They kicked over a sculpture and it shattered. When the boy took off, the girl slashed one of my family's paintings with a pocket knife. He smiled and looked into the camera. And then, he said, she attacked me. Crazy little girl lunged at me with the knife, but I got away. You saw the video. She chased my car down the block. The reporter shook his head. Unbelievable. Chadwell, why do you think they did this? Please call me Chad. Maybe they're a part of a religious cult or something. It's been a problem. This is the second time this week they targeted one of my family's priceless pieces of art. It's fear and ignorance. The reporter's eyebrows rose. You think it's the same group? Chad shrugged. That jerk. I jumped off the bed and stalked to the closet to grab my coat. Chadwell Peters. When I catch him, I'll get my dagger back and kick his... Whoa. Jack grabbed my arm. Be smart about this. He's lying. I know. The reporter said something about the earlier incident and about having the culprit in custody. My father's face filled the screen. The voiceover said, Is there a zealous religious group destroying occult artwork? I jabbed the power button on the remote. Can we go find him and demand answers now? And my dagger. Yeah, but I need to find out more about this guy first. And we still have a ghoul problem. I'll go downstairs and research. But we have to search for the Cretans before sunrise. He's a Cretan. Not Chadwell, the ghouls. Jack checked his watch. We'll leave at 1 a.m., which should give us time to check out the local cemeteries before morning. He picked up the room service menu from the desk. But first, I'm starving. Want something? Jack ordered 2 deluxe cheeseburger meals before heading downstairs. Food will be here in 45 minutes. I should be back by then.
Chapter 12. Jack. Searching for clues. After I left the room, I called my mom and endured a very long lecture on everything that had happened. It's dangerous to hunt without our father. How irresponsible letting Andi take a weapon from Aunt Martha. So sloppy being caught wrecking an art gallery on camera. That last one made me wonder even more how Dad got caught in the gallery. He's the most thorough planner I know. Ghouls roam the city, and I have to handle it. I started by running a Google search for active cemeteries, making a list of the most likely places the fugitive ghouls would go. I narrowed it down to 3 graveyards, then moved on to the next research topic, supernatural art prisons. Mom didn't know what happened. I've seen a lot of wild stuff, but never supernatural creatures escaping a painting. A witch or warlock could animate a gargoyle and control it. But paint? No stories, myths, legends, or anything in the old books told tales of trapped monsters escaping from paintings and running free. Did they really escape, though? That old man used a spell I didn't recognize. But he had clawed hands. Not a man, but what? I held the phone on my shoulder and cheek while I kept typing. Mom was just going on and on in my ear. I was only half listening, but I told her everything. We used to do research together. I'd forgotten how much I missed that. Like, painfully missed it. Dad had a pile of paintings in the basement and the Necronomicon history stuffed in the couch, I said. He must have known this could happen. Do you think he was looking for the book? If he was, he never told me, Mom said. I think Aunt Martha knew. She said she hoped none of our paintings got damaged. Ah, crap, I shouldn't have said that. I'll be calling your aunt when we hang up. No, I mean, I'll do it. I'll call her tonight, right after we handle the ghouls. I don't like you hunting alone. It's dangerous, something could happen, and without your father around. No, you need to take your sister and go home. Mom, it's our job, our responsibility, and I'm not a kid. I don't like it. And Andi, is she all right? Sure, she's just great. I mean, she only chased a stranger's car down the street like a maniac is all. Best not to mention that. She's fine, Mom. Don't worry. I won't let anything happen to her, but the paintings? Stay away from the gallery. Take care of the ghouls and then go right home before someone recognizes you and calls the police. A loud click-clacking of high heel shoes on tile suddenly echoed in the hall over my shoulder. I quickly shut the screen down and glanced out the windows of the hotel business center. Afraid someone might recognize me from the news, I spun the chair away from the window and dropped my phone onto my lap. Dirt diggers. After the healed woman passed, I flicked the computer monitor back on and picked up my phone. Mom was still talking, but now it was the topic I absolutely did not want to discuss. The holidays. No, Mom, I didn't tell her yet. I will, but you know Andi. Okay, yeah, I promise. I'll tell her about Thanksgiving. I will. I'll give her the tickets. Was Mom even listening? Dad was in jail. Monsters jumped out of paintings, and she worried about the holidays. I mean, I worried too. I'd tell her, really. But not now. Okay, call me a chicken. Spending the holidays with Mom would upset Dad, wouldn't it? No, that wasn't the issue at all. Andi acted as if I had to choose between her or out Mother. I get it. Andi hadn't forgiven her for leaving or moving halfway across the country. How would my sister take the news I planned to leave her too? It's only a week, but still. Mom wanted Andi to come too, but she'd refuse. Puts me in a very tough spot. Probably best if I tell her after we get Dad home. Besides, I couldn't go if Dad was still in jail. What if we can't get him off the hook? No, there had to be a way. I coughed to clear my tightening throat. Mom, there's something else. Dad hasn't called us and they won't let us in to visit him. What if they don't let him out? Your father can take care of himself. No, listen. Dad needs your help. He needs a lawyer. The silence stretched on for a few moments. I could hear her moving around, shuffling papers, and then a heavy sigh. Where are you? I gave her the address of the hotel. I'll catch the first flight out in the morning. Thanks, Mom. You want me to call your sister? No, I'll tell her you're coming. We hung up and I put the phone down on the desk. No way I was telling Andi anything. We had work to do, and I didn't feel like arguing or having her all angry and distracted on the hunt. Wrap up the ghoul escape, then on to dealing with Chad. I did a search for info on a crazy-acting dagger, but came up empty. Mom said there were legends of poisonous cursed blades and daggers temporarily granting the wielder the power of the creature it slew, but nothing fit. Mom also said we weren't related to anyone named Chadwell Peters or anyone in New York. Double dead end. I would have let the whole dagger business go. Andi lost lots of weapons before. It's not like anyone could use them. At first, I thought she was exaggerating what it did, and I understand why she was mad. It was a crappy move for the guy to run off with the blade. But after the stunt Chad pulled on the news, the totally bogus story he told about us, I took Andi's account seriously. What is the deal with the dagger anyway? If the blade released a shadow creature like Andi said, it meant what? It could open a prison, act weird, let anyone use it? But no. Chadwell Peters is not just anyone. If the shadow creature escaped the painting, it meant Elliot Peters' paintings held magically trapped creatures too. That's a crazy thought. Was Elliot Peters imprisoning monsters like Richard? Maybe Richard gave Elliot the book, the Necronomicon. Maybe Chad has the book. No one has the book. Thinking in circles like that could drive you nuts. I rubbed at the dull throbbing in my temple and went back to my search. On the screen, the lying dingle grape Chadwell Peters of Park Slope, Brooklyn, smiled back at me. I had no problem finding the guy's address and jotted it down on the notepad from the room. I then scanned the details of Chadwell Peters' life. Parents disappeared under mysterious circumstances. Sole heir. A crap ton of money tied to the priceless family art. I shivered. That detail was eerily familiar. And this guy got in lots of trouble. Underage drinking and driving his family's antique car without a license. Stupid stuff. Defacing headstones. The last one was very interesting. Destruction of property. Trinity Church. Chad sneaked into the burying ground at night with a bunch of friends, got drunk, and graffitied the stones. Court sentenced him to 2 weeks of community service, cleaning the grounds and scrubbing the statues. It could be nothing, but I double-checked my list of cemeteries. Trinity Church held the top spot. I took a deep breath. That was everything I went to the hotel lobby for. Most important was calling Mom without Andi hearing. Yet, there was one more call I needed to make without her. I took out my phone and then stopped. Did I really want another lecture? It was late. Aunt Martha could wait until I had better news to report. I slid the phone into my pocket and grabbed my coat from the back of the computer chair. I can figure this out on my own, prove I could handle myself, make Dad proud. I leaned over the keyboard, erased the search history and cache, and shut down the browser. A grumble rolled through my stomach. Deluxe cheeseburger and fries, here I come. Chapter 13. Jack. Sibling Brawls. Jack versus the Bone Munchers. It was late, 2:30 a.m., but it was easier to move around the city at night. Not many grown-ups hang around old cemeteries in the dark. Sure, there's the usual types, wannabe gothic cults and high schoolers up to no good. But other than the occasional delinquent, the only other beings in the burying grounds were underbelly vermin. Ghouls were different. Even with rotted-out eyes, they had keen night vision like vampires and could smell decaying flesh from miles away. So, if the place had the recently deceased buried there, ghouls would flock to it. Trinity Church was the last stop on our NYC cemetery hunt. "We should be in Brooklyn tracking down that turd," Andi said. "It's the middle of the night. He's probably asleep." "Yeah, with my dagger under his pillow." "Could you focus for 1 minute and find the gate?" Every graveyard had a ghoul gate, but not all the gates were active. Some were sealed permanently. We Pickmans could sense when a gate was nearby. No need to check for extra cold headstones or search for headless statues. Nope, a Pickman just knew. "Are you sure this is the right cemetery?" It's the only one still taking guests, I said. The rest are inactive. No one buries people in Manhattan anymore, except here. No one gets buried in cops, but that didn't stop the muncher from creeping there. They could be in any cemetery. Cops. I still wanted to investigate that open gate when we got back to Boston, but it was time to focus on the job at hand. Most of the old graveyards are under hotels and supermarkets and parks like Washington Square. Bone munchers can't dig through concrete. This is our best shot. Lights from beyond the churchyard cast creepy shadows across the granite. The darkened cathedral, with its high arched windows, loomed in the background. I took a left off the path and wound through the old headstones. Many dated back to the 1700s. I risked clicking on my pen light and hoped it wouldn't draw too much attention from the street. Lurking around a cemetery with a flashlight in the middle of the night. Not a good look. The light flashed across hoof prints. I knew it. I turned in a circle. Andi? Andi squinted into the darkness. Jack? She said. We have a problem. I followed where she was staring. Is that a tombstone propping up a crypt? Yep. I let out a low whistle. Looks like we found the gate. A scraping sound echoed overhead. I aimed the flashlight up toward the church spires. Halfway up the side of the wall hung a ghoul, claws digging into the stone. Just great. We've got a climber. If I had to climb up the darn church wall to try and get to down... I tried a different trick first and flashed my light into the ghoul's face, hoping to daze it. Ghouls don't like the light. It doesn't hurt them, but it can slow them down. Helpful confronting them during the day. Totally useless just then. Hey, dirt digger, come down here, I said. We can do this the easy way or the hard way. The ghoul scrambled farther up the building, then dipped its head, bared its pointy teeth, and leaped, pushing off with its hoofs. The church windows rattled as it barreled down toward us. I dove to the side at the last second, and the monster crashed through a stone monument. Sorry, Bradley Watson, whoever you were. Andi tucked and rolled, landing in front of me, a throwing ring in each hand, and jumped to her feet. Why do they always choose the hard way? At least it came down. The evil creature licked its gray lips. Its eyes glared red, and its mouth opened wide to show off its sharp teeth. Definitely not a mindless automaton like that gargoyle we'd fought in Poughkeepsie a while back. Just your typical bone muncher, a hungry one. I drew my Kopi sword and advanced on it. The easy way, then? The monster said something in gibberish, then darted forward past Andi and swatted me hard like a fly. I slammed to the ground hard, clunking my head on a stone. Stars spun in my vision and my stomach twisted from the pain. Then the ghoul was on top of me, pinning me, teeth gnashing. The world spun. I thrashed from side to side, trying to kick it off. Get off! Andi drop-kicked Rubberface in the side of its head with such force it toppled. I felt like I might puke. My head pounded and the moon spun in the sky. I clenched my eyes shut and sucked in deep breaths. In a few seconds, I was able to roll over and push myself up from the ground. I grabbed my sword and pointed it at the thing. Now I was mad. All right, let's finish this. These creatures usually scrambled away from hunters or tried to hide. The undead cowards ran from fights. The ghoul made a meeping sound but didn't back away. Andi held her rings out in front of her chest like a shield. What's it doing? Hissing, it swiped at Andi's face. She jumped back, then slammed her foot into the monster's gut. It barely moved. She kicked again. The ghoul grabbed Andi's arm, its claws slicing through her coat, and jerked her off the ground. She dropped the rings, and they clanked against the cement. Let her go. I darted forward but nearly lost my balance. I grabbed the edge of a tombstone. When the dizziness passed, I landed a well-placed kick to the back of the monster's bony knee. Both the beast and my sister hit the ground. Andi wriggled from underneath the slimy creature, but I couldn't risk hitting her while swinging for its head. Instead, I impaled my short sword deep into the monster's back. Metal scraped along vertebrae and made me shiver. The creature jerked and reached behind its back, trying to grab the hilt. It didn't scream. Ghouls don't feel pain, but it wasn't happy about the sword sticking out its back. "You okay?" I asked Andi. Andi inspected her sleeve. Her fingertips came away wet with blood. "Yeah, just a scratch." Her voice was raspy, and there was a strange look on her face. Her nose wrinkled and eyebrows scrunched. "This was a new coat." I laughed as I pulled the sword from the creature's back and readied to make the fatal blow. "Jack, no." Andi jumped between me and the monster. "What the heck are you doing? I could have killed you." "Wait a minute," she said, watching the ghoul drag itself toward the opened crypt gate. "I think it's just trying to go home." "Andi, move. No way we're letting that freaky gob of paint or whatever go. Who knows what it'll do?" Andi put her hand up to stop the argument. "Nope, not happening." The ghoul had a clear path to dive into the gate, but it should have run off. Ghouls escape from gates. They don't return to them. Andi must have hit her head when the monster landed on top of her, because she made no sense. I grabbed her arm, but she snatched it out of my grip. "Andi, move!" She whirled around and froze, eyes trained on something behind me. Her mouth opened and closed like she was unable to speak. "What's wrong?" I asked, then turned my back to my sister and the ghoul. I realized too late that was a really dumb move.
Chapter 14. Andi, Geezer Ghoul Mayhem. A man-shaped figure stepped from the shadow of a leafless tree. I recognized it at once. The tan trench coat, the fedora hat. This time not covering its face. I hoped I was wrong, or my eyes were going wonky. It wasn't quite human, but not a ghoul either. It was something in between. If the creature's cheekbones weren't sunken and the skin less gray and wrinkled and rubbery, it could have been an old man. A bonier, scarier, balder, decrepit version of a gross old man. But how was that possible? Jack lunged, springing forward and thrusting his blade at the creature's chest. It moved with frightening speed, sidestepping the attack. Jack fell forward, landing in the grass behind it. I scrambled for my chakram, cursing myself for leaving them on the ground and doubting I'd do much better against whatever it was. Children. The man-ghoul thing's voice sounded like marbles rolled around in its mouth. I chucked a ring. It ducked, and the circular blade flew over its head like a frisbee. The figure remained in a crouch while the chakram returned as if he knew it was magically tied to me. I caught the weapon by its grip. What are you? Another ghoul, probably the other escapee from the ghoul feeding, ran out of the dark and covered the distance in swift strides, passing me, and with talons clenched over its head, attacked Jack. He ducked, and the ghoul's flying fist slammed into the side of the church building, the bricks crumbling at the impact. It spun toward Jack, who tried to skid beneath its legs. But the monster was too fast and snatched him off the ground. Registered trademark, I tackled the bag of bones. It was like bouncing off a brick wall. I landed on my butt and looked up at two gleaming, slimy, dead eyes. "Andi," Jack yelled. "Run." Crab walking backward, I wiggled the miniature crossbow from my belt hook. Thankfully, I'd loaded a salt bolt before leaving the hotel, just in case. The ghoulish old man didn't appear concerned when I leveled the weapon at him. He smiled, showing a set of ghoul's teeth. I had only one shot. I flipped onto my stomach and aimed at the beast holding my brother. The bolt struck the ghoul's hand. It squealed and dropped Jack. It ran for the opening in the ground where the first escapee waited. Then each slid its body between the concrete slabs and vanished down the hole. The old geezer ghoul grabbed my ankle. Jack jumped on its back, arms beneath its chin, trying to hold it in a headlock. The monster flipped Jack over its shoulder, tossing him at me. Jack's elbow landed in my stomach, knocking all the air out of my chest. The two of us rolled around, untangling our arms and legs and trying to recover. A howling echoed from the crypt opening, deep like the baying of a hound or wolf. It made me shudder. The sound grabbed the geezer ghoul's attention. It turned and sneered at the crypt. Back on his feet, Jack squared his shoulders like he does when he's getting ready to fight. "Why are you destroying paintings and releasing monsters?" No response. Jack pulled me from the ground and readied his sword in his right hand. With his left, he beckoned the ghoul man forward. I clenched the chakram. The geezer glared at us, shook its head, and stepped forward. Jack sprang. I rammed into him before he did anything stupid. The impact sent my brother stumbling sideways off course enough for me to get between his blade and the old man ghoul. "What are you doing?" Jack said. "It looks part human. It's a monster." "We don't know that." Jack shoved me aside and pointed his sword at the creature. "Answer my question." Then, faster than any human could move, the old ghoul ran to the crypt, hurdled the marble ledge, and was gone.
Chapter 15. Jack, Spectral Surprises and Salt Shenanigans. I'd just about had enough of Andy's wacko behavior. The ghouls were back down their underbelly hole, but I needed to seal the gate before they changed their minds. I pushed hard against the tombstone holding up the marble slab. When it slid under, the entrance slammed shut. Dirt and leaves puffed into the air. I shot Andy an angry look and pulled the amulet from my shirt. "Nice job. You let it get away," I said, then began the sealing ritual. Andy leaned against a granite headstone with her arms crossed and stubborn face on. "Don't yell at me. Something weird is going on, and your only answer is to behead things." "Newsflash, that's what we do, Andy. Ever since we got to New York, you're acting all—" "Behind you." She pointed into the dark. A white, wispy figure entered the corner of my vision. I spun. Could this night get any weirder? The ghost was of a man with dark-colored hair styled like this old British band my grandparents listened to. He wore a long robe with a hood sagging on his shoulders like some kind of monk. It didn't seem to care that we could see it either. Salt bag time. The ghost glided closer like it had never seen a hunter. I slipped the leather pouch from my belt and scooped out a handful of salt. "Hey, Friar Tuck, where'd you come from?" I said. "Go back to sleep." I looked around, trying to find the ghostly signature around a grave where it had come from. Nothing. Andy tugged my elbow. "Friar Tuck?" "Yeah, from Robin Hood, 'cause he looks like—" "I know what he looks like. Come on, let's just get out of here. It's not bothering us." Okay, now I knew something weird was going on with my sister. First, she'd got in the way of stopping the escaped ghouls. Then she kept me from taking out the old ghoul man thing. Now she wanted me to neglect our duty and leave a ghost stalking around the cemetery? "It's not afraid of us," I said. "That's not right. We can't let it go around getting this close to humans. What will it do next? Try to ghost touch someone?" And that's exactly what it tried to do. In a flash, its glowing arm shot out toward my throat. I ducked, then sidestepped him and pelted that ghost right in its pale face with a fistful of salt. It wailed, then evaporated into spectral trails of smoke that disappeared into the dark. Andy punched me in the arm. "Why'd you do that?" "It tried to grab me." "No, it was pointing. Maybe it was trying to tell us something." Andy was now officially crazy. "Since when do you defend ghosts? We dispatch. That's our job." "Don't you ever wonder about this job? Like sometimes it's not right." Monsters." I pointed around the graveyard, then at each of us. "Monster hunters. That's what we do. Make monsters go bye-bye." I don't think Andy appreciated my sarcasm. The ghouls are back in the underbelly. They're not stalking New York. Mission accomplished, don't you think? And we didn't even have to dig grave holes or bury ghoul heads? You're welcome. Andy shoved past me and stomped out of the graveyard.
Chapter 16. Andy, Mom brought donuts. It was nearly dawn by the time I flopped face first on the soft hotel bed. I was so exhausted I didn't even care about the graveyard grime in my fingernails or the smeared dirt on my cheeks. A gauze bandage wrapped my arm, covering a set of deep scratches from the ghoul's claws. I know, I was gross, but I tried to stay awake long enough to take a shower after Jack by thinking over the events in the churchyard. But my eyes stung, and the sound of Jack's shower running seemed to make my eyelids very heavy. I was dreaming of Gugs. My heart stopped. My insides shook. The huge, black-furred beasts had heads the size of barrels with 2 eyes sticking out from either side. 2 paws with sharp talons attached to each arm. But that wasn't the worst part. Their mouths opened vertically with yellow fangs ready to snap shut on its prey like a Venus flytrap. The Gugs marched closer. Boom, boom, boom. I was frozen in place. Knock, knock, knock. Jack? Andi? My mother's voice, far away. I looked around desperately for her. The Gugs might eat her. Then the scene vanished and everything went dark. Jack? Andi? I bolted upright in bed and spotted my brother across the room, snoring away. The knocking again. Are you two in there? Mom? I tossed off the comforter and walked drowsily to the door, squinting through the peephole. Mom? Yes, open the door. I grabbed a pillow from the bed and tossed it at Jack's head. Jack, get up. When I opened the door, my mother pushed past me in a huff, her dark, shiny hair bouncing halfway down her back. She wore a smart navy blue business suit, had a designer purse strapped across her chest, cup of coffee in one hand and box of donuts balanced in the other. About time, she said. I've been knocking for half an hour. Hungry? My mother stood in our hotel room, smiling. She put the box on the table and looked at me. Her hazel eyes got all round and then the smile dropped from her face. Whoa, Andi, you look... What happened? I glanced in the mirror attached to the wall. My face was still smudged with grave dirt, and my hair stuck out in a tangled mess. I still wore yesterday's jeans and ripped long-sleeve tee. My mother touched the unraveling dressing on my arm. Ghoul scratch, I said. Let me see it. Mom tugged on the bandage, and I pulled my arm from her reach. I'm fine. What are you doing here? Fine, Jack? Andi's good. Sleepyhead crawled out of bed and sat down at the table. We handled the ghouls. He flipped open the donut box. Ooh, jelly. Mom narrowed her eyes as if she would continue her interrogation, but finally said, Andi, you're filthy, and you smell like dead things. Did you clean the wound? It's a scratch. She eyed my arm suspiciously, sat in the chair next to the desk, and crossed her freakishly long legs, which made mine look stumpy. I read your father's case file. My mother sat there talking and sipping coffee like everything was fine, as if she'd been living with us as always. Well, she didn't, and nothing was fine. I hadn't even seen her in 6 months. I tried to hide my anger, but I crossed my arms, and my mother's scowl told me I'd failed to look happy to see her. Jack grabbed a second donut from the box and shoved half in his mouth. Can you get him out? No, Mom said with a sigh. I slumped on the bed. Then why are you here? She ignored my question. I'll go see your father this morning. Great. I slipped my foot into a dirty shoe. Let's go. But my mother shook her head. You two can't come. It's a legal meeting. There's no visitation on Sunday, and you're not on his visitor list. You can't go without a guardian. Could she find more excuses? That's what you're here for. I tried to keep my voice down, but it didn't work. No, I'm here as your father's legal representation. As his attorney, I can visit so we can sort this mess. She faced Jack and said, Did you disturb the wards on the basement? They're intact, Jack said with a mouthful of donut. He's so gross. Mom nodded. As far as I can tell, they have no evidence he had anything to do with those missing paintings, and we need to keep it that way. You told her, didn't you? My brother was such a jerk. Mom can help. We don't need her help. I pretended she wasn't looking at me with the same raised eyebrow face Jack makes. Andrea, Mom said. She calls me by my full name to annoy me too. Your father needs my help, especially after the stunt you two pulled at the gallery. I could have strangled Jack. He'd told my mother everything. What happened at the gallery, about the churchyard, Chad Peters, and the dagger. Get your things together. When I return, you two are going back to your aunt's. What? I was not leaving the city without my dagger. Or my father and some answers. We need to free Dad first. The only thing they can hold your father on right now is the destruction of property. The security guard's account of the events is unreliable. The prosecutor won't let a guard talking about demons anywhere near the case. So that's good, right? Jack sat up straighter. Not exactly. There is plenty of circumstantial evidence, like your father being in the places at the time the paintings went missing, and the destroyed Peters painting. The dagger thief tried to get it back at the museum, I said, but the woman in the gallery wouldn't let him have it. It's still there? Mom asked, but didn't wait for a reply. It means the feds are allowing the gallery to keep custody of the work. They do that sometimes when the piece is worth a lot. And in this case, they likely don't want people to see it. She tapped her painted fingernail to her lips. Probably relying on a confession. That could work in our favor. No one can explain what happened or how your father removed the subject. He didn't, I said. Dad must have been trying to stop whoever is releasing the monsters. My mother ignored me and kept talking. The police noted he had nothing with him, no paint thinner or materials that could remove oil from the canvas. Grand jury convenes on Tuesday morning. They'll decide on charges, then we can ask for bail. But if the paintings are restored, there will be no real evidence. They'd have to drop the charges. Restored? Why hadn't we thought of that? The words from Lovecraft's story, Pickman's model, about my ancestor Richard painting the ghouls echoed in my ears. Those accursed faces that leered and slavered out of the canvas with the very breath of life. They were alive. Things inside my brain seemed to slide like moving parts of a puzzle and snap into place. My mother stared out the window. If Martha can manage a peek, she said, do we know what escaped from the Peters painting? We don't, Jack said, but it should be easy to figure out. Why? Mom pursed her lips. Maybe Martha knows how to put it back. Nobody knows that, Jack said. Richard did, I said. If we can figure out how Richard... My mother's head whipped in my direction. Absolutely not. But you said, no, Andrea. I said I would call Martha. Mom glanced at her wrist. I've got to go, don't want to be late. She took another sip of coffee and placed it down gently, as if it were made of fine china instead of trash. I want the two of you on a bus back to Boston this morning. Then hop the commuter to your aunt's. I'll call when I get back home. Home? You're not staying? I jumped to my feet. Why was I surprised? No, I have a meeting in the morning, so I'm flying back this afternoon. What about Dad? I'll come on Tuesday for the hearing. Pack your things. Now. Mom glanced at me and winced. Take a shower first. You're filthy. My turncoat of a brother began stuffing his gear into his bag. I couldn't believe he'd leave New York without my dad. We need to do something, I said. And I can't let that turd-faced Chad keep my dagger. If you didn't do something as reckless as taking your aunt's dagger, you wouldn't be in this position. I'm certain she kept it locked away for a reason, Andrea. Reckless? At least I did something. All you do is run away. Now you want to come back and tell me what to do. My mother took a deep breath as if she was trying to stay calm. But if she was mad? Good. If she wanted to yell at me, so what? Let her yell. I wanted to scream. But she didn't yell. She spoke super calmly, which somehow made me angrier. I know you want to do something. I've been a Pickman for a long time. Those were the last words my brain registered. I couldn't listen to this nonsense, so I yelled, "You're not a Pickman anymore, remember?" Mom looked hurt, and I didn't care. I stormed into the bathroom, slammed the door, and slid down the other side to sit on the cold tile. Stupid tears ran down my cheeks. Voices were low on the other side, but I heard my brother agreeing to take me back to Salem. Not going to happen. I had other plans. Richard trapped those ghouls. Dad knew they could get free. He was searching for the Necronomicon. Richard used the book to trap the ghouls. That must be why Dad wanted it too, to put them back. But Dad wasn't an artist. What if I could do it? Only I had no idea how. I didn't have the painting or the book. Well then, I guess it was time to track down an idiot in Brooklyn, retrieve my dagger, steal a painting locked away in a gallery without being seen, and find a book that might not exist. No problem.
Chapter 17. Jack? Oh no, she didn't. I was really close to just doing my own thing and ignoring what Mom said. But I couldn't do it. I mean, sure, I was dying to check out those paintings, but making Mom upset? That wasn't on my to-do list. Besides, Aunt Martha knew things. We'd sort this mess out after we got back to Salem. I opted for the stairs over the elevator, dragging my feet to the 3rd floor. It was totally buying time before I had to break it to Andi that we needed to leave. I could just toss her over my shoulder and march her out like a toddler. The thought cracked me up, but only for a sec. Last night, I swore to Mom I'd fill Andi in about Thanksgiving. But after the stunt she pulled this morning, I was in no hurry to go through that again. At the 3rd floor landing, I stopped and let out a heavy sigh. Why did things have to get so complicated? Just once, I wished for some simple, drama-free time with Mom. Still trying to come up with the right words, I opened the stairwell door and headed down the hall, my boots sinking into the cushy carpet. I tapped my phone against the electronic door lock. Last night's cheeseburger smell was still hanging around. My stomach did a backflip. Food was definitely next on the agenda before leaving for the bus depot. "Andi, you here?" No snarky comeback. The rattling bathroom fan was on, but our room was quiet otherwise. Was she just ignoring me? I knocked a bit harder, calling out again. Nothing. Risking my very life, I turned the doorknob. Unlocked. I half expected Andi to be perched on the counter with her crossbow aimed at my face. Nope, the bathroom was just a mess of wet towels and yesterday's dirty clothes. The shower curtain was pulled back and the air was thick with the smell of her lavender shampoo. I felt a lurch in my gut, like I was in freefall. Scanning the hotel room, I saw my inside-out hoodie and her trashed coat on the bed, but no shoes. Maybe she'd gone downstairs, but something felt off. I grabbed the room service menu, trying to ignore the weird feeling. Andi would have used the elevator, right? If she did, I wouldn't have seen her. I sat on the bed, tried to concentrate on what to eat, but my brain was stuck in detective mode. Then it clicked. I leaped up and tossed the blankets aside. My backpack was gone. Did I move it? I checked behind the bed, under the desk, shook out Andi's sheets, and tore through the bathroom. It was gone. Andi's stuff, too. She'd even snagged Chad's address off the desk. Annoyed, no, downright ticked off, I kicked the desk chair and it flew into the air unit with a bang. Seriously? I called Andi. 3 rings. Voicemail. She'd cut the call. Hammering the button, I tried once more. 3 rings. Voicemail again. All right, game on. If she wanted to play it that way, I was ready to play hide and seek. I opened the locator app on my phone, watching the stupid circle spin, and boom, there was her location. I strapped on my nylon belt, snatched the short sword from under the bed, threw on my coat, and was ready to roll. Lucky for me, she hadn't cleared out my entire arsenal. I was going to find Andi, and we were heading home. End of story. Chapter 18. Jack, negotiating with a bully. I could almost hear Dad's voice booming with frustration. She's a bull, that one. My sister was always like a bull in a china shop. careless, plowing ahead without any regard for the consequences. Like a bull seeing red, charging angrily ahead. Or maybe like a pit bull with lockjaw. Once she had her teeth in something, good luck prying her away. Bull-headed, stubborn, and at times, a royal pain. That was Andi, all right. Stomping up the subway stairs into Brooklyn, the wonderful scent of freshly baked bagels and rich coffee wafted in the cool air. Didn't help my mood, not one bit. My eyes were locked on my phone, watching that little blinking dot that was supposed to be Andi. Supposed to be, being the operative words. Finding her? Not a problem. Just follow the shouting, the crowd of onlookers, and the oh-so-subtle wail of sirens. Classic Andi. Dodging through the human traffic jam on the sidewalks, I nearly got up close and personal with a taxi's bumper. The driver gave me a friendly New York hello, minus the friendliness, with a horn honk for extra emphasis. I gave him my best non-apology and kept moving. I had a sister to save from herself. Once I dodged death by taxi, I made a hard left. The street was all brownstones and autumn leaves, except for the live-action street fight going on. Halfway down, a small girl with wild, wavy blonde hair was wrestling a larger kid on the ground. My gear belt jostled at my waist, my sword hidden but slapping against my back with each step. The chill air stung my lungs as I ran harder. I broke through the sea of onlookers to find Andi in the thick of it, arms and fists flying with abandon. Their backpacks lay gutted on the sidewalk, belongings everywhere. Chad, the larger kid, was trying to pin her down. Classic mistake. Andi wriggled free, her hands snapping to the rings clipped to her belt. I reached them to find Chad on his back, eyes wide with shock, a trickle of blood from a bitten lip. Andi had him pinned, a curved ring blade hovering beneath his chin. "Give me my dagger," she demanded. "I don't have it," he gasped. "It's in the house." I might have actually been impressed with her if she hadn't ditched me earlier at the hotel. I leaned over. "Having fun, Chad?" I asked with thick sarcasm. "Maybe we should go inside and get it, Get her off me." Chad was throwing a fit like a toddler who missed nap time, but the crowd's support was as thin as his chances of getting out of this without looking like a YouTube fail video. "We need to talk," I countered. "Inside, now. Or I can't promise my sister won't make things worse." "She attacked me," he protested, pointing at the bystanders with their phones out. I leaned in closer. "You want this to go viral, Chad? Because I'm pretty sure Chad gets schooled by a girl half his size isn't the title you want trending." Chad spat out a curse that would have made Aunt Martha blush a deep crimson. "Let him up," I ordered. Andi hesitated and gave me this look like I'd just suggested we eat broccoli for dessert, but eventually pulled back the blade, easing her knee off him just enough for Chad to shove her aside and scramble up. "Control your sister, Jackson," he spat, dusting himself off. She lunged again, but I caught her around the waist, holding her back. "How do you know my name?" I demanded. Chad didn't bother answering. He straightened his hoodie, shoved his hands into his pockets, trying to look relaxed, and headed toward the house. "Let me go." Andi squirmed against my hold, but she didn't go after Chad again. I surveyed the people now leaving. One person still aimed a cell phone at us. An idea sparked. "How'd you like everyone to know you destroyed your family's paintings?" It was a gamble. If this guy knew our names, then Andi's hunch was right. He was involved. "That's insane," Chad scoffed. "Why would I wreck my own stuff?" He tried to sound shocked, but he was about as convincing as a kid with chocolate on his face denying he stole the cookie. The same question was bouncing around in my head. "Insurance money, maybe?" "You know nothing," he shot back. "We know our dad tried to stop you," Andi said. "That's why he came to New York. Who are you? You used my blade, so how are we related?" Chad's face lost whatever color it had left. "We're not related. I don't have any family." "You want your painting fixed. I want my dagger," Andi pressed. "We need to talk." He glanced back at us, weighing his options. Fine, inside.
Chapter 19. Andi, the House of Slimy Secrets. The heavy door to the brownstone swung open just enough for the slime ball to slip in. Jack and I squeezed in after him. Chad's place was a total throwback, not like the rest of the divided-up apartments around this area. But the second my sneakers hit the foyer, my head started pounding like a bass drop. My gut twisted. "Do you feel that?" I whispered. Jack's blank face told me he didn't. Chad slammed the door. Jack looked around. "Who else lives here with you?" "No one," Chad said. "Be right back." "You live all by yourself?" Chad didn't answer and went through a door into another room. "Don't mess with anything." When he was gone, Jack started fussing at me. "You were supposed to ask him questions, not make a big scene with everyone watching. The news already showed everyone our faces." My head was pounding like a drum. Magic was pulling at me. Everything felt like it was spinning. I tried to breathe calmly. "You said you'd go home, not me. I have different plans." "Like what?" What Mom said about fixing the painting got me thinking. If we can make it right before Tuesday, Dad can go free. I felt sick again. "You really don't feel that?" "Feel what?" "The magic. It's up there. It must be my dagger." I bolted up the stairs, the carpet underfoot muffling my steps. Dark wood and deep red wallpaper with these skinny gold lines made the place look like some old-time movie set. The light from the skylight was playing with the dust, making it dance all the way down the stairwell. That weird pull of magic was yanking me to the third floor. Jack followed me. "Where are you going?" "To find my dagger." The magic pulled me like strings were attached to my hands and feet. The hum in my ear was getting louder, like a bad radio signal in a tunnel. On, off, on. The closer I got, the stronger the pull, leading me to a half-open door at the end of the hallway. My dagger had to be nearby. I went into the room. Inside, it was all old-world library vibes. Books that looked 100 years old filled dark bookshelves from the floor to the ceiling on 2 walls. A bay window with curtains that probably cost a fortune filled another. The whole floor was just one giant room. The buzzing stopped and everything went quiet. Jack whistled softly. "Wow, look at this place." He sat down on a dark brown leather couch in the middle of the room. It faced an old wooden desk that made the modern Mac computer on it seem out of place. A painting, probably from the Peters collection, was hung behind the desk. I got closer to look at it. The painting looked like something by Pickman. I checked out how the paint was put on, the colors, brush strokes, and the way things were set up. Dog faces with pointed ears, flat noses, and bloodshot eyes glared at me. If it was a copy or made by someone else, it wasn't obvious. The creatures looked so real, suspended in time like they could jump out at any second. The painting was really well done. I studied the artist's technique again. What if? No, the work was too good. I could never produce an illusion of that quality. But maybe I could paint the monster back into the scene. Sure, an expert could tell if the paint was new, but it only had to fool people until they let Dad go. For a minute, I thought I could do it. But I was kidding myself. I wasn't that great at painting, and I hadn't done it in a long time. I took a picture with my phone anyway. Maybe I could do an illusion. If I practice, it might just work. That's your big idea? Are you kidding? Tuesday is in 2 days. It wasn't a full plan, but now wasn't the time to tell Jack about hunting for the cursed book. Got any better ideas, smarty pants? We should go home and let Aunt Martha deal with it. No way. I didn't want to argue with Jack, and I had to believe an illusion could work. Maybe. If we take the painting, we can't get near Saltzman's. We shouldn't even be here. If we get recognized, it's game over. And you, going all MMA on Chad, didn't help. We have to do something. But illusions, come on. Even if we had it, which we don't, it's a long shot. Someone touches it, poof, your magic act is busted. You suck at illusions. Better than you. And the illusion only needs to hold until Tuesday. We get the painting. How? Jack flinched. You're doing that starry thing with your eyes again. Yeah, I am. Because you're not listening. I'll practice first. Then, when I have the painting, I'll do the ghoul illusion on the canvas. We return it to the gallery, Dad gets out of jail. Simple. We don't know what escaped from that painting. You're assuming it's a ghoul, but it could be any freakish creature. You never saw it before. It was a ghoul, I said, and took the crumpled pamphlet from my jeans pocket. Look, a picture of the gate at St. Patrick's is in Saltzman's brochure. Jack snatched the program. Okay, it's a ghoul. But even if an illusion worked, we can't get the painting. As much as I hated to admit it, we needed Chad's help. That's where Turdface comes in. He can still go to the gallery. Why would he help us? Did you see the shock on his face when I said we could fix the painting? Jack shook his head. Me neither. He wasn't surprised. You were sitting on his chest with a blade to his throat. A spiky pain poked inside my skull. The humming returned, and I stumbled forward as if something pulled on my strings again. My head ached. I pressed my palms into my forehead. Shut up a minute. Rubbing my temples, I squeezed my eyes shut, then opened them again. I scanned the room, searching for a possible source for such a powerful presence. Something's here, I said. The tug in my stomach drew me to the bookshelf as if being pulled by a magnet. Jack joined me in front of the case. I don't sense anything. Well, you're dull-headed. I dragged my fingers along the spines of a few classics on the shelf at eye level. Magical surges started and stopped as if trying to break through an unseen barrier, wrestling and clawing its way to the surface. Dozens of old grimoires and spellbooks, monster guides, and bestiaries filled these shelves. Positive proof in my mind that Chad was not innocent. He knew exactly what was going on. Jack crouched to examine the texts on the bottom shelves. The tug returned. I reached to an upper shelf, 3 from the top as far as I could stretch. My fingers tingled and I pulled away. That's weird. I stood on tiptoes for a better view of the books. The humming increased. Near the end of the shelf, a tan leather-bound spine lacked lettering. I touched the soft cover, and a tiny pulse of electricity jolted me, like my dagger, but different. The magical signature vanished. What the? All monsters and magic down here, Jack said. Huh? Oh, the books. The painting behind the desk is a Pickman. I eyed the high shelf again, then walked back around the desk and ran my fingers over the oil paint. It's not a fake or another artist. The brushstrokes and lifelike creatures may as well be Richard's fingerprint. What if they're the same person? Jack jumped up. I was going to say stolen. He stalked across the room. That's what's been bugging me ever since I saw the name Elliot Peters. Lovecraft wrote that Richard rented the studio under the name Peters. That can't be a coincidence. He ran his hand through his hair. Explains how Chad used the dagger and how monsters were trapped in the Peters painting. The dagger burst into existence in my mind. What are you doing in here? Trying to destroy another piece in my collection? Chad's voice made me jump like a dummy. Heat flushed across my cheeks. We destroyed nothing. And you know that's a Pickman painting, right? I know no such thing. I crossed my arms and glared at the jerk. Give me my dagger. Chad narrowed his eyes but made no move to return my property. Jack sat on the sofa, swung his feet onto the coffee table, and put his hands behind his head, leaning back in his nonchalant way. We can fix your painting, but you need to get it from Saltzman's. Why would I help you? Because you need us, Jack said. You retrieve the painting and you keep the dagger. What? Bargaining away my weapon was not part of the plan. I don't need your permission to keep the blade, Chad said. I found it. Stole it, I said. No, you clumsily lost it. I found it and saved you. Now it's mine. No, it's not. Chad pulled the dagger out of his sweatshirt pocket, tossed it in the air, and caught the hilt expertly. Not a chance. Besides, possession is 9/10 of the law. He slipped my dagger into his shirt. I rushed forward, but Jack was up and grabbed me before I punched Chad in his nose. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. It was hard. Blood raced through my ears, growing louder. The tug in my belly ached, and the constant hum rising from the bookshelf made my teeth hurt. "Clearly," Jack said, "you're aware of the monster world. You knew what to do when the shadow creature escaped." He returned to his lounging position on the sofa. I crossed my arms to stop my fist from flying at Chad's face. "What else is in this room? A weapon? Demon trap? What?" Both boys gawked as if I'd sprouted an extra nose. "Seriously, no one hears it?" Ignoring me, Chad sat in the oversized chair behind the desk, leaned back and put his hand behind his head, mirroring Jack. "Your point?" Jack glanced at me but returned his attention to Chad. "My point is, if you help us get the painting the cops accused our dad of ruining so we can put it right, you can keep the weapon." "No, he can't." Jack gave me a vicious glare. "How will you supposedly fix it? The paint literally walked off the canvas." Then, my stupid brother told him everything. The ghouls, Richard Pickman, my illusion spells. Everything. It obviously got the dagger thief's attention, but he played stupid, and the part fit him. "Let me get this straight," Chad said. "First, you want me to believe your insane story. Ghouls are real, and Richard Pickman, a fictional character, is real and my great-great-grandfather. For craps and laughs, let's pretend I believe you. How does creating a temporary illusion on my painting long enough to get your father out of jail benefit me? I mean, yeah, you'll let me keep the dagger, but I have it already. And there's not much you can do about it. And there's still the matter of my property your dad ruined." "He did no such thing," I said. "For all we know, you helped the old geezer ghoul." Chad leaned forward and tapped his fingers on the shining desktop. "I want to see them." "See what?" Jack asked. "The ghouls, the gates, the underbelly, all of it. Show it to me and I'll get you the painting." Jack took his feet off the table. "How?" "Open the gate and—" "No, how will you get the painting?" Chad smiled. "That's easy. Moscova has a soft spot for the green stuff. Cool, hard cash." "Fine," Jack said. "Done." "And," Chad said, pushing the chair away from the desk, "you fix the painting permanently. No temporary illusion. If the monsters escaped, catch them and put them back." Jack bolted upright. "That's not possible." The corners of Chad's mouth drew upward, but only for a moment, then straightened into a line like a thin piece of spaghetti. "If Richard Pickman did it," he said, "and you have all these talents, it should be easy. Do whatever he did and put the ghoul back. Restore my painting and your dad will be free. Everyone's happy." "No." Jack headed for the door. "No deal. It's your father's prison sentence. No skin off my binding." Jack's hands balled into fists at his side. Then his shoulders slumped. "Even if we wanted to," he said, "we couldn't." That may not be true. Although I hated agreeing with the thieving bonehead, I said, "Fine, I'll do it."
Chapter 20. Jack, the Turd-Faced Bargain. Jack stomped down the front steps of the brownstone. The sky was a brilliant blue overhead with a shining sun that failed to warm his skin. A gust of wind whipped through the street, tossing an empty coffee cup down the sidewalk. It tumbled and rolled, knocking into the side of his boot. Andi was out of control. She and Chad created a plan, one that would never work. Chad agreed to bribe a security guard to steal the painting from Saltzman's if Jack opened a ghoul gate and Andi put the ghoul back into the canvas for real. And his know-it-all sister agreed. She'd bargained to get her dagger back, too. Jack opens a gate. Chad hands over the painting. Andi restores it. Chad hands over the dagger. There was nothing about the bargain Jack liked, and no way would he allow his sister to go through with such an irresponsible, dangerous, hair-brained, half-concocted plan. We're going home. No, Andi said. We agreed. I agreed to an illusion, not trying to recreate Richard's ghoul trapping. Andi rolled her eyes and stuck out her tongue. Real mature, Jack said. I promised Mom we'd go back to Aunt Martha's, and we're going. You promised. I didn't. Besides, what if Martha can't do anything? We don't have much time, and my way, the problem gets solved with time to spare. Your way is crazy and impossible. Besides, I don't trust him. Something is off about Chad Peters. You don't trust anyone. He just wants to see the underbelly for himself. Now she was defending Chad? And that house? Jack glanced at the brownstone. Is double warded. Double. No way Andi was that dense. Didn't you notice the salt lines on the windowsill in the stairwell? Or across the thresholds? Or the iron inlay? It's as warded as our place. Were you paying attention at all? Were you? There's a massive magical signature coming from the house. I didn't feel anything. I did. But of course you don't trust me either. Do what you want, but I'm staying here and helping Dad. How will you paint the ghouls back into the painting? We don't even know how. We find the book. No, I forbid it. Andi burst out laughing. Nice try, bird brain. I'm serious. You're such an idiot. I'm not trapping a ghoul, I'm doing an illusion. What? Dull-headed. Andi sighed. I told Chad I'd put the ghoul back to convince him to get us the painting. Then I'll do the illusion. It only needs to last long enough for the turd brain to hand over my dagger. It doesn't need to make it all the way back to the gallery. Problem solved. What about Dad? No painting, no evidence. Dad comes home. We return the dagger to Aunt Martha. Life goes back to normal. Don't you think that's worth staying one more day? Jack had to admit it wasn't a terrible plan. Only one problem. What happens when Chad realizes the ghoul trapping was an illusion? He could return the painting to the gallery. Not without implicating himself in its disappearance? Jack nodded. I thought it through. Okay, Jack said. But if anything goes wrong or the illusion doesn't work, we leave, without the dagger. Yup, once Chad gets the painting from Saltzman's, Dad is home free. All there was left to do was wait for Chad's text, and they'd meet at Trinity Churchyard. Jack still didn't like it, but like it or not, there was no arguing with Andi when she was in a mood.
Chapter 21. Andi, the Pickman. Legacy and Painting Predicaments. Leaving the city without my dagger. Not happening. Only a day had passed since the fiasco at Saltzman's, and Jack insisted we lay low until Chad texted. Taking a chance someone would recognize us from the news would ruin our plans. So I spent the afternoon frantically practicing my illusions in the hotel room. I made it look as if my coat still hung on the desk chair, but when Jack sat, it disintegrated. So did the image of my crossbow on the floor. Using the pictures from the exhibition program, I added a ghoul to the skyline print hanging over the bed. It looked impressive. Unfortunately, when Jack ran a hand over the monster, it blinked out of existence. I recreated all the scenes in the pamphlet, making the hotel into a monster's den. None of them survived being touched. I fell into the chair and flung my head back, exhausted. This is pointless. I swiveled in the chair and pressed my forehead against the cold desk. I was wasting time. I should have been looking for the book. As soon as Chad took the canvas from me, he'd know I tricked him, and I'd never get my dagger back. I needed it. Lovecraft's leather-bound journal sat next to the phone beneath the lamp. I flipped the book open and combed through the history of the Necronomicon for the 100th time, still trying to figure out how the writers tracked or sensed the book. Why did Dad think it was in the locations he'd crossed out? How'd he track it? Did he sense it? Was that even possible? I mean, I'd heard stories. If I knew how or why he thought it was in NYC, then maybe I could find it. But Jack was right. Fixing the paintings for real was a crazy idea. and impossible without the book. Still, I couldn't shake the feeling that maybe I could paint the creatures. Maybe I could. I stared at the ghoul illusion clawing at the window, glowing buildings set against a purple-gray sky as its backdrop. The giant window looked like a big canvas. I glanced at the clock, expecting Jack to return soon. He insisted on updating Mom on our progress, but refused to talk in front of me. He promised to keep my agreement to restore the painting a secret, even though I was only doing an illusion. I didn't need her freaking out, too. She should have understood, but the last time we talked about my art, she agreed with my father. Creating was too tempting when you have access to magic. I remembered the day I learned that rule didn't apply to Mom. When Jack and I had stepped into the downstairs hallway on that morning, our mother's raised voice scared us. We hurried up the stairs, unaccustomed to the angry sounds, worrying something was wrong. When I pushed through the apartment door, I froze. Mom's face was red, and she gripped a letter in her hand. "I want to go, Thomas," she said. "I've worked hard to be accepted. It's fully funded and offers a stipend. I can work at a small firm while I'm in the program." "You know how I feel, Lily," my father said. Mom always wanted to write stories, and with all she'd seen and done hunting with my father, she had plenty to write about. I could use all our experiences. "So, you'll do what Lovecraft did? Pretend it's all fiction?" She winced. "It's not like that, Thomas. Art, including writing, is dangerous. Haven't you seen for yourself? Look at what the arts put our family through. Geez, you can't blame art for what one crazy nutjob ancestor did? It's too dangerous for a Pickman." I'm not a Pickman. I was rooted to the spot, stuck inside the doorframe, afraid to enter and terrified to back out. My father's face drained of color. His lips moved, but nothing came out. I'd never forget the look on my dad's face that day. Geez, why am I thinking about this now? I wiped my eyes with the back of my sleeve. "Focus, Andi. Illusions. Do 'em again." It was full dark when Jack burst through the hotel room door, holding up his phone. "Trinity Church, 20 minutes. He says he's got the painting." I didn't tell Jack all my illusions failed.
Chapter 22. Jack, a deal gone ghouly. Chad retrieved the painting from the gallery but didn't bring it to Trinity as promised. Instead, he showed Jack pictures on his phone of the gates at St. Patrick's resting on the gleaming desk in his study. A news article with the date was open in the browser on the Mac's screen. It reminded Jack of what kidnappers do when asking for ransom. He refused to open the gate without the painting. "It's not my father sitting in a prison cell," Chad said, looking smug with his arms crossed over his chest. "You have the painting. You removed the evidence, so he'll be out soon enough." Chad shrugged. "I'll have Moskova smuggle it back inside. Or better yet, I won't. Who do you think the gallery will blame for its disappearance? Me or the two kids who terrorized patrons yesterday? Especially after the anonymous tip I left, ensuring they come to that conclusion." Jack stalked through the graveyard, kicking at the stones until he reached the spot. "This is it," he said, pointing to the marble slab. "Seriously? Doesn't look like anything special, just a worn-down old stone." "It's the entrance," Andi said. "Feel it." Chad set his hand against the marble and yanked it back as if it burned. "It's freezing." "Exactly," Jack said. "Open it." Of all the harebrained ideas and plans his sister had come up with, this was by far the worst. It was pure nuts. Chad crossed his arms over his chest. "Open it." "Fine, you take your peek. Then we go straight to your place and get the painting." "And," Andi said, "you hand over the dagger." "Yeah, you do your little trick and I'll return the blade." Jack pulled the amulet from beneath his shirt, took a deep breath, and chanted. But before he uttered the second line, a ghoul slipped between the gravestones to his right and disappeared into the shadows. "What the heck?" Andi had her throwing rings in hand even before Jack pulled his sword. The dog-faced bone muncher scampered behind a hedge at the steps of the sleeping church, clawed fingers scraping along the stone path. It bounded from shadow to shadow, all lean ligaments and cartilage. Lifting its leathery face to the sky, it sniffed the air. Jack stepped forward. "What are you doing here?" He recognized this ghoul from the tattered old-time clothes it wore. He glared at Andi. "You said the rest of the feeding's ghouls were stuck." "They were," Andi said, lifting her weapons. She tossed a ring, but the mangy-looking thing ducked, and the metal clinked into the side of the building. "Quick," Chad said. "Open the gate. We'll trap it inside." Jack shouted the words and pulled. The stone slab covering the underground slid open like a trap door. In the deep hole, stars twinkled against the darkness. A low howling bellowed through the graveyard, the sound seeping up through the open grave carried into the cold night on a gust of decaying hot air. The ghoul recovered, and in one bound leaped into the dark opening. "Too easy," Chad said, lips pulling up in a mock smile. He hopped through the opening and shouted the Latin-rooted words to seal the ghoul gate. The words seemed to hang there for a moment before the underbelly sucked the teen deep down into the darkness. Then the stone shifted and closed over him. Jack stared at the marble grave marker in disbelief. When he regained his senses, he attempted to open the gateway, but it didn't budge. The sealing spell Chad used must have ensured he alone could unseal it. Jack and Andi couldn't follow. They had no painting, no dagger, and Chad had vanished into the underbelly. Chapter 23. Jack. The book hunt begins. Lying weasel. Andi tugged on the sealed stone. Jack wanted to toss a clump of dirt at his sister's head. He sank to the ground next to the sealed gate. The dirt felt frozen beneath him. He took a deep breath, inhaling the smell of freshly dug graves, earth and moss and compost. He considered their situation. Could things be worse than before? They could be. Actually, no, they really couldn't. "We need to get the painting," Andi said. "We don't." Jack brushed the dirt from his jeans. "It's time to head home. Mission accomplished. Saltzman's doesn't have the painting. Dad is in the clear. Let's get our things and head for the Port Authority." "Dad's not in the clear. You heard what Chad said." "He's lying." "What if he's not?" Jack strolled through the iron gates into the cold city streets. More reason to get out of Manhattan. Andi jogged to catch him. "We should get the painting, find the book, and restore it for real. I'll figure out which spell Richard used and—" "Are you crazy?" Jack whirled to face his sister. "What are our choices? If we do nothing and Chad doesn't return the painting to Saltzman's, Dad gets out of jail, but the police will be looking for us. If he's telling the truth, and he's not reliable. Either way, we go to the Turdface's house and take the painting so Moskova can't smuggle it back into the gallery. We make sure it stays missing." "You want to steal it? That's a terrible idea." "You can't steal something that belongs to you. If Elliot Peters and Richard Pickman are the same person, then those are Pickman paintings, and they're ours. That's not how it works. If he returns the unfixed paintings, Dad stays in jail, not an option." Jack picked up the pace. No way this was happening, even if Andi was making a degree of sense. They were not breaking into Chad's place. Andi appeared next to him. "Our only chance," she said, "is to finish what Dad started. He had to be looking for the book to fix the paintings. New York was next on his list. Pickman's copy is here." Jack cringed. The skin book. Spit dried in his mouth. He swallowed. The skin book was what some called Pickman's Necronomicon, the only English-language copy. The leather bindings were made from the skin of the witch who brought the knowledge over to the colonies. She instructed her family upon her death to use her skin for the cover and write the Necronomicon's secrets in her blood. It's the worst of the worst. Indestructible, self-cloaking, and infused with powerful blood magic. and the words readable only by a Pickman. The witch was their 8 times great-grandmother. She was hanged on the gallows in Salem, and their family carried out her wishes. "It may not exist anymore," he said. "Dad tracked it here. We need to find it. In a city with 9 million people? We're not searching for the book. The painting is out of the gallery. Dad will be fine. No one's looking for us. We're going home." They walked in silence, made a right on the avenue, and descended the stairs into the subway. Andi was quiet as they waited, which worried Jack. A uniformed officer strolled across the platform. Crap bags. He glanced at the officer, his sister, the booth, and back toward the stairs. Then he lowered his head and didn't make eye contact. He tried reassuring himself that Chad didn't blame them for the missing painting, and the police weren't after him and Andi. It didn't help ease the anxiety twisting up his insides. The train rumbled into the station. When the doors opened, Jack grabbed Andi's wrist and pulled her onto the subway car. His heart raced. The doors slammed shut, and the train darted into the dark underground tunnel. Jack cursed himself for letting Chadwell Peters get under his skin. Too restless to sit, he leaned his back against the handrail in the center of the car and crossed his arms. Andi sat and stared at him. "What's wrong with you?" "Nothing." "Right, I've been thinking. If we can't find Pickman's copy, we could get a look at the one in the Harvard Widener Library. That copy's in Greek and no one's seen it, remember? When's the last time someone looked?" Jack rubbed his temples. "It's in Boston. We're not. Nikki can go to Cambridge and—" "No!" Andi's fingers moved across her phone screen. "She won't mind." "You can't. I mean, what would you even tell her?" "The truth." "No, make something up." "I'm not lying to her. If monsters are roaming Boston and her best friend is about to go to jail, she should know." "Why? So she can be afraid of things she can't defend herself against? She'll have nightmares about monsters she can't see coming." Andi shrugged. "Maybe." Jack grabbed for Andi's phone, but she shoved it behind her back. "Andi, you can't say anything." Regular people were useless in their battles. They couldn't help, and telling them the truth could get them hurt. And Nikki was the last person Jack wanted hurt. He couldn't tell Andi that, of course. It'd be too weird, but he wouldn't put Nikki in danger, not if he could help it. Jack sat down across from Andi. "Fine," he said. "I'll help look for Pickman's copy. If it comes to that, just keep Nicole out of it. Chad was blowing smoke out his pie hole." The doors opened at their stop, and Jack followed Andi off the train. Confident he was safe from keeping that promise, Jack bounced up the stairs leading to the subway exit across from the hotel. He stepped into the night air and froze. Red and blue lights flashed atop 2 police cruisers parked out front. Lights reflected off the glass doors, casting splashes of color on the asphalt. Officers talked to the clerk behind the desk in the lobby. Andi jabbed him in the ribs. "Blowing smoke out his pie hole, huh?" Chapter 24. Jack, Times Square. Trouble. The night went from bad to worse. Jack's stomach felt heavy and his ears rang. The air was warm and stale and nasty. They couldn't go back to the hotel because the police were there, which made the Port Authority and a bus ticket to Boston out of the question. And they'd abandoned the history of the Necronomicon, along with the rest of their gear, in the room. Chad told the truth. Saltzmans blamed Jack and Andi for the missing painting. Andi was right. Doing nothing wasn't an option. They needed to find a way to save Dad and clear their names too. They rode the subway to Times Square and sat in the bleachers facing the mega screens. It was the one place that would be jam-packed with people at 9 o'clock at night. They could blend in with the crowd. But then what? He leaned his elbows on his knees and put his face in his hands. And as if Andi read his mind, she said, "We get the painting, find the book, get back to Boston, and repeat Richard's spell. When it's good as new, we drop it at Saltzman's, anonymously." "First," he said, "it's dangerous. Second, we don't have the book, so we don't have the spell, and it's dangerous. The history of the Necronomicon said the book emanated a power pulse when one with the ability to sense it was within its proximity. Jack groaned. Was it possible? Maybe. Even if we had the book, Jack said, how do you propose we find or catch the escapees? You let them get away. We don't. Great. Andi was making even less sense. So how do we trap a ghoul without catching it first? We don't, she said again. We're not calling up underbelly creatures like Richard did. He couldn't control them. I'm not suggesting that. Good, because we're not going into the underbelly either. Andi slammed her palm on the bleacher. Listen, what if we released one from another canvas and transfer the monster to the painting Dad is accused of ruining? There's a buttload of paintings in our basement and a massive mural of monsters. We let out a ghoul. You hold it with a trapping spell while I cast the imprisonment. It should work. We don't know how to release them, and we don't have the cursed book. Jack lifted his head and took in Times Square. People bustling, the jumbo screens, flashing words, advertisements, and street performers banging on bongos. Across Broadway, an M&M man jumped around waving giant white hands. And, he said, we'll never find it in this city. We'll need the dagger. Enough with the dagger. Andi ignored him. When the blade hit the canvas, a shadow creature slid out. Think about it. I bet the dagger is like a key. I don't know how it works, but if it does, we only need to pierce the painting. That should release the ghouls. We don't have the dagger. So, Captain Obvious, we go get it. Jack grit his teeth. His knees trembled. Andi was making it hard to keep his cool. Steal a painting, find a non-existent book, and chase a fool into the underbelly to get a stupid dagger back? That shouldn't be hard. People sitting nearby stared. He'd raised his voice even over the roar of the crowd and noise of the city. Andi jumped up all wide-eyed and crazed-looking. Exactly. And I know where the book is. It's in Chad's study. She marched down the stadium benches. Jack darted after her. No, no, no. She weaved through the crowd without slowing and stormed toward the subway station. Jack followed down the steps, fumbled with his MetroCard, and pushed through the turnstile as if chasing a runaway toddler. Andi stalked to the edge of the platform and peered into the dark tunnel. Jack halted beside her, sucking in a big gulp of stuffy, roasted nut-filled air. We're not, he said, trying to sound calm and authoritative. Going to Brooklyn. Chapter 25. 25. Jack and Andi climbed across the low rooftops behind the row of brownstones. In the small concrete yards, barbecues and tables lingered unused. They crept into Chad's backyard. Andi knocked into a flower pot set against the sidewall. Shh. What time is it? Andi asked, her white teeth glowing in the dark. Almost 11. The attic light went out in the adjacent building 15 minutes before. We should wait 10 more minutes before going in. If they were going to go ahead with the plan, they needed to climb. They moved along the back of the building, keeping close to the walls and inside the shadows. They would have only one shot to get the painting and the book if it was there like Andi thought, and they couldn't mess it up. Against the back of the wall, a thick black iron gutter pipe attached to the building. Jack pointed upward. We have to climb up the pipe, he said. It runs right next to the window. That's the wrong window, Andi said. The study had curtains. That one has mini blinds. No, the next floor. How are we supposed to scale the pipe? It's all crooked. The gutter zigged and zagged and teetered to the left. This is our best chance at getting in with no one seeing us. You think Chad came back here? Jack didn't want to think too much. Not about climbing to a fourth-floor window or that backstabbing, two-faced, useless waste of monster hunter blood. Nah, he's run off with ghouls. Andi nodded and pulled 2 ski masks from her bag. We'll need these. They'll help us blend into the dark. Jack took a ski mask and tucked it into his belt. Better not climb with it on, though. Right, Andi said. Time. 11, sharp. You want to go first? No way, I'll go after you. Jack wished he could say climbing up the building brought back good memories of schoolyard play and climbing walls, but the truth was he wasn't fond of heights. Ever since Susie Sorrentino shoved him off the big slide during recess in the first grade and he toppled and landed on his head, he didn't care much for heights or any place with an elevation higher than a step stool. Still, he grabbed onto the pipe and began inching upward toward the fourth-floor window. The pipe was wide enough for Jack to lock his arms around it, and the clamps attached to the building gave him somewhere to place his feet. It was like climbing a rock wall at a fair. But it was cold and rusty, and he had no harness to stop him from crashing to his death. Deep breaths, he told himself. Don't look down. Then he wondered why people advised you not to look down. Because the minute he had the thought, his eye flickered to his sister scaling the pipe effortlessly below. Wind whipped across his face, chilling the drops of sweat beading on his forehead. His stomach felt as if he were already plummeting to the cement. He gritted his teeth, closed his eyes for a moment, opened them, and didn't look down again. Not until he reached the windowsill. The top of his sister's head banged into the sole of his boot. Watch it, Jack said. You trying to knock me off? Sorry. He pushed upward on the window. It didn't budge. The old pane seemed as if someone had painted it shut. Pulling the pocket knife out of his jeans, Jack hoped the window wasn't locked. He didn't want to break it and take the chance of waking the neighbors. Their whole plan hinged on getting in and out of the house undetected. If they failed, they would be sitting alongside their dad by morning. Jack scraped at the paint and pried years of crumbled caulking free. The old window wasn't painted shut. Someone had caulked it, probably to make it airtight. He worked at the seal, pulling himself higher to scrape at the sides of the window. What are you doing? Andi asked. Hurry. It's stuck. I'm trying to cut through the layers. Luckily, the gunk was old and soft and fell away easily. But it took longer than Jack expected. He tried pushing the window up again and cursed at its stiffness. With another push, something loosened. The effort caused the pipe to swing to the right, and Andi let out a little yelp. Shh. He pushed the window open and swung his leg over the sill. Another moment and he was inside, reaching his hands out to grasp his sister's wrist. He pulled her up through the window. They stood in the shadowy library, waiting for their breath to slow and legs to stop shaking. Andi leaned on the gleaming desk and must have hit the mouse because the blue glow of the Mac came to life. Dang it! Jack ducked below the window. On the gleaming wood was a smallish rectangular shape wrapped in a thick blue cloth. Andi slid the package off the desk and sank to the floor. She unwound the fabric. Be careful, Jack said, switching on his penlight. The beam splashed across the ruined painting. Set in front of a familiar ghoul gate was the white outline of a monster. Andi touched the raw canvas. St. Patty's, she whispered. Their father had gone to check out St. Patty's. Hot tears blurred Jack's vision and threatened to run down his face. He scrubbed at them with his palm. We'll get you out, Dad, Jack whispered, not trusting his voice. Take this. Andi handed him the painting. Jack rewrapped the canvas in the indigo cloth, took off his coat, and folded it around the bundle. It would be awkward to climb out the window carrying it, but he was relieved it was small enough. When most people picture paintings hanging in a gallery, they envision something huge. But St. Patrick's Gates was tiny, like the Mona Lisa, and he could tuck it beneath his arms. Shut off the light, Andi said. I'll find the book. You watch the door. You know this is a terrible idea, right? Between the climb, that cursed book, and chasing Chad into the underbelly, there's a good possibility we'll die. Great, thanks for that. Check the drawers. Why? Just do it. Jack tugged on the handle. It's locked. Open it, doofus. He was unaccustomed to their new life of crime, but he made fast work of the spell and opened the lock. He rummaged through a pile of junk inside the drawer. "What am I looking for?" Andi shrugged. Something caught Jack's eye. 2 old pieces of parchment shoved way in the back. He slid them out of the drawer and set them side by side on top of the desk. The black and white renderings had a bluish glow from the computer light. They were charcoal sketches of a woman. She wore no clothes, but that wasn't what got Jack's attention the most. In one drawing, the woman had a tail. Beneath the picture it said, "The beautiful Vera Endicott, before," and written below the completely human-looking girl with no tail. Endicott, after. "Nude pictures, really?" Andi's voice made Jack jump. "No, I mean, yeah, not exactly. These are weird." Andi examined the pictures and shivered. "Gross. Put them back." Jack slipped the pictures back into the drawer and used magic to relock it. "Get the book and let's go." Andi had been confident that what she'd sensed was the Necronomicon, but Jack had sensed nothing odd when they first sat alone in the library. Then, as if it just popped into existence, a buzzing like a swarm of flies filled his ears, and a tingling metallic taste exploded on his tongue. A power, magically strong but wrong somehow, filled his senses. "Hurry," he said. Jack watched as Andi methodically searched the shelves until her hand jerked back as if shocked from a book on an upper shelf. She recovered and then reached for the book again. This time, the tan leather-bound tome successfully slid from its place into Andi's hand. With a triumphant grin, she shoved the book inside her jacket. "Got it." Andi held her hands toward the shelf. The air around her fingers shimmered like heat rising from the asphalt in the summertime, making the books on the shelf appear hazy. Then a glow formed in the space she had slid the text from. It widened and stretched upward to reach the top of the shelf. Then the haze cleared. Andi did it. She created a perfect illusion. Unless someone tried to pluck a dusty old book from the case, no one would know the difference. With the ruined painting tucked beneath Jack's arm and the cursed book inside Andi's coat, they backtracked to the window. They were about to climb out onto the pipe when a glow extended up the building, and a murmur of voices filled the silence. The neighbors had started a cozy fire in the adjacent yard. The couple sat in front of the flames, wine glasses in hand, and a bottle set on the table between them. The guys stretched a blanket over their legs. Jack ducked. He tugged the ski mask from his belt. "Better put these on in case someone sees us." The thing was hot, scratchy, and the eye cutouts were hard to see through. But they had to protect their identities. Their faces were already splayed across the news, which would make it easy even for a wine-filled, love-struck couple to recognize them. "We can't go back through the window." "How are we supposed to get out of here?" "Front door?" It was a bad idea, but they had no choice. They crept into the hallway across the plush carpet and tiptoed down the stairs, thankful the house was suspiciously free of creaks and groans. Nothing moved or stirred. It was as quiet as a tomb. They crossed the glossed wood floor in the foyer. On the keypad next to the door, a red light blinked. An alarm. Jack looked to the right through the parlor and thought about a back door, but they couldn't take a chance of the neighbors seeing them, and he'd bet it was wired too. "Basement?" Andi whispered, pointing to a door next to the stairway. "Probably locked." Jack reached for the deadbolt. "Run for it?" "Absolutely." Andi smiled. There was definitely something wrong with his sister. He took a deep, shaky breath. "Ready?" Andi asked. Jack nodded and twisted the lock. The bolt slid and clanked open. It seemed to echo through the house. They froze, and when no one came charging down the stairs, Jack smiled too. He flung the door open. "Go, go!" They bolted down the stoop, feet pounding on the pavement, the house alarm shrieking after them. Jack looked back every few seconds. A dark figure emerged from the house and stepped onto the sidewalk a moment before they rounded the corner and charged into the cold night air. He could see tomorrow's headlines streaming past his eyes. Thieves break into Brooklyn brownstone to steal stolen paintings and infamous fictional book.
Chapter 26. Andi. Ghoulish disguises and underbelly surprises. Turning the page, I glanced ahead and then fixed my eyes on the letters. I bumped into someone. "Excuse me," I said, rubbing my elbow, and continued walking. "Close the book and watch where you're going," Jack said. "I have to locate the spell. Finding Chad and getting to Boston won't do much good if it's not here." "Yeah, but you said excuse me to a lamppost." We rounded the corner at Prince Street and faced the old St. Patrick's Church, where the ghoul gate we planned to enter waited. Traveling through the underbelly was like taking a shortcut right through the center of the world. Dad had said, a person could lose themselves and never return. St. Patty's giant wooden doors creaked. The sanctuary was empty. We shuffled along the side aisle and into the stairwell leading below. Following the tiled tunnels, we entered the catacombs. Jack flicked on his penlight and flashed it up the red-bricked walls and across the green subway tiles on the ceilings. A few more yards, and we took a sharp right into a passage patrons and tour groups never traveled until we reached the gate at St. Patrick's. It looked exactly as it did in the painting. A low brick ledge surrounded what appeared to be a well. It was covered with an iron disc. I shrugged off my coat. "Undress and open the gate." "Why?" "We need to disguise ourselves as ghouls. Inside, we roll in the dirt and then lope through the underbelly, slumping like they do." I wore leggings and spandex underlayers beneath my clothes, which helped me look more ghoul-like with skinny knees and bony arms. Dragging ourselves through the grimy tunnels and along the filthy walls would make my clothes gray and nasty. Definitely ghoulish. That doesn't explain why I need to undress. "Your pants are all baggy. You'll never pass as a ghoul. You need to look bony." Jack huffed, but he removed his scabbard and slung it over his neck and shoulder baldric style, then stripped out of his jeans down to his long johns. "And if we run into ghasts, or nightgaunts?" "Run." Ghasts aren't afraid of ghouls or the giant gugs. The thought of those foul, cannibalistic creatures made my stomach drop and twist and flip upside down. "So we could lose the book or the painting, and how are we supposed to find Chad?" "Just be careful with the canvas. I won't lose the book. I bound it to me. And as for that turd goes, we'll find him. I'll be able to feel the dagger in the underbelly. So, spellbind the painting. We can't take any chances." While Jack worked out the binding ritual, I sat cross-legged, back pressed against ice-cold bricks of the ghoul gate with the Necronomicon opened in my lap. No one had read the pages in 100 years, and yet the words were crisp. The skin pages were cracked and flimsy, and I worried about them ripping. Skin pages. I shivered. Yuck. Jack secured the wrapped painting beneath his arm and hovered over my shoulder. "Does it say how to get the bone muncher back into its prison?" I nodded, rereading the text. "It's fairly simple. I could do it with the right ingredients. The hardest part is the paint. The first time you enchant it, you must blend the painter's blood and creature's blood into the mixture and then join them. It's like a binding spell. Then, the artist must create an image that closely resembles the creature. That's like sympathetic magic. I can do this," I said without looking away from the page. Then, yikes. Jack crouched next to me. "What?" I slammed the book shut. It's like a cross between an execrate spell and a demon trap to imprison it within the canvas. And it can create a connection between the bound creature and the caster. I didn't say that part aloud and hoped Jack hadn't seen it. Aunt Martha taught me about bindings and sympathetic magic, but I'd attempted nothing like what was in the book. It was a powerful form of magic that binds a target to an object or image somewhat similar. Similar. It hadn't occurred to me that the spell would not require an exact replica. Similar, like an illusion. I could do that. Blood magic joining an execration? Whoa, Andi. Jack grabbed my hand and pulled me up. That's not much different from demon traps or witch jars. It's not execration exactly. Gooseflesh broke out across my arms. Aunt Martha considered execration dark magic. It involved using the representation to erase a creature from the world, ours and theirs. No, I wouldn't do that. I would banish it, trap it inside the paint. Dangerous, Jack said. But it could work. As long as no one breaks the spell or peels the paint with my dagger, the prison should be secure. Safe enough to leave for Saltzman's staff to find. I'm not talking about the painting. The casting isn't safe. It's too much magic. Captain Obvious picked that moment to be annoyingly right. If we stay inside a protective circle, we'll be fine, I said more confidently than I felt. Jack shook his head. Even with the circle, you're talking about releasing a ghoul with a dagger that we don't have. Using a trapping spell long enough to get blood from an angry monster. Joining your blood with a color palette and sympathetically painting a portrait. And then attempting an insane execration-like ritual. That's like 4 different spells. It would take a whole coven. This is why the book is forbidden. It makes people try crazy things. He ran his hand through his hair. If we're not strong enough, we could die. We have no choice. What would Dad want? He'd want us to be safe. He'd want us to work together. 2 Pickmans are stronger than 1. Maybe even stronger than a whole coven. Dad had used the word dangerous, but stronger sounded like a good synonym. I flashed a reassuring smile. Ready to track down a thieving, distant cousin?
Chapter 27. Jack, plunging into the pit, a topsy-turvy tumble. The thunk of the marble slab popping open echoed through the catacombs. A puff of dust and air rushed up from below as if the underbelly belched. Jack coughed, clearing the particles from his throat. Then he and Andi stepped into the open crypt and started down the stone steps. Hissing and scraping and whispering voices seemed to surround them. They called their destination many things. Dreamlands, underworld, hell, underbelly, twilight world. But it all meant the same thing. A world between the worlds, outside time and space, where nothing was as it seemed. Jack recited the ceiling verses. The tomb closed overhead, pitching them into absolute blackness. Sounds from below floated up on the stale air, the beating of drums and pounding pipes mixed with a monotone whine of flutes. He pressed a hand to the slimy passage wall, bracing himself, and took a deep breath. The air tasted like burned charcoal. Another step. Be careful, it's... The toe of his boot caught on the edge of an uneven step. Jack stumbled, clutched the painting, and tried to grab the wall but couldn't stop. He slipped, banged into Andi, and knocked her over like a domino. They tumbled down and down, and before Jack had the time to worry about falling to their deaths, something caught him tightly beneath the armpits and he swung forward. The bundle fell away. The canvas bounced and clattered. He swore. He had bound it, he thought. What happened to his spell? It should have worked. If he couldn't even bind a stupid painting, how would he bind a ghoul? Andi screamed. He pitched forward and was no longer falling, but spinning and turning and swerving. Jack's eyes adjusted to the dark. Between him and his sister was a terrible outline, a thin, horned, tailed, bat-winged shadow. It flapped thick, silent wings. The night gaunts had them. The membranous wings were cold, dark, and slippery. They plunged downward, whirling into a rush of dank air. It was as if they were falling into a black hole. Jack screamed, again and again, sucking in the ghoulish air and hot mist from the earth's pit. Jack tried to trace their flight path, to memorize each turn, but he couldn't. His father's words floated through his mind. One could lose themselves and never return. He tried to concentrate, think, remember how to backtrack for the painting to the exit. A cold, rubbery arm grabbed his neck and something else his feet. It yanked and swung Jack around. A low light grew overhead, illuminating the monsters. The night gaunt's bodies were black and oily with curved horns, barbed tails, and webbed feet. He struggled, trying to wriggle free of its grasp, but it held steady. Ahead, Andi's feet thrashed in the air. Feral claws clasped around her arms. Something trailed out her back. A faintly glowing cord flapped about like a tail. The book swung from side to side. The tether worked. Had his? He struggled to look back. A gust of wind rushed past Jack's cheeks. And then, the night gaunts landed, setting them on the ground layered with skeletons. The creatures flapped away, leaving Jack and Andi alone in the horror and silence and bones.
Chapter 28. Andi, Cryptic Warnings and Twisted Trees. I scrambled across on a pile of discarded arms, legs, and skulls, totally grossed out. The Necronomicon lay open, its pages humming. I slammed the book closed and scooped it up. Jack fell on me. His elbow jabbed into my rib and knocked the breath from my lungs. I gulped in the dank air and shivered. Where are we? Caves, where the night gaunts live, Jack said. We must have fallen the 700 steps into the cavern of the Gate of Deeper Slumber. A gravelly voice echoed from somewhere in the darkness. Then a dancing green flame burst through the cavern, licking up the sides of two pillars. Shapeless, black things lurked and leered and grinned from the shadows. A tall, thin figure stepped from the darkness. Firelight splashed a sickly green glow across his pale face. He had a long, red, pointed beard and wore a flowing monk's robe. The hood, pulled over his head, flopped across the man's forehead. A crowd of little companion shapes with horns and wings and claws and tails curled and milled about his feet. This is the cavern of flame which exists near to the gates of the waking world, the bearded man said. What is the purpose of this visit? Foolish to enter. My brother stepped forward. We seek passage to Boston, Cop's burying ground gate to the waking world. Do you know it? I know these obscure secrets of the dream world and a few of the waking world. The wood at two places touches the lands of men, though it would be disastrous to say where. The wood? The enchanted wood, but the exact location I cannot say. Why not? I asked. We need to find it. The bearded man looked down at me, green fire flashing in his hooded eyes. Jack put his hand on my wrist and leaned close. Dad told me about this guy. We need a good reason to pass. Jack stepped into a pool of eerie light. We're Pickmans, Jack said. Do you know us? I do. Ghoul hunters. We need to travel to the Cop's Gate. Will you grant us passage? Ghouls feasted topside. They risk exposing your world to ours. Let it be so. Find the gate within the enchanted wood. A dangerous place. There is no way past the Gug sentry, and all who have tried have died. The guy was wrong. My father and uncle had traveled the gates when they were teenagers. We can handle a Gug, I said. Please tell us the way. It is to your own peril. Search the wood to the place where the land's clear and the twisted tree appears. Below the moon tree, the wood obscures the way. This is the place of the gate. You may proceed if you do not fear, or you may still go back, unharmed the way you came. If you advance, remember. He paused, probably for dramatic effect. All that which is forgotten need not necessarily be dead. I freed myself from Jack's grip. What does that mean? Be on your way, the bearded man said. Which way? You haven't told us how to get there. Andi, let's go. No, that wasn't helpful. We need directions. Follow your path, the bearded man said. I will leave you with one last caution. If you require a return to your world, consume nothing from the underworld, lest it consumes you. I eyed Jack. Why are you looking at me? The rumble of his stomach answered that question. And then with a flicker of the priest's wrist, the flaming pillars went dark.
Chapter 29. Jack, a feast of bones. Jack strained to see in the dark, waiting for his eyes to adjust. He reached for his penlight and groaned. No jeans. He'd put it in his coat pocket, which lay somewhere with the lost painting. Behind him, something moved, scampering along the ground. Then a clomping like a horse over dry branches, only slow and without rhythm. Andi screamed. Jack squinted and held out his hands. "Where are you?" "Something touched my foot," Andi said. "It better not be rats." Shadows seemed to shift. Twigs snapped, a scraping, and with a hiss, a torch blazed to life. In the pool of firelight, 2 ghouls stared at them. "Not rats," Jack said. Andi kicked a skull across the ground. The creepy bearded monk guy was no help. Jack clasped his hand over her mouth. "Quiet." Hoping Andi would heed his warning, he released her mouth, reached behind his back, and wrapped his fingers around the hilt of his sword. The ghouls circled. One reached out and touched Jack's arm, but he kept himself under control and didn't flinch. If they had to fight their way out, their odds weren't good. Another ghoul reached for Andi. "Ow! Stop that!" she said. "The jerk pinched me." It reached for Andi again, but she slapped its hand and it recoiled. A slouching figure that looked like a hunched-over old man loped out of the shadows. "Andi?" She cleared her throat and seemed to get taller. "Lead us to the enchanted wood." Jack sucked in a breath. Was she crazy? He wanted to yell, but he gritted his teeth to remain calm and spoke, trying hard not to move his lips. "What are you doing?" "Asking directions." The elderly-looking ghoul tilted his head as if it understood and motioned for them to follow. "Come on," Andi said and grabbed Jack's wrist, pulling him along. "We're not following ghouls. We need to find that turd face. Trust me." The creature disappeared into a burrow, and before he could stop her, Andi sank to her knees and crawled after the old bag of bones in the putrid-smelling dirt. The tunnel opened into a small cavern. The old geezer ghoul from the gallery sat on a faded gravestone. It had shed the trench coat and fedora and was naked and rubbery. "Aw, man," Jack said. "That's nasty. Put on clothes." At Saltzman's, the ghoul's face and body resembled a human's, but something had changed. It seemed more beastly, with piebald skin and muted shades of blues and grays. A large, filmy white spot dominating one eye made it look like a pirate. It grunted and groaned and hacked and coughed. The 3 ghoul escorts bowed before the creature. Jack's stomach tightened. He slid a hand toward his scabbard, careful to move excruciatingly slow, hoping it didn't notice. A bronze-colored blade lay on the ground by the geezer ghoul's feet. It hummed softly, but the magical signature was muted. Too weak to be a Pickman weapon. Andi planted her hands on her hips. "What are you? How did you release the ghouls from the painting? Tell me." The creature grinned, showing pointed teeth. Its unnaturally long tongue waggled between the cracked lips. "You will do," it said in a gravelly voice. "Why are you working with Chadwell Peters? Where's he hiding? He's still down here." The creature seemed to smile but said nothing. Jack's fingers inched closer to the blade, the tips grazing the leather. For once, he was glad Andi rambled on and on. If she kept it distracted, he could take a clean swing. "Tell me the way," Andi said. "Good," Jack thought. "Keep talking." Then, with one smooth motion, he tugged on the hilt. Metal scraped on metal. With the sound of pouring salt, the blade slid from its sheath. Andi whirled. "What are you doing?" He ignored her and stepped forward, sword poised to strike. It would take only a single blow, metal through bone. The creature cackled and wobbled, nearly tipping off the headstone. "You cannot kill. I'll lop your head off." It was laughing. Laughing at him. Heat rushed across Jack's cheeks. That which is not dead can eternally lay, and I am not dead. Yet with stranger eons, Jack said, even death may die. He lunged. It rolled backward off the top of the stone and landed in a crouch. Jack advanced. The creature rose to its full height. It gestured to the ghouls crowding around Andi and pointed a bony finger. Take her. Andi's throwing rings were in her hands, but the elderly ghoul wrapped its bones around her, pinning her arms to her ribs. She thrashed and kicked and dropped the weapons, but couldn't free herself. One ghoul lifted Jack off the ground, holding him high above its head. The sword fell from Jack's hand. The third creature picked up the weapon. Let us go, Jack said. Don't you want to be as strong as these? The geezer ghoul said. Have unlimited bounds? Or do you wish to waste away serving others? Andi kicked her feet at the air. We serve no one. You will serve me nicely. The small ghoul ran into a tunnel across the cavern, holding Andi off the ground as it went. Jack pitched forward in a sequence of jerks and rushes and bumps. The short tunnel was black, but when they emerged from the other side, the underbelly was no longer dark. But it wasn't daylight either. The sky was an angry blood red. The sun, a creepy pus-like color. A pale, tarnished glow hung overhead, too far away to offer warmth. The cold air smelled like rot. The creatures jumped over tombs and boulders. They leapt over the fallen tree trunks with ease, never once missing a step or dropping him or his sister. Andi stopped screaming. Where are you taking us? Jack demanded. But the creature either couldn't hear him or refused to respond. They ran faster and faster and faster, stepping through tangles of weeds and past thin trees heaped with vines. The creatures never seemed to get tired or out of breath. Up ahead, the ghoul tossed Andi in the air, caught her, and set his sister on top of its shoulders without even looking or slowing down. And for one fleeting moment, Jack wished he was strong as a ghoul. Trees thickened as they raced into a dark, looming forest, but a section in front of them was shorter than the rest. His eyes were fixed on the dwarfed trees when Andi's scream caught his attention. And then, she and the ghoul vanished. Andi, Jack yelled, but the rushing wind dragged his words away into the air. The ghoul carrying him picked up speed. Jack spotted the place where Andi disappeared over the edge of a cliff before they dropped 20 feet. Jack's stomach tried to gush out of his throat. He expected to plummet to his death, but instead, they landed with ease and raced farther into the forest. A little farther, and the trees thinned. They emerged into a clearing. The grass was muted and brownish beneath the bloody sky. A group of ghouls huddled around a fire. Jack squinted, trying to adjust his eyes. Bits of trash and gnawed bones littered the ground. A grove of twisted trees grew like sentries around the encampment. Faces twisted in the bark. Jack blinked. Only gnarls and knots. The child-sized ghoul set Andi in front of the gathering. Jack flew in the air, was caught on his way down, handed off to another creature, and tossed on the ground next to his sister. His butt landed on a rock. Jack rolled to the side. Not a rock. A skull. He rose to his knee and pushed to his feet. Trust you, huh? Andi glared at him. Her brows scrunched and eyes narrowed. She wrapped her arms around her stomach as if hugging herself or clutching. Then Jack remembered. The Necronomicon. Shut up. We were fine until you pulled your stupid sword, and we're near the dagger. I can feel it. Jack winced. Andi hadn't noticed he had misplaced the canvas. Once they were free of the ghouls, he'd backtrack. Andi glanced sideways, patted the front of her shirt, and whispered, "The book doesn't like the fire." Before Jack had the chance to ask what that meant, the ghoul holding his sword spoke. "Welcome," it said, and held the sword out to the side. "Welcome." The creatures acted as if they'd invited Jack and Andi instead of abducting them. A larger ghoul led a group forward but said nothing. It regarded them and bit into a small, limp rodent in its claw. The grass shifted. A tiny army of creatures moved among the brown blades circling its feet. Shapes of things he couldn't quite make out dangled in the trees. "They shall be one of us," the leader said. "They require a good meal." The sword-wielding ghoul said, "The finest." The crowd of creatures creeped closer. Jack's heart pounded. He scanned the trees for an escape route. "You want us to become ghouls?" "Yes," the ghoul said. "Strong, fast, and indestructible. We never die. Our strength is endless, never hunger. Our jaws are strong to crunch bones, and tongues long to suck the marrow from the hallows. Once you're one of us, there will be banquets and feasting." Andi gagged. "That's gross." The ghoul ignored her. "We move free in shadows, undetected. Go where we please. Do what we please. Everyone desires to be a ghoul." "Not everyone," Jack said. "We don't want to be one of you." "You do," the leader said. "All want to be like us. Fine food, exquisite drink, more important than mere existence bound to breath. Yes, yes, nothing finer than to be a ghoul. But first, a meal of splendor." A dozen dog-faced creatures gathered around the fire. The speaker faced the group. "Bring the finest food for our guests." The ghouls stared at the commander, looking confused. Their leader said something that sounded more like barking than words. They scurried to the trees, insulting each other and clawing and biting. With its orders obeyed, the leader focused his attention back on Jack and Andi. "You will be one of us." Then it said something about guests and eternal boundaries. Jack's pulse increased. The blood pounded through his ears, drowning out the ghoul's words. He clenched his fists. He wanted to beat it into tiny little pieces of ghoul pulp. His foot moved forward on its own. Andi grabbed his arm. Her eyes were no longer narrow and squinty, but wide open and round like cookies. Fresh baked cookies. His sister shook her head. She said something, but Jack couldn't understand the words. He needed to calm down. Hands opened and closed into fists, once, twice, 3 times. A slow, deliberate, deep breath filled his lungs. The air was different, fresher, less rotting, mossier, green even. It was brighter too, not from the sky, but from the blazing fire. His head swam and vision blurred. A faint scent of something cooking wafted past his nose. The aroma lingered and grew stronger, sweeter. The ghouls spoke, but Jack's ears felt stuffed with cotton. Andi's mouth opened, but no sound came out. Fire crackled. A pig turned on a stick. The ghoul manning the spit leaned over and licked the roasted meat with his long tongue. Jack's stomach rumbled and his mouth watered. When was the last time he had a decent meal? Chapter 30. Jack, the Enchanted Party and Food Frenzy. Jack wandered through the gathering as if in a dream. A fancy dinner party held in a magical forest. Clattering music from wind chimes in the trees. A masquerade ball where all the waiters dressed like rubbery skeletons. They carried silver trays overloaded with delectable treats. Jack dodged and twisted and made his way through the crowd. Was it Halloween? By the fire, a ghoul wearing a once fine suit carved the roast pork and placed slices on a platter. Red punch sloshed in silver goblets decorated with twisted bone fingers. It was a party, but Jack couldn't recall what they were celebrating. He remembered nothing of arriving and had only a faint recollection of Andrea. He scanned the crowd. No sister. No matter. A hostess offered Jack a goblet. He licked his lips. They were dry, so was his tongue and throat. He placed the drink to his mouth. The cup smacked him in the teeth. Hot, Thick, black liquid splashed across his face. The goblet crashed to the ground, spilling the rest of its contents and rolled a few feet away. He started after it. "Don't," Andi said. "Why'd you do that?" "Something's wrong. I'm thirsty and you tossed my drink." A waiter offered Andi appetizers. Olives, vine-ripened cherry tomatoes, and bits of port cheese spiked on toothpicks arranged on individual white cocktail napkins. Before Jack could grab a snack, Andi shooed the server and the food. Fine, whatever. He wanted meat anyway. Jack zigzagged through the crowd, making a beeline for the spit. 3 servers with toothless smiles held large trays of meat at the ready. He reached for a juicy piece. Andi slapped the food from his hand. "Stop it, I'm starving." She shook her head like a crazy person. "Don't eat it. You didn't, did you?" "Not yet." He grabbed a fat lump of sliced meat in his fist. Juices escaped his grasp and dripped in the dirt. He tried to shove the wad into his mouth, but the next thing he knew, his head thumped off the ground. He was on his back with his sister sitting on his chest. The meat was ruined, covered in dirt and twigs and grass. Jack reached out and wrapped his fingers around the mush. Andi had 2 hands clasped around his wrist, slamming his hand repeatedly. How had she tackled him? Pinned him? When did she get this strong? The food, he thought. Yes, that's it, the food. She ate it and wants mine too. He shoved Andi and she tumbled backward. "Get off!" Andi's stomach growled loud enough for Jack to hear, which only strengthened his conviction. She was after his food. He crawled toward his fallen meal, but his sister was on him again. The scrappy twerp. She scrambled over his back, snatched the meat, and hauled it into the trees. Jack lunged and received a swift blow to the gut. She'd kicked him. "Forget it," he growled. "I'm hungry." He searched for more food. His stomach ached. He was starving. "Jack, stop." He didn't. Trays piled high with roast called to him. But his annoying pain in the bull's horn sister tugged and grabbed and pulled. "Why are we at a party with ghouls?" she asked. "You remember how we got here?" "Yes." Jack pulled his arm from Andi's grip. It's an illusion." "I'm not stupid. I would know an illusion, Andrea." Jack watched her face turn shades of red with growing satisfaction. His little sister hated it. He'd call her Andrea until eternity. "Where are we? Remember anything? St. Patty's Gate? Falling down the stairs? The bearded priest? The ghouls," Andrea said. She motioned to their hosts. "These ghouls kidnapping us?" "We weren't kidnapped. It's a party." He stalked toward his target. Those food trays. Andrea yanked his arm. He spun, breathing hard. "Wake up." She smacked him. His cheeks stung and heat raced across his face. He clenched his fists, homed in on his sister, and froze. Tears flowed down her cheeks. "What's happening?" "We have to escape. It's not safe. Remember?" Her voice was pleading. "Remember?" "Boston, Dad, the paintings." A strange look crossed Andi's face. Her eyes searched the ground. "Where's your coat, Jack? The canvas?" Jack shrugged. She kicked him in the shin. "Ow, that hurt. You lost the painting?" "It's a party. Parties are fun. You hang out with your friends. Who told him that?" Jack didn't like parties, but why would he not like a party? He admired the gathering. Parties are great. Andi slipped her arm through Jack's. "Come with me." "Where?" "To get a tray of food. We'll, eat it by the fire like when we camped with Mom and Dad." Finally, food. His sister led him through the crowd of creatures. They told stories about how great it was to be a ghoul. No sickness, no disease. They bragged about pillaging during wars, ravaging catacombs, and the tastiness of plague pits. All it would take was a bite to seal their fate. A drink to wash it down for an easy transformation. New lives, new names. Yes, Jack thought. How great it would be to be a ghoul. A little way from the firelight, Andi set the tray of goodies in the grass. Jack sat in front of the feast and reached for a skewer, but Andi slid the plate closer to her. Remember when Mom and Dad rented the RV for spring break? And Dad tried to save gas by not running the generator? All the food went bad. She tugged the tray closer to her and farther from Jack, taunting him. I'm hungry. Give it. Listen first, Andi said. Remember how the guy in the RV next to us offered to share his food? Dad cooked the meat over the fire. Like this? He reached for the tray, but Andi moved it behind her back. The guy didn't tell Mom and Dad it was a squirrel. What happened when we found out? You puked on my sneakers. She slid the tray into view. What do you see? His stomach grumbled again. Food. Give it. I will. First, close your eyes. Just for a minute. He didn't know why, but lowered his lids. Claws dug into the flesh of Jack's arm. It hurt. Something hummed. Not claws. Andi's nails. Then Jack's ears popped as they do when driving through the mountains. He yawned, trying to clear the clog. Meeps, hoots, and high-pitched squeals pierced his drums. Burned coal, sulfur, and sickly sweet rotting meat assaulted his nose. He gagged on the smell, and his eyes flew open. Ghouls circled them like vultures hovering over roadkill. Andi stared at him. What's going on? A party, one ghoul shouted. The others clucked and barked and made many inhuman sounds. Party? To celebrate you becoming into one of us, a ghoul waiter said. He lowered a tray of skull goblets from above his head and offered one to Jack. Don't worry, it don't hurt. How happy you will be. The liquid stank like bad eggs, rot, and iron. Jack groaned. The food? It was an illusion, a powerful one, and Andi had broken it. He didn't know how she did it, but he saw the truth. The spit with burning flesh. Not pig. The tray of appetizers featured eyeballs and brownish-red masses of unidentifiable mush on the end of thorns. Bile blazed a trail up Jack's throat. He heaved and retched and spit, and hoped he hadn't eaten any. How? What kind of illusion was that? He winced, remembering he had wrestled his sister on the ground for a piece of rotting carrion flesh. He furiously wiped his wet hands on his legs, leaving black streaks. We'll talk about it later. Let's go. Jack lifted a heavy branch from the ground. How many? He whispered. 20, Andi said. Welcome back. Several of the ghouls sang. How happy you'll be, how happy you'll be, when you're a ghoul, just like me. Andi's face was the color of the angry sky. Like you? A ghoul? Foul, disgusting creatures who tried to feed us dead things. And just like that, his sister ruined their element of surprise. You could have let them believe we were still under their spell. The ghoul leader shoved a tray under their chins. The entree looked like swollen, moldy gray sausage, only it was all squiggly and marred with black spots. And no words could describe the stench. Eat, you will be one of us. This way is so much more fun, don't you agree? The onlookers chanted. Yes, this way is best. You don't want to be. Part of the tree. No, I'll not be one of you, Jack said and turned to walk away. The ghoul leader stepped in his path. Eat, you will want to stay. Jack surveyed the surroundings. No one would want to stay in these woods except ghouls. He scanned the trees beyond the clearing. They were all wrong, bending in unnatural ways and sloping at odd angles. He thought of the gnarled faces he had seen earlier and shivered. No safe paths, nowhere to run or hide. They could fight, but the little dog face had his sword and was testing the blade on his buddies by the fire. Jack straightened and pressed his shoulders back. Set us free and we'll let you live. It was worth a try. There was no sense in groveling. If the ghouls wanted to keep them as prisoners, there would be nothing they could do. If Jack could convince the creatures he was dangerous, but the ghouls moved fast. They swarmed around him. Cold claws and sharp nails dug into Jack's skin, and then a ghoul flung him over its stinking shoulders. Another grabbed Andi. Somewhere overhead, the night gaunts made harsh squawks as if sounding an alarm. At the edge of the clearing, inside the ring of gnarled trees, the ghouls tossed Jack and Andi into a cage made of wood and sticks and thick bark. Jack landed on the floor of the cell, and his sister tumbled in behind him. The door slammed shut. Ghouls wrapped thorn-covered ropes around the bars. They tossed heavy vines over thick branches and pulled. The cage lifted into the air. Jack and Andi tried to pull at the bars, but there was no point. Even if they fell, there was no escaping. Ghouls secured the ropes, wrapping them around a giant metal stake in the dirt, suspending them 10 feet off the ground, swinging from a creepy, twisted tree. Andi yanked a patch of mossy grass from the bottom of the square prison cell and threw it to the group below. "Let us out. We'll never agree to be one of you." The ghoul leader aimed his hollowed eye sockets in their direction. "No matter," it said. "There are other ways." The creature barked at the gathering of ghouls. They all meeped and cheered before loping back to the fire. Andi yanked at the vines and winced. "Dang it, thorns." "Stop tugging at the door. We have to wait until the ghouls leave." "If they leave, help me find a way out." But Jack was distracted by the shadows in the trees. The crazy angles and wrong-looking shapes were suspended cages, like theirs, woven from thorn bushes and vines and moss. They were different shapes and sizes, some larger than what trapped them, others smaller. The snares hung at different heights spread throughout the branches like sinister decorations. Things are moving in those cages. Andi peered through the bars. They're everywhere. Shapes big and small squirmed and shifted. Perhaps it was shadowing, or his eyes were playing tricks. He squinted into the darkness and thought he could make out human shapes.
Chapter 31. Andi, Illusion Confusion. In a nearby tree, something cried out, shrill and loud. It didn't sound human, but I didn't see people shapes in the cages like Jack did. They just looked like squirrels, cats, birds, and a frog-looking blob with glowing yellow eyes. Another illusion? After what Jack thought he saw at the dinner party, I had to question everything, test our sight somehow. By the fire, ghouls high-fived each other and snatched pieces of monster meat. At least I hoped it was monster and not people meat. I shivered. My brother wanted to eat that. Jack peered through the bars of our prison. "Can you break it?" "Maybe." "How'd you do it?" "You've never been able to break illusions." I shrugged. The truth was, I didn't know how I'd broken the illusion. Not really. I pulled the book from beneath my coat. Magic tethered the Necronomicon to me, which would come in handy since we had to climb down out of the trees. How'd the book shrink? The tone of Jack's voice sounded as alarmed as it did when he realized he'd almost eaten eyeballs. "It adjusts." When I tumbled down the stairs to the underbelly, the book felt light as a kite. And I hardly noticed it in my pocket when I tackled Jack to the ground for the lump of rotting flesh. If the book dropped, or I left it somewhere, it would appear next to me again or in my pocket. It's what should have happened to the painting. If my dumbnut brother would have bound it properly. I mean, seriously, even he shouldn't have been able to mess that up. "You tethered and cloaked it?" "No, the book cloaks itself." The ghouls howled, which wasn't a sound I had heard them make before. Jack's face scrunched up. "Don't know what they're planning, but it can't be good." From the looks of the other cages, they plan to dangle us from a tree until we agree to become ghouls. "That's not even possible," Jack said. "You can't become a ghoul." "They think we can, by eating mystery meat. What if Lovecraft told the truth? And Richard became a ghoul. If it's possible..." They'll starve us until we agree, Jack said. I'll die first. You may, a voice came from the top of the cage. If you don't do as I say. Who's there? Jack whispered. How about you stop talking and get yourself out of there? A ghoulish face peered between the dense leaves, gray and pale, but not dog-like. More girl-like. And familiar, as if I'd seen those features before. In a book? Or a dream, maybe? She wore intact clothes. Dark, tight pants made the crouching creature's bony legs look spidery, and her not-so-inconspicuous pale pink sweater glowed against the darkness. How are we supposed to do that? I asked. The ghoul girl dropped a round metallic object through the bars. It landed at the bottom of the cage and was nearly swallowed up by the dirt and debris. My chakram. I snatched the weapon and sawed at the vines wrapped around the makeshift door to our prison. The ghouls had tied complicated knots I couldn't undo because of the thorns. Do you have the other one? No, said the ghoul girl. Now hurry! The blade cut through the last bit of vine, the ties fell away, and the door swung open. It's only a few feet down. We can jump, I said. Do not, the girl ghouls said. Up is the only way, and you'll need all the lead you can afford. Quickly climb to the top. We'll go through the upper boughs. Jack stuck his head out of the opening and turned his face toward the sky. Redness had faded to a deep maroon as if the putrid sun was setting. You want us to climb through creepy creature-filled trees? I said. All the way up there? Jack groaned. Why is it always climbing? But then made his way like a monkey on the bars and pulled himself on top. I didn't follow. Jack, wait. I don't trust her. We have to do something, said Jack. I took a deep breath and inched away from the door. He was right, but I hesitated to accept the jailbreak. There was no telling what the pink sweater-wearing ghoul chick wanted from us. Not until we find out who she is and why she's helping us. You can rot in that cage if you wish, the ghoul girl said. They prefer their meals decomposed. I don't believe you. My stomach did a somersault. If the ghouls wanted to eat us, they would have already. Don't be a gughead. They'll either feast on your bone marrow or keep you in the tree. Either way, you'll never return home. That is where you're going, correct? Now, come along. I don't have all twilight. Twilight? How long had they been in the underbelly? Time was unpredictable in the beneath, but I'd no idea how unpredictable. Were the days and nights the same length as above? Panic crept up my spine. Even if we got back in time, how would we free Dad? We had the book, but no painting and no dagger. I took a deep breath, attempting to push the shaking feeling away. First, tell me who you are. Vera, the ghoul girl said, smiling down at me. Her teeth stood straight and tarnished yellow like human bones, and her skin a pale clay. Vera, why does that sound familiar? I considered staying in the cage instead of swinging myself atop of the dangling prison, but what choice did I have? Vera returned my chakram. That was nice. If I had to, I could lop her head from her shoulders. Ghoul girl helped us escape, but it could have been a trick. Still, my choices were to stay inside that birdcage like a sitting duck or climb into the night with a ghoul named Vera. No contest. Fine. I climbed. Vera was not a ghoul. Her long toes curled around the bars on the top of the cage. A crooked, malformed thing stuck out from the base of her tailbone, reaching halfway to her knees. You're not a ghoul. Great, Andi. Nice way to hold up your stupid sign by stating the obvious. Vera laughed. No, I'm not. I was Richard's muse. His other model. Some would say his inspiration. Then she pulled herself up the ropes and scrambled across the branch. This way. Jack followed, swinging his leg over the thick bough. But I froze. The realization hit me like a baseball between the eyes. The charcoal sketches hidden in Chad's desk drawer. The words, the beautiful Vera Endicott, before, and Endicott, after. What are you? I said, and my voice quivered. The she creature peered down at me with eyes that reflected in the trees. I'm a halfling, half human and half not. I wanted to ask what the other half was, but I wasn't sure I wanted the answer. And the not half is why you have a tail? What does it matter? Jack said. We escape from this tree and free the others. Others? Vera's tail swooshed from side to side as she shook her head. No, that was not the deal. We made no deal with you. I will show you the way to the enchanted wood. Follow me now, Vera demanded. Why are you helping us? Getting away from the ghoul barbecue below would be nice, but things could get way worse. You're not the brightest flame on the candlestick, are you? I'm helping you because, how do you say it? You'll owe me one. So, you need our help? I may. Jack stared at the halfling and cocked his head. Vera? And she thought I wasn't the brightest candle. Yeah, noodle brain. The sketches, I said. This is Vera Endicott. I don't understand, Jack said. How are you still alive? And living here? There are many ways one can expand the boundaries of their lives, as my dear Richard puts it. Becoming a ghoul is but one way. So it's true, Jack said. A human can become a ghoul? Ghouls, I grumbled. They kidnapped us. They're the reason we're stuck in this creep forest. So why are you helping us? As I have said, when the time comes, you'll do me a service. I looked to my brother for backup. Jack stared for a few moments, saying nothing. Then he opened his mouth. Night gaunts screeched. My brother's lips moved, but the wails drowned out the sound. Then the creatures were quiet again. More come, Vera said, as if she understood the flying monstrosities. Night gaunts? The alarm was clear in Jack's voice. They are allies, Vera said. They alerted me to your predicament. Now come along, the ghouls hunger. You shall not want to witness them feast, I assure you. Fine, I lied. Jack was the noble one, the one who insisted on keeping his word. Not me. I wanted to go home. I would decide later if I'd help Vera not quite human Endicott. There was a ruckus around the fire. One ghoul slapped another with a large stick. The roasted knot pig on the spit was only burned bones. 3 ghouls loped over to the tree line across from where we were perched. The ghouls worked untying a rope and let a smallish cage drop from the branches. When it hit the ground, it smashed into pieces and something human-shaped lay in the rubble. What are they doing? Preparing their next meal, Jack said. What does it look like? We have to stop them. 4 ghouls circled it, but the figure didn't move. Jack was right. There had been human shapes in the cages, and we had to do something. I wedged my foot in a hollow of the bark, intending to climb down, but Vera put her hand on my shoulder. The tree creature does not live, she said. Tree creature? Jack's eyes widened. It's a person. No, Vera whispered. Escapees. Feral things too long beyond the boundaries. But Jack no longer listened. He jumped to the next branch. Where are you going? We can't leave them like this. Vera followed Jack along the branches, muttering to herself. They'll see you, and you'll not escape. The ghouls will pursue and not be outrun. She might have been right, but I agreed with Jack. We needed to cut down those cages. There were less than 24 ghouls around the fire, and I couldn't even count how many prison cells. They can't chase us all. Catch! I tossed the chakram. Jack caught the blade ring. Cut down as many as you can. I'll distract them. He nodded, moved across the tree, and slashed at the first vine rope. I scrambled down the tree as fast as I could, hoping my plan would work. The ghouls were busily skewering the being. They didn't notice my sprinting across the clearing until I yelled, Hey, dog faces, over here! I pumped my legs as fast as I could into the clearing. Think, Andi. Think, what are ghouls afraid of? I needed to create an illusion to scare the creatures, to give Jack time. Ghouls feared Pickmans, but not these ghouls. They didn't flinch at our weapons. In the underbelly, the creatures had been bolder, faster, and stronger than any we'd faced topside. The bony scavengers turned their attention my way. I was out of time. That's when the screeching and wailing started again. The ghouls flinched. Then the two tending the spit leaped to their feet and yelled, "Night gaunts!" The ghouls picked up bones and rocks and looked around in a near frenzy. Of course, night gaunts. I took a deep breath, trying to ignore the circling creatures. Focus. What did the night gaunts look like? I'd never tried an illusion of that size before, but the rush of energy and magic coursing through my body like an electrical pulse gave me confidence. If I could picture it, I could conjure it. I focused on the energy. This had to work. Control the environment. Control the Twilight Realm. It's a dream realm. Control the dream. Control what you see. Control what they see. Will it? The thoughts flashed through my mind, then the pictures. I didn't know where they came from, and I didn't care. Not at that moment. I needed to protect Jack, to free those in the cages, to stop the ghouls from attacking. Focus. Aunt Martha's words were the next to float through my mind. To create the illusion, you must will it, she had said. I closed my eyes and spread my arms wide as the wingspan of a night gaunt, pictured their glossy bat wings silently flapping. A collective gasp from creatures beyond my vision. The illusion was working. Don't lose focus, Aunt Martha's voice had encouraged. Stretch, stretch, open the wings. The body like an oily, black-feathered eagle with curved horns spouting from its head. Screams and meeps. Hooves crunched over bones on the ground. Some moving farther away, some not. I squeezed my eyes shut to keep my focus. They had to believe the projection. Larger, bigger. Block the view of the trees. Fill up the space in the clearing. Talons curled around fragments of bone, digging claws into the sandy earth. Wind rushed past my cheeks. The wings flapped, stirring up dust and debris. Tail extended from the bird's vertebrae, barbed and hanging to its knees. It whipped back and forth, smacking tree branches, covering the sounds of the crashing cages. Something slammed into my chest, knocking the breath from my lungs, and I stumbled back, waiting for the explosion of pain. It didn't come. A rock bounced off my back, another and another. The ghouls launched an attack. Jack needed to work faster. I sucked in a gulp of foul, stale air. It tasted of rot and mold and sweat and dirt. Swallowing the bile and burn that rushed up my throat, I lifted my arms high in the air and slammed them down with all the strength I could muster. They were heavy. Why are my arms so heavy? Fear poked its way into my mind. My illusions disintegrate if disturbed. I shook my head and opened my eyes. My sight seemed sharper than before. A tall, scraggly ghoul backed up so quickly it stumbled over a boulder and landed in the fire. 3 more ghouls retreated into the woods. A crash. The ground shook. I spun toward the noise. Jack freed a tremendous cage. At least a dozen human and animal-shaped figures darted through the trees. "They're getting away!" the ghoul leader yelled. Oh no, I lost focus. The illusion. We were out of time. I tried to tell Jack to run, but all that came out was a wailing, screechy squawk. The noise vibrated the trees and filled the clearing. "But the night gaunt," another ghoul stammered. "Andi," Jack called. But I couldn't move, couldn't believe what I saw. My arms covered in shiny black feathers. My legs were bird-like. My feet, curled talons. My tail. I was the night gaunt.
Chapter 32. Jack, Halfling Helper. Jack raced across a bough high in the treetop. The halfling, Vera Endicott, sat on the branch, swinging her barbed tail and complaining. "Haven't you freed enough feral beasts? Your sister cannot hold off those ghouls for long. How is she doing? Have you bothered to see?" "Shut up already." Jack worried enough about Andi and what she planned to do. He didn't need Vera's constant nagging and goading. It was annoying and reminded him oddly of his sister. But she was right about one thing. He had to move faster. Vera seemed to glide along the tree branch behind him. This is a big one. The cage was gigantic and set way higher than the others he'd cut loose. Creatures big and small cowered and crouched and slept and slouched. "I'll get you out of here," Jack whispered. There was a little rustling. A few heads turned up toward his voice with bony, gaunt faces with sunken eyes. He shivered. How long have they been caged? Vera peered over his shoulder. "No telling. We don't keep time here. Now hurry it along. Freeing them would go much faster if you did more helping and less talking." The halfling sighed and crossed her arms. "We could have been most the way through the enchanted wood by now." Jack tugged on a large knot on top of the cage. "Try to loosen this so I can get the blade between the ropes. I'll cut from up there." He pointed to the branch overhead, where thick vines held the prison aloft. "I've done enough helping," Vera said. "You haven't helped at all. And why are you so eager to get us to the gate? If you were Richard's friend..." Vera waved her hand. "No one should be forced to stay in this place." "Then help me get these free." Jack was grateful she'd helped him and Andi escape, but he didn't trust her. There were things she was hiding, and he intended to find out what. But first, he had a job to do. After a few more minutes, Jack sliced through the remaining threads holding the cage. It rushed toward the ground and hit with such force it nearly knocked him out of the tree. The wood splintered on impact, and the inhabitants scattered like a slew of cockroaches. It reminded him of the dive restaurant where he and his dad ate during the last trip to New York. It was gross. Even his father had insisted they leave, and he'd eat anything. Jack smiled, and then his insides hollowed out. He missed his dad, and he'd lost their only hope of getting him home. A night-gaunt screech pierced his ears. He pushed thoughts of his father aside. Home was the objective, preferably alive. Jack climbed down as fast as he could, digging the toes of his boots into the bark, and jumped once he was close enough to the ground. He gazed up into the giant tree. Had he really been up that high? The squawking grew louder, and the ground beneath his feet shook. The tree trembled, wind whipping through stale air. Dust stung Jack's eyes. He scrubbed at them. A huge black shadow stomped, flapped, and wobbled destructively across the clearing. It was the biggest night-gaunt Jack had ever seen. "Andi," he called. No answer. "Where are you?" Ghouls tossed stones at the creature but kept a distance. Jack yelled for his sister again. Then the ghouls abandoned their assault on the night-gaunt and headed right for him. "Get moving," Vera said, a smirk pulling her lips upward. "I'm certain your sister will be right behind you." The ghouls attempted to move around the night-gaunt, but the gaunt smacked 5 bone munchers with its wing as if backhanding them. They flew, landing several yards away. A group tried to get around the other side. Another back-wing slap sent them sailing. Was that thing protecting him? Jack ran deeper into the woods, then stopped cold. Beyond the trees were a strange, white, puffy mist. It hovered off the forest floor. If he ran in there without Andi, she might never find him. He turned back. The weird fog and the creepy trees and yapping halfling was nothing compared to what he saw next. The towering night-gaunt shrank. It blinked and shuddered and shrank more. Wings retracted to its sides, then swung. But they were no longer bat wings. They were arms. The night-gaunt's talons resembled Vera's feet, then were replaced by sneakers, running. The body barreling toward Jack was no longer a black oily monster, and it was not Vera, it was his sister. "Go, go," Andi yelled. Jack hesitated. "How?" Andi shoved him toward the trees. "Run!" Jack tried to ask questions, but was huffing too hard to get the words out. Vera paced them. Andi looked to the right and then to the left. "Which way?" "Straight into the mist," Vera said without a hint of breathlessness. Follow the bone path. As they ran, the trees thickened, and the fog swallowed them up. Chapter 33. Jack, lost in the enchanted wood. The ghouls did not pursue Jack and Andi through the mist. There was no screaming or pounding feet crunching on bones. No meeping from angry creatures tossing stones. It was as if they'd landed in a different world. A very large, dense forest surrounded them. The place was fuzzy and surreal with soft edges, a contrast to the crisp ghoul encampment. Bones in shapes of creatures only imagined in nightmares carpeted paths that wound through aisles of giant oaks. Their crowns, thick and unbroken, blocked out the sky. Deeply gnarled bark armored the trees. Weird, green, glowing fungi crept up the trunks and across the high branches. Despite the canopy and the dimness of twilight, Jack saw clearly. The wood had a dreamlike quality in which everything was visible even without a discernible light source. Andi made a slow 360-degree turn. "Where are we?" Jack remembered Aunt Martha's lessons. "The enchanted wood," he said. It was a place where the two worlds brushed up against one another and caused chaos. Andi frowned. "This is all wrong. It's like a giant illusion. But it's not what I see that's wrong. This place is making me feel weird." "That's absurd. Illusions don't work that way. They distort or hide reality from human eyes, replacing images with what the conjurer wanted you to see, but they couldn't mess with your mind. Only isn't that exactly what had happened to him at the ghoul party? I can sense the dagger. It's close." Jack ignored her. He sensed nothing. He needed to be more vigilant, more aware of his surroundings. He felt stupid for becoming ensnared by the ghoul's tricks, and worse for allowing himself to be tossed into a cage. He was the older brother, supposed to protect his sister, and he needed protection. Why was she immune to the ghoul effects? He felt a pang of resentment. It was the same stabbing feeling in his gut he had when Ms. Carver escorted Andi into his 8th grade math class. She was treated like a rock star for studying hard. Except she never studied what was important. Jack studied monsters and magic, but he was terrible at illusions. It was a spell, sure, and he had a talent for sealing spells and bloodlocks. And bindings, he'd thought. Until even that had gone wrong. He'd studied, practiced, and learned the craft. But illusions were a different kind of magic, one that depended on an innate ability. It was instinctual and only as strong as the caster's talent and will. Aunt Martha always called Andi the willful child. The cheer in her voice and the smile that caused her eyes to scrunch up beneath her glasses told Jack the thought pleased her. He always knew that Andi's natural ability for magic surpassed his own. It was a girl thing. He'd never admit this to his sister. Otherwise, her already overgrown fat head would not fit through a ghoul gate. The image of the giant night gaunt's head jumped into Jack's mind, and an awful chill ran up his back. Gooseflesh broke out along his arms. The whole subject made him itch. He glared at Andi. "How did you transform into a night gaunt?" "It was an illusion. I didn't transform into anything." "I saw you," Jack snapped. "No, you saw what I wanted the ghouls to see." "I can see through illusions." "You didn't when you were about to eat eyeballs?" Jack recoiled. It was as if she'd taken that big night-gaunt batwing and smacked him with it. He took a deep breath, trying to steady his voice. "Did you use a spell in the book?" "No." He crossed his arms. "Then how?" That was no ordinary illusion. It was corporeal. The ground shook and the trees rattled. Illusions can't affect the environment like that, and they can't knock ghouls into the air. And your illusions stink. Your bindings stink. That was a kick in the gut. Don't change the subject. I willed it as always. Maybe illusions work differently here. Maybe you should know how things work before you toss magic around willy-nilly. Andi never took their work seriously. Now she was flinging around powerful spells with no idea what she was doing. Typical Andi. Reckless, impulsive, dangerous. Willy-nilly? Who are you, Aunt Martha? I know what I'm doing. Maybe you should say thank you since I saved your bacon twice already. Thank you? It's your fault we're stuck down here for nothing. You wouldn't stay in Salem. It's for nothing because you lost the painting. You two need to stop arguing this instant. For a moment, Jack feared Aunt Martha was standing beside them, but it wasn't her. Vera stepped between him and his sister with a stern look on her face that could have rivaled his aunt's. Her barbed tail whipped back and forth in sync with her tapping talon. You'll never get home if you're not in agreement. Great, Jack thought. If their getting home depended on agreeing with his sister about anything, they were doomed. Why are you helping us, really? Hurry along. Zoogs are afoot, Vera said. Then she sprinted through the maze of gnarled branches and was gone. Real helpful. Andi yelled and kicked the gravelly ground, sending shards of bone tumbling and spirals of dirt into the air. Aisles of towering trees fanned in every direction. Tunnels of twisted wood with low oak twine and groping boughs curved and turned. How do we get out of here? We could have walked to Boston by now. Andi sat on the ground, took out the book and muttered, I'm not getting lost in this place. I can feel the dagger. I just can't tell which way it's coming from. There must be something in these pages that can help. A spell, or GPS map of the underbelly. Something. Andi flipped open the book and yawned. Her face was drawn and eyes lidded. You okay? Just tired. Then she flopped over, curled into a ball, and snored loudly. Andi? Jack shook her shoulders. Wake up. She didn't stir. How long had they been in the underbelly? How long since they slept? He had no idea. He was tired, sure, but not enough to fall asleep mid-sentence. The book lay open on the ground. But before Jack could make out the fancy looped lettering, the text disappeared. He glared at the empty page, wanting to kick the thing, but reached down to pick it up. The tips of his fingers touched the parchment, and the book vanished. He growled. Whatever. He didn't have time to deal with an obstinate book. Jack shook his head as if to knock the thoughts creeping into his mind away. The book didn't hide from him. Books can't think or react. Not even the disgusting skin book. He scooped Andi off the ground, picked a random direction, and started down a path, trusting he'd find his way somehow. After many twists and turns through the honeycomb of trees, Jack was lost. He stopped walking and tried to remember which direction he'd started from. Fluttering voices like whispers flowed through the trees as if carried along by the wind. But the leaves were still. Then he had the distinct impression of many eyes watching. The fluttering voices hummed, no longer a whisper, but indiscernible. A small black shadow slid across the tree line. Then another scampered behind the oak's trunk. He spied the weird eyes, hundreds of them, long before their small, slippery brown outlines. The eyes were like a human's, except the whites shone a sickly yellow, and the pupils glowed red like hot embers from the fireplace. And they were too big for the rodent-like creatures' heads. They swarmed out from hidden burrows, pushed up from beneath the ground, and slid down the fungus-laden tree trunks until they covered the forest floor. Furry brown creatures moved toward Jack on chunky, pink, clawed hands. Tentacled snouts, protruding over rows of tiny, pointed teeth, sniffed the air. They looked like evil moles. Some brushed against Jack's legs. He kicked at them, and then one bit his calf. Chapter 34. Jack, Zoogs, Swords, and Cat Sleds. Jack didn't mean to drop his sister on the swarm of Zoogs, but with a gazillion needle teeth drawing blood from his calf, it couldn't be helped. Besides, her butt sent a slew of the nasty creatures scurrying back to their holes in the ground. And it woke her up. She stopped screaming, eventually. Giant demon rats! Jack had forgotten Andy's fear of rodents. He wasn't scared of rats, but these creatures had razor-sharp teeth. At least the vermin that bit him ran off when he dropped Andy on its disgusting head. They're zoogs. Don't you pay attention at all? If she had, she'd know what these nasties were by looking at them. Dad's descriptions were accurate. Andy rubbed at her elbow. I pay attention. Then how do we get rid of them? A brave zoog inched closer to his sister. Andy kicked it into a tree as if she'd been trying to power a soccer ball past a goalie. It sailed between the trees, squealing, but that didn't deter several more from crowding them. Andy launched another. They're not afraid of us, Jack said. What are they afraid of? A tiny gray cat jumped out of her pocket. It stalked between Andy and the approaching zoogs, half the creature's size. Then the cat grew larger and larger until the top of its pointy ears were even with the top of Jack's head. The zoogs backed away. The giant monster cat hissed. It had to be a cat, Jack thought. Appropriate, but like his aunt, he didn't much care for cats. They skulked around the graveyards like ghouls. The fur beast shifted its gaze toward Jack. The creature had eyes like polished stones of black onyx. What did you do? I didn't. The animal lunged at a zoog. Andy's legs shot forward. She landed flat on her back in the sand and bones. The cat hissed like crazy and then darted down the aisle of tall trees, dragging Andy away from him. Jack, she yelled. Help! The cat picked up speed, bounding through the trees, paws kicking up dust. Andy bounced and bumped along the ground, being dragged as if someone wrapped an unseen rope around her foot. Jack ran after her. A harness appeared around the giant feline, and reins popped into existence. They reminded Jack of a musher's setup, but without the dog sled. Or in this case, the cat sled. Jack shouted, "Stand up!" Andy tried to stand and groped at the flickering straps, but Jack guessed it was difficult when a giant cat was pulling you along at full speed. She couldn't seem to get her footing. Her butt dragged along the ground. Then she was up on one foot and the other leg kicked out to the side. Jack kept after them, trying to keep Andy in sight as she zipped between towering oaks and smashed through swarms of zoogs. They fluttered and clucked at her. He was sure Andy would break a leg or barrel straight into a tree and break something more important. The cat veered to the right, and Andy swung in the opposite direction. Huffing and gulping air to fill his lungs, Jack sprinted. The forest sloped downward. Andy and the cat were picking up speed. She had both feet beneath her but held only one rein. The other flapped and trailed. Ahead, the ground dipped. Andy, Jack yelled. Hold on. What? She called back. She reached for the rein and then disappeared into a tunnel of trees and groping vines. Jack dashed in after. It was dark and colder in the tunnel. Hair on Jack's arms prickled. Glowing eyes shone in the dark near to the ground. The tunnel of trees widened. There were lights up ahead. The cat stopped, but that didn't slow Andy down. She grabbed at the reins and rocks and dirt on the ground, and then she slid to a stop next to its massive paws. It hissed at something Jack couldn't see. He ran into a large clearing. Gravel and round stones blanketed the ground. He inched closer. Not stones, skulls. The branches of the trees that ringed the area sagged and crept forward as if bowing to an unseen master. In the center, growing from the ground of bones, was a glistening tree. It twinkled and flickered as if Christmas lights were strung around its boughs. It cast a nostalgic glow into the air, reminding Jack of the gaslights in Beacon Hill. The gnarled roots and branches of an ancient weeping willow tree bent low to the ground. Its whip-like limbs brushed the surface and moved gracefully back and forth over hundreds of skulls. Its dance sent a shiver up Jack's spine. Andy knelt next to the giant fur beast with one arm draped around its neck and stroked its side with her other. She was scratched up pretty badly, hands bleeding. Stupid cat. Jack moved toward the animal cautiously and collapsed on the bone gravel. His limbs felt like lead. I don't know how, Andi panted. The dagger, it's... Wait, Jack said. Hear that? A whispering filled the quiet with murmurs and mumbling. What is this place? Shh. Jack stood. The whispers got louder, drowning out the sound of his feet crunching as he moved closer. He reached for his sword but remembered it wasn't there. The haunted tree, Jack said. But the willow was not exactly a tree. The twisted trunk, limbs, and roots were entwined people, human bodies, men and women, with scaly skin like tree bark. A confusion of arms and legs wriggled and slid and moved and struggled, their faces contorted in pain and torment as if they'd been imprisoned forever. You don't want to be part of the tree. The ghoul's sing-song chant repeated in his head. You don't want to be part of the tree. More shocking than a tree made of people was seeing Chadwell Peters propped against its trunk, picking dirt from under his filthy nails with Aunt Martha's dagger. And the gates at St. Patrick's resting on a pile of skulls. I bound the painting, Jack said. Chad laughed. My spells are stronger. Andi leaped to her feet and stalked toward the tree. Jack tried to grab her arm, but she snatched it away from him. The cat beast lunged and positioned itself between his sister and the tree. When Andi stopped walking, the cat settled at her side. Andi scratched the animal on the head and grasped one of its ears as if she would try to lift it off the ground. The cat seemed to melt beneath Andi's hand. Its fur drew up into her palm, and then a gleaming silver sword grew from her grip, expanding toward Chad. Green flames licked up the metal, dancing from the blade's tip to Andi's grip on the hilt. The voices from the tree quieted. How? Jack asked. Andi ignored his question and never took her eyes off Chad. You tricked us, she said. Give me my dagger. Chad flipped the dagger in the air. When he caught it in his hand, the same green flames licked up the stumpy blade. I have a weapon too, little girl. Mine's bigger. Chad laughed. Doesn't matter. You don't know how to use it. Daddy never gave you sword fighting lessons. Wasn't your talent, was it? Hand it over and you won't get hurt. Let us men deal with the blood seals and the weapons. You girls can play with your magic and dreams. Come closer. I'll show you my sword fighting lessons. Jack clenched his jaw. Now Chad had done it. His stomach tightened. Andi had a few lessons, but Chad was right. She wasn't great and didn't practice often. But how would he know about Andi's talents? You don't want to do that, little girl, Chad said, smirking. Something about what Chad said. Boys and blood seals. Blood seals were one of Jack's talents. I don't believe it, he said as the realization hit him. You've been opening gates. The old geezer ghoul didn't open the gate in Cops. He couldn't. You did. Chad grinned. I thought your pea brain would never figure it out. Andi grasped the hilt with both hands and stepped toward Chad. Why would you do that? Jack didn't give the weasel a chance to answer. The gates in Boston were blood-locked years ago. You knew you had Pickman blood. I don't get it, Andi said. Why are you helping ghouls get free? Chad's jaw twitched. I'm not helping them. They are helping me release Gugs through the Forbidden Gate to finish off the whole craptastic world. He kicked the skulls away with his feet, brushing them off to the side. Looking for the trapdoor? You need to pass me first, and that's not going to happen. You see, I've made a deal. I keep you in the underbelly, for good, and I get, well, whatever I want. Andi sneered. A deal with who? Chad laughed. Jack grasped Andi's elbow. Give me the sword. No way, she said, shaking her head. You think you can beat me, Jackson? In your dreams, Chad said. You think you're so great. The famous Pickman blood, the protected Pickman gate, the fortress they built around your home. There was no such protection in my house. No super secure city for me or my parents. What about the Peters? We didn't even know about you, Andi said. Exactly. My parents fought the monsters same as yours. They disappeared into this place and no one went looking for them. No one helped me get them back. I bet there's a whole army of hunters looking for you too. So you would destroy the whole world because you don't feel special enough? It's your world too, Andi said. It took everything from me. Chad reached down and lifted a gourd full of liquid from the ground. He laughed, but there was an edge to it, an uneasiness. Then he put the gourd to his lips and gulped down the dark red substance. Moonwine from the magical tree. Now who's special? I'll live forever. The world can burn for all I care. None of Chad's speech explained how he planned to open the gate and let Guggs through. Jack hoped the guy was delusional and that Guggs couldn't cross the gateway. Whatever, Jack said. Are you gonna fight me now, or are you a coward? The flames danced along the short dagger blade as Chad flicked it between his fingers. His face was purple with rage. You're asking to be pounded into a pile of demon dust. He slipped the dagger into his pocket and magically pulled out a huge two-handed sword. The hilt was made of hundreds of tiny skulls. I can control the Dreamlands too, he said. Jack swallowed. He didn't know what Chad was talking about, but he couldn't back down. He'd assumed Andi conjured an illusion until the cat dragged her through the trees. Then she'd somehow transformed the cat into a sword. All he could hope for was that it was a real weapon he could use. I'll tell you what, Jack said. If I lose, I'll open the forbidden gate for you. You keep the dagger. If I win, the painting and dagger are mine, and you get out of our way. Jack, Andi said, don't do this. We can't open the gate. Yes, we can. Now give me the sword. Let me finish this. Andi held the hilt out toward Jack, but as he reached for it, the image flickered and faltered. She snatched it back, and the sword was solid once again. I don't... Jack reached for it again. Trust me. She forked it over. This time the weapon was solid. Jack whipped it from side to side. It felt balanced in his hand. How sweet, Chad said. But I don't trust you. You couldn't fix the painting and you can't open the gate. Unless we have the Necronomicon, which we do, Andi said. Right. Where'd you get the book? Don't play stupid. It was in your library. Chad looked stunned. You're lying. We've been looking for that. My parents searched for years. Jack readied his sword. Well, they had it all along. They were lying, not us. Don't talk about my parents. Chad cleaved downward at Jack's head, but he sidestepped and wasn't there. Jack's training took over. He slashed down, but Chad was just as fast. He twisted and deflected the blow with the end of his hilt. Predictable. Chad slashed again, and it forced Jack to leap backward. He tried to sidestep, but Chad seemed to know what he would do. He concentrated, remembering the steps his father taught him. Chad outmaneuvered him each time. He had to put all his effort into not getting sliced into ribbons. He kept backing away until his spine pressed against the hard bark of the moving tree. He could find no openings. He lifted the sword above his head. Tendrils of tree arms and fingers reached for the blade. He tried to pull away, but a twigged hand twisted around his wrist. Andi's throwing ring slashed it, and the tree screamed. Sap, the color of dark rubies, seeped from the branch. Another tendril wrapped around Jack's ankle. He cut it away with the sword, and the tree's blood squirted coldly on his leg, seeping through his pants. Get away from the tree, Andi yelled. Jack pushed off the bark, ducking below Chad's swinging sword. Another scream exploded from the tree when Chad's blade cut the bark. Jack stayed just beyond Chad's reach, and then the sword his stupid cousin magically conjured up grew. He swallowed. He couldn't change his weapon, and he didn't know how Andi had created it from the ears of a cat. But he knew how to fight with a shorter blade against an opponent with a longer one. Another lesson from his father. He moved in close and stepped inside with a thrust, but Chad expected that too. He knocked the blade out of Jack's hands and kicked him across the ground, crashing his back into a skull. The pain knocked the wind out of him. "Should have let your little sister fight for you." Jack rolled to the side as Chad tried to make a kebab out of him. The blade stabbed through the eye socket of a skull next to his head. Running, or even walking on top of the hard, round bones was like trying to roller skate on a lumpy ice pond. His legs flew out from beneath him, and he repeatedly landed on his rear. He ignored the pain in his butt and side and elbow and pushed himself off the ground. His sword was almost in reach. Jack ran for it and stumbled again. Chad kicked it farther away. Jack scrambled after it. Chad lunged. But Jack reached his sword, scooped it up, and swung it at Chad's face. Deflected again. The big jerk always knew what Jack would do before he did it. It was as if Chad knew all his moves. "You're hopeless." Chad tensed and dropped his shoulder. Then Jack knew which way he would move and which way he would strike. Chad's weapon flickered, and the flames raced alongside the blade again. A few feet away, Andi stared, wide-eyed, as she did whenever his father lorded over him with his rapier. Dad would never hurt him, but Andi always gasped all the same. And then he knew. He knew why Chad moved the way he did, how he had anticipated his every move, outmaneuvered him at every turn, and Jack's stomach did an uneasy flip. He understood then. His father had trained Chad. There was no time to feel the sting or to think. Chad's blade slashed down at Jack, and he deflected. He feigned to the right, hoping to fake Chad out, but it didn't work. Jack huffed and coughed and put his hands on his knees to let Chad believe he was exhausted. When the guy came in to attack, Jack jabbed him in the stomach with the hilt of his sword, smashed down on the top of his foot, spun, and knocked Chad's sword from his hand. Jack picked it up. "Had enough?" Chad's expression was pure hatred. He moved forward. "Don't make me run you through," Jack said. Andi moved to his side, the color draining from her face. Chad would not give up. He looked as if he'd charge and make Jack skewer him. "Give me my dagger and get out of our way." "Not gonna happen," Chad said, spitting at their feet. "You made a deal," Jack said. Chad shrugged. "So, who's gonna hold me to it? You? You won't run me through." The air behind Chad glowed. Leathery wings flapped overhead, and then a wall of green fire lit up the forest. Jack closed his eyes against the light, and when he opened them again, the bearded priest stood in their midst. "You will honor your word," the bearded guy said. A sound like thunder rolled across the blotted-out sky. "Because if you do not, you will suffer a fate worse than death." "But," Chad's voice quivered, "you—" The bearded priest held up his hand but didn't say another word. He didn't have to. The look in his eyes, the fire and flames that burned and danced around his pupils were enough. Chad reached into his pocket and handed Andi the dagger. "This isn't over." Andi grabbed the painting and then snatched the sword from Jack's hand. "I'll take this back now, too." "And I'm keeping your weapon," Jack said to Chad. The bearded priest smiled, or what passed for a smile. "You will need it. Now," he turned to Chad, "stand aside. The children may pass." Then the priest vanished in a puff of green mist. But what happened next is something Jack would remember for the rest of his life. He wanted to ask Chad about his training, about his father, and a gazillion other questions he knew the guy would not answer. But before he had the chance, tendrils reached down from the top of the tree. Vines, fingers, hands, and arms slid across the ground. They wrapped around Chad's legs repeatedly until they cocooned him in branches. And then it pulled him close to its trunk, squeezing like a boa constrictor. Chad's skin morphed into gnarled brown scales, and he seemed to melt into the tree, blending with the rest of the moving body parts and faces. Chad slithered upward higher and higher, moved along the trunk, and seeped into the branches, melding into the wood until they could no longer see him. A horrid chill ran through Jack's entire body, and he shivered violently. What just happened? Jack and Andi eyed each other, and an understanding passed between them. Chad drank of the tree, the moon wine. That meant he could never leave the underbelly. It was his home now. Andi swallowed down a mixture of fear and awe and took Jack's hand, squeezing it tight. "Come on," she said. "Let's go." She put the dagger in her pocket, and the sword transformed into the book, but only for a moment. It changed again so fast Jack questioned if he'd really seen it. His sister gazed at the small green rock in her palm. She shoved the stone that was once a sword and a book and probably a cat in her pocket. "We need to get home," she said. Jack sighed and cleared bones from the iron circle in the ground. He grasped the metal ring on the edge and tugged. Swirls of fog rose from below. He didn't peer through the hole in the ground. He looked at his sister. They nodded in silent agreement and stepped to the edge. "Don't look down. Don't look down." And then they dropped into a chasm of swirling madness.
Chapter 35. Andi. My brother should have been named Negative Nicholas. What were we thinking? We were likely plummeting to our deaths, about to become a pile of goo. The world spun. We were upside down, right side up, and at some point Jack kicked me in the head. The wind rushed up my nose. I couldn't catch my breath. I tried to scream as we fell for what seemed like forever, plunging downward, whirling, stomach-turning acrobatics. Jack and I landed on the familiar narrow flight of stone steps in a heap of tangled arms and legs, with his elbow jabbing into my rib. I wriggled out from beneath the big doofus. We stumbled down the dark corridor of crumbling stones. Bones littered the ground, and the air smelled of the dead. We climbed the winding stairs, brushing against the slimy walls until we reached the top. Jack chanted to break the seal on the ghoul gate. The air inside the stairwell swirled, kicking around the dirt and debris. A sucking sound came from above, and the vortex withdrew into the ceiling as if our world inhaled. Then there was a pop, and a powerful rush of air exhaled from the opening. The trapdoor overhead slid aside. A light sliced through the dark and across Jack's face. His cheeks were red and smudged with mud, but his lips pulled back in a giant grin. My eyes burned with relief, but I refused to crawl out of the earth crying like a baby. We worked quickly, squeezing our hands through the opening, and slid the concrete slab aside. We heaved ourselves up from the darkness of the musty crypt and into the fresh, crisp autumn air. Our boots crunched on the dry brown leaves as we skirted around the glowing white marble columns that reached to the night sky, each crowned with a granite angel whose wingspan seemed to stretch for miles. For once, I was happy to creep through the old graveyard. Overhead, grayish clouds obscured the moon. We'd entered St. Patty's after midnight and had no idea how long the journey through the underbelly lasted. But the streets were silent, and the sky showed no hints of approaching dawn. We wound through the cemetery to the exit on Hull Street that opened 20 feet from our front door. The painting was tucked beneath Jack's arm. The book, reduced to the size of a matchbox, was in my pocket. The gate was locked. Jack used an opening spell. I tugged the gate closed a little too enthusiastically, and the clang echoed down our street. On the second floor of our building, a light popped on. Better hurry. I darted across the street, tapped the code on our outside lock, and we slipped into the hallway. Inside, the basement was the same as we'd left it 2 days earlier. Like a class of kindergarteners had a scavenger hunt. My eyes scanned the mural of monsters. I fished around in my pocket for the Saltzman's program. Yes. Near to the bottom, next to a night gaunt, crouched the bone muncher I needed. Gooseflesh broke out across my arms. We had a plan. We had to see it through. The dagger's icy tingle on my leg reminded me it was there. With my thumb, I unsnapped the guard and then slid the blade from its sheath. "Here," I said, and offered it to Jack. "First, I'll mix my blood with the paint. Then, after you've bound the ghoul..." Jack pulled his lip through his teeth. I don't know. Maybe there's another way. Richard went mad, remember? And we've never attempted a spell this powerful. It's too dangerous. If we spent more time at the estate and let Aunt Martha teach us, all we need is a protective circle. I've seen her do it 100 times. I needed my confidence, and Jack's negativity was not helping. Besides, this was the wrong time to bring up our aunts wanting us to spend more time in Salem. She already thought Dad sheltered us in Boston, that our lives were too normal because we went to school unbothered by monsters. School was supposed to be normal. Lily is overprotective. They're Pickmans. It's dangerous to shield them from the world, Aunt Martha had said. Boston is safe. How will they survive outside Beantown? How will they develop their abilities? In the underbelly, Chad complained about the same thing, our being protected in Boston. The image of him vanishing into the tree made me shiver. It felt as if a parade of beetles tracked up my back. Jack and I would need to talk about that later. Right then, I had to put Chad Turd-Face Peters out of my mind and focus. Even with the circle, Jack ran his hand through his hair. This is crazy. As Jack reached for the dagger, a silky voice cooed. No, don't give it to him. Keep it for yourself. I yanked the blade back. What? At that moment, giving Jack the dagger was the absolute last thing I wanted to do, and he must have seen it by the look on my face. Geez, I'll give it back. I offered Jack the dagger hilt first. Just take it before I change my mind. Jack gripped the handle and his knuckles whitened. Richard. Yeah, I know. But he used one of those nasty resurrection spells. We're not doing the same thing. This is sympathetic magic, just like an illusion. The book is dangerous, not just the resurrection spell. All of it. So are we. All we need is to work together. Besides, we are doing this for good. That counts for something. My brother lifted his eyebrow, giving me his deranged look again, so I tried my own waggle and eyebrow look. You look like you're having a seizure. I punched Jack in the shoulder. Jerk. Start the stupid spell. Circle first, and we're using iron chains and salt, too.
Chapter 36. Jack, a battle in the basement. Jack's pulse throbbed in his temple. He and Andi took the better part of an hour to set the iron chains, draw salt lines, and set out the candles. It would have been faster, but Andi insisted on using the color-coordinated ones. And then she clumsily knocked over the cylinder of salt, sending Jack searching through his dad's workbench drawers for the extras. The plan was crazy, and it would take serious magic to pull off those spells. If they got it wrong, well, he didn't even want to consider that. He focused on if they got it right. They'd transfer the ghoul from the mural of monsters to the ruined painting. Saltzman's gallery would get their artwork back, and the police would release Dad from jail. Everything would go back to normal. In the center of the circle, Andi flung her head back, stretched out her arms, palms up, and worked the protection spell as if she'd done it every day. Which made Jack worry where she'd learned the words. Did she find them thumbing through the book? Andi said she'd seen Martha do it 100 times, but Andi never paid that close attention. Jack gathered the paints, brushes, and mixing palette, then set the gate at St. Patrick's on Andi's easel outside the circle. He squeezed the tubes of latex paint, squirting marble-sized globs of red, blue, yellow, black, and white. When Andi completed the protection spell, she sat in the center, throwing rings next to her knees, and the book on her lap. Jack sucked in a gulp of air and handed her the palette. Ready? Andi nodded. Jack eyed the wall of crumbling painted cinder blocks and hesitated. What if it tries to get away? It can't get out of the basement, Andi said. We need it to bleed. Just don't go beheading it or anything. Jack pursed his lips. In the gallery, the dagger had pierced the canvas. How could he penetrate a wall? He stabbed it. The vibrations from the impact ran up his arm. Ow! What are you doing? Was she serious? What did it look like? Trying to pierce the wall. He rammed the knife into the wall again. If it's sealed, try to open it. This should work, Jack said, jabbing at the cinder blocks with each word. Doesn't make sense. Something cracked. Great, the stupid handle broke, he said. What? Andi's voice was high and piercing. Then she was next to him, holding out her hand. Let me see. Maybe I can fix it. I got this, Jack said through gritted teeth. Now get back inside the circle. Andi folded her arms across her chest. You can't muscle your way through a spell. Then what do you suggest? This isn't working. Jack hit the wall again. Dig under and lift the paint. Fine. He pointed across the room. Circle. Andi stomped across the room, and when she was safely inside the protective bounds, Jack scratched at the concrete between the blocks with his nail. It was chalky and cracked like the caulking around the old windows in their apartment. He stabbed and chipped away at the mortar close to the targeted ghoul. Paint chips fell to the floor, but the ghoul remained trapped. Bone-munching dirt diggers. Jack stabbed the wall again. He was about to give it a good kick when Andi started to sing. It was the spell they used to open ghoul gates. Their father insisted she and Jack memorize both sealing and opening rituals. He sang the spells like disturbing nursery rhymes every night. But what was she doing? Andi was awful at the rituals. She tried to seal a gate once. It didn't turn out so well. Jack was about to tell her to stop before she caused some kind of catastrophic event, but his father's words floated through his mind. Work together. After taking a deep breath, Jack sang along, picking and chipping away. He watched more paint chips flutter to the floor in tiny confetti-like pieces. Frustrated, Jack slashed through the painted image, dragging the blade down the cement. It sounded like silverware scraping across one of Aunt Martha's china plates and vibrated like a giant tuning fork. At first, nothing happened, and Jack glared at the painted ghoul. Then, it twitched. Its eyes flitted back and forth, a pop like a gum bubble bursting. And just like that, a ghoul was free in their basement. It moved awkwardly but fast, lunging at Jack. He stumbled back over the stupid broken bricks and landed on the floor, rocks jabbing into his back. The basement ceiling was all exposed pipes and cobwebs. He tried to jump up, but the creature was on top of him, knee pressing into his chest. He tried to break free, but the monster pinned him with his head pressed against the mural wall. The ghoul's face was close enough for it to bite him. Its dung breath was hot on his neck. The creature's clucking sounded like the mass of palmetto bugs that had invaded their vacation condominium at the beach. A bony hand closed around Jack's throat. He dropped the dagger and groped at the rotting fingers. He tried to breathe, couldn't get air, twist, couldn't move. A bony leg pinned his arm to the side. The edges of his vision darkened. He couldn't think. Andi yelled. Something. And then she was on the ghoul's back, pulling at its head and digging her fingers into its eye sockets. It twisted and tossed her to the floor. The dagger lay a few feet from where she landed. She scrambled over the debris and snatched the weapon. Andi plunged the dagger into the creature's hip and yanked it out again, rotten gray ghoul flesh dripping from its blade. The ghoul screamed and released Jack's neck. A black, inky liquid oozed from the wound, thick and putrid smelling. Jack gulped in air, coughed, choked, and gagged at the odor. "Get away from my brother," Andi yelled. And with the dagger still tightly in her grip, she jabbed the creature again. It wailed and scrambled back, but only for a moment before lunging for Andi and the knife. She sidestepped, and the ghoul crashed into a storage cabinet. Jack rolled and pushed himself to his feet, swaying for a moment while he regained balance and his vision cleared. "Hurry," Andi said. "The binding spell. Do it now." Against his instinct to behead the ghoul, Jack darted across the room, leaped inside the circle, and chanted. As soon as the words began, the ghoul screamed. It ran through the basement, knocking over shelves and crashing into walls, struggling against an invisible force. Jack continued. The ghoul slammed into the metal tool cabinets, knocking the doors open. Jack kept chanting. It crashed into his father's workbench and knocked into the paintings. The ghoul clucked and screeched and screamed and howled and crashed into the walls, twisting and turning. But its attention was away from his sister. "Keep going." Andi joined him within the ring. "It's working." The creature glared at them, its bony arms covered in sinew and cartilage pressed tight to its sides. It gnashed pointy, rotting teeth as if it could take a bite out of them from that distance. Then it pitched forward, slamming its forehead into an invisible wall between them. Stumbling back, the ghoul grazed the easel, knocking it sideways, but Andi caught the canvas. The spell took longer than Jack expected. His throat was dry, his voice getting hoarse. But he kept chanting, willing the bindings to wind tighter. The creature struggled and fought, its knees and ankles pulling together, until finally the magical rope tied it too tightly to move. Done. The spell worked. Jack collapsed in a heap of exhaustion.
Chapter 37. Andi, Brushes and Ghoul Guts. My heartbeat raced as I sat cross-legged with the Necronomicon in my hands. I followed the melody of the words, letting it carry me across each page as if under a spell. The protective circle hummed and vibrated around me, casting an eerie blue light that illuminated every corner of the basement and seemed to move in time with my voice, like shadows of ancient gods dancing to some forgotten song. I used the edge of my throwing ring to nick the flesh on my pinky and winced. Blood welled up, emerging from the cut like a rising tide. The blood flowed down my hand to my wrist. Drops fell into the glob of paint on the palette. I swirled it with the end of the brush. My blood mixed with the red paint. It darkened to a deep crimson. To my right, outside the circle, the ghoul we'd released groaned and wiggled and pulled against the bindings. A few hairs sprouted from the top of its head. I examined its hollow eyes, bluish skin, tattered petticoat, and knickers, committing them to memory. The gash on the ghoul's hip stopped bleeding, and the fat globs of inky blood dolloped on the floor were drying. I needed to hurry. Careful was no longer an option. I stepped over the iron chains. "Get back in here," Jack said. "I need its blood." The drops were already hardening to the consistency of paint left in the air too long. I slid a putty knife under the goop and dropped it on my palette. Then I dipped the paintbrush into the ghoul blood and mixed it with my black paint, repeating the words from the book. My blood and the creature's needed to blend and flow through the entire color palette for the ritual to work. The ghoul bucked and kicked. "Free me!" It screamed in a gurgled, nasal voice as if it had an awful case of chest congestion and raging postnasal drip. It made a watery sound, clearing its throat. "Keep quiet, or I'll bind your mouth." I set my eyes on the canvas. Focus. The closer the resemblance, the easier it will be to imprison the monster.
Chapter 38. Jack, Masterpiece Menace. Jack's legs cramped from sitting inside the chains. His eyes were heavy from lack of sleep. The ghoul quieted. Resigned, he thought. Andi had her back to him. A bright light flowed from the end of her paintbrush. He wanted to ask her about it, but she'd shushed him every time he spoke. He was getting antsy. Waiting for Andi to finish the monster portrait gave him time to ponder what they were doing. Not a good thing. His head pounded. His father would freak when he discovered what they were up to. Even if it worked, he wasn't looking forward to explaining how he let his sister put herself in that much danger. He shook his head. No, he couldn't tell him about the Necronomicon, or the imprisonment spells, or... God, how would he explain it? "Done?" Jack asked for about the 100th time. "Does this look easy?" Jack glanced at the canvas and groaned. Andi was only about halfway through capturing the ghoul's likeness. "I'm not sure how long these bindings will hold Dogface." "Almost there." "Free, please," the ghoul begged. "Hush," Andi said without a hint of sympathy. I have to do this. Andi painted in quick strokes, and it seemed as if the more she painted, the tighter the binding squeezed.
Chapter 39. Andi, Dark Chaos on Canvas. I admired the painting, faintly aware of the struggling ghoul in the room. It wasn't bad. It looked like a real ghoul. That was impressive. Dad was right. Creating had power. Images had power. It strummed along my veins. And words, the spells, the book, mixed in a beautiful song. All of it intoxicating and terrifying, like tiptoeing across the edge of a roof. But in the wrong hands, dangerous. I could see that then. No, please, the ghoul wailed. I spun to face the creature and swayed on my feet. How long had I been painting? How many hours went by while I hyper-focused on the canvas? Jack sat with his knees pulled to his chest, resting his head on crossed arms. Done yet? Yes. Jack's head sprung up. I collected the Necronomicon from the floor and miraculously opened the thick tome to the exact page I needed. Last step. I read the passage. Dust from the floor swirled around my feet. The ghoul screamed. Did the spell hurt? I kept going. The bindings tightened and the creature shriveled. It was scared, panicked. Pressure built in my temples as if something held my head in a vice. Wait, Jack said. There was alarm in his voice. Keep going, Andi. You can do this. I choked out the next few lines. I had to keep going. Needed to bring Dad home. Something tugged at my insides, pulling, tearing as if a muscle stretched too far. I cried out in pain. The ghoul tried to pull away. It melted and smoldered. Tendrils of smoke reached for the canvas, and when it touched the likeness, the ghoul in chains dissolved. The painting sucked the ghoul inside. I let out a breath, and it seemed to rush into the image. On the canvas, the painted monster moved, wriggling as if snuggling into place, and then froze with its lips pulled back in a sneer. I swallowed around the lump in my throat. What had I done? Everything was fuzzy. My legs wouldn't work. My brother shouted. The book fell from my grip. No energy to reach for it. Jack's voice. Then I was falling into a deep, dark hole.
Chapter 40. Jack, protected. The basement looked like a war zone. Everything that could be tossed over was. Andi lay in a heap next to the overturned easel. Paint-slicked hair splayed across her face. She'd grabbed the canvas, knocking all the brushes and paints to the floor when she fell. Jack ran across the room, jumping over the cabinet and kicking drawers out of his way. He kneeled in the dust and paint and debris next to Andi. She was on her back, mouth open with spittle dripping from the corners of her lips. The Necronomicon draped over her thigh like a baby blanket. Jack watched her chest. It didn't rise or fall that he could see. Andi, he whispered. She didn't answer. Panicked, he shouted, Andi, wake up. Is she? No. She always looks like that, drools all over her pillow. He shook her shoulders, but it only caused her limp hands to flop on the floor. No, Andi, if you die, I'll kill you. Distantly, he noted the perfect painting. It looked exactly as it had in the gallery's brochure. Andi was talented, but this was all wrong. Andi was... No. He shook his head. He wouldn't think about that. His sister was fine. Just sleeping, she always drooled when she slept. Blood rushed through Jack's ears. The sound of his breathing too loud, his pulse painful. He needed to get help. I'm not leaving my sister, he shouted as if arguing with the universe. Jack's whole body shook. You can't help her, a voice echoed in his ear. He didn't know where it came from. He was losing his mind. He couldn't help Andi if he couldn't think. But Jack couldn't breathe, couldn't speak. He glanced at Andi, clenched his fists, and something slammed shut inside him, closing him off from his grief. He calmed his mind and picked up his sword. They would pay. All of them. Jack walked to the stairs, forcing himself to take each step. He hated those monsters, hated what they did to Andi. He'd fix it somehow, destroy them all if he had to. Jack sensed something behind him. It sprang to life in his mind. He whirled, and it felt as if a knife jabbed him in the gut. The book moved, or at least he thought it had. Then he was sure. It jumped and thumped once more like a heart. It pounded again. Andi's hand twitched. It took only a few steps to cross the basement, and Jack was on his knees. Andi's head lulled to the side, and her eyes opened to narrow slits. "Hey," she said with a scratchy voice. Jack scooped his arms beneath her back and helped her sit. Hot tears burned his eyes. He didn't brush them away. "What happened?" You passed out. I thought you were dead. Thought the spell, the book." Andi traced her fingers over the pages and closed the cover. "No," she said. I don't know. It protected me." "What?" "Get the painting to the gate." Jack shook his head. "I'm not leaving you. I'm fine. I just need a minute." He didn't move. "Listen, doofus," Andi said, swaying. Jack grabbed her elbow to steady her, but Andi pulled away. "I'm perfectly all right. You want Dad stuck in jail? We're running out of time. Where's my dagger?" Jack held it out. Ghoul guts and inky blood caked on the blade. Even after she took it, he didn't move toward the door. "I'm right behind you." Andi snatched her old knapsack from beside their dad's workbench. "Go." She slipped the book inside the bag. Jack eyed it, worried. He didn't like Andi using it any more than he liked the picture of their father in a jail cell. But Andi was right. They had to move. Fast. He grabbed his sister's elbow. "We are going together." And they did. The two of them. Jack, a sword tucked into his belt and the painting beneath his arm, and Andi, clutching a bloody dagger.
Chapter 41. Andi, a risky delivery. After backtracking with little resistance from Copp's Gate through the underbelly to St. Patty's in New York, we took a train uptown. It was Tuesday morning, the day of Dad's arraignment. Chad had bribed Moskova to retrieve the painting on Sunday, and that theft had made the Monday morning news. The light changed to green, and a sea of humanity flooded the crosswalk on 82nd and 5th. Skyscrapers eclipsed the morning sun, and the wind whipped through my hair. Cars, buses, and taxis crawled along the avenue, headlight to taillight. Jack fidgeted with the wrapped canvas, shifting his weight from foot to foot. "Would you stop that?" I nudged his side. "You look like you need to pee." "What if someone sees us?" No one's paying attention. People rushed by, heads down, eyes on their phone screens, glancing up occasionally to avoid running into street poles. "Just hurry." We moved along the sidewalk, blending into the crowd, and stopped in front of the glass doors. Lights blazed in Saltzman's inner gallery, but the opening wasn't until 10 o'clock. Who was inside an hour and a half early? "This isn't good," Jack said. "It'll be fine." Jack placed the package against the door, and we hurried around the corner. "I'll keep an eye on the painting. Make the call." Jack told the police they had the wrong guy, and the painting was waiting outside Saltzman's at that very moment. We waited and watched, but no cruisers showed up. No one came outside to look for a package. It was 9:30 when Moskova appeared. He walked with a newspaper tucked under his arm and a cup of coffee in his hand. Moskova unclipped a set of keys from his belt and kicked the wrapped canvas when he opened the door. "What the—" The guard glanced over his shoulder, then peered down the block. He set his cup on the sidewalk and picked up the gates at St. Patrick's. His face purpled when he removed the cloth covering. He fumbled removing the key from the lock, then pushed through the doors. I exhaled. Well, I guess that's done. I started down the street back to the train, but Jack grabbed my arm. A woman stepped out of the gallery, holding a large canvas. There was no mistaking the long, dark hair braided down her back, a blue stripe woven through it, or the red cheeks and painted pink lips. Jack and I ducked behind a parked car. The raven-haired woman with the British accent followed Aunt Martha into the street. "We are terribly sorry," she said. But our aunt waved her away and scowled at the ghoul feeding. "I'll retrieve the rest of our collection this afternoon." "As you wish, Mrs. Pickman." "Man," Jack said, "Aunt Martha is going to kill us." A limousine pulled to the curb. Jack and I remained out of sight until Aunt Martha got in and it disappeared into the traffic. I worried what we'd tell her, but I was too exhausted to think properly. "Home?" Jack asked, rubbing his eyes. "There's one small thing we need to do first." "Andi, it won't take long." "But I'm starving." "Stop whining. When we get home, I'll make you a giant pot of eyeball soup." Jack kicked an empty coffee cup off the curb. Not funny. Chapter 42. Andi, a little help from a friend. Slipping back into the underbelly that time was a mistake. We couldn't find the twisted people tree that ate Chad. We wandered in circles for what felt like hours. Jack gets grumpy when he's tired, so he picked a fight with an army of ghouls, which accidentally was a good thing because they chased us all the way back to Cop's Gate. Jack and I leaped over the edge of the crypt and raced across the burying ground, squinting into the low-lying afternoon sun. A pack of hell beasts nipped at our calves, and a night gaunt screeched overhead. 3 ghouls decked out in medieval armor, carrying clubs, swords, shields, and battle axes, climbed out of the gate in pursuit. I pumped my legs, sweat rolling down my temple, and glanced at the hounds. At least they couldn't pass the iron gates of the graveyard. A few feet more and we were free of the drooling mongrels. Jack lost his sword in the underbelly, and we were out of holy water hand grenades and salt pellets. We needed to get to the basement to restock. Jack took our steps in one leap and pushed through the front door. I followed my brother into the hallway and ran right into Tyler. Long, dark hair flopped over one of his eyes. He wore faded blue jeans, a snug V-neck t-shirt, and black combat boots. From the expression on Tyler's face, Jack and I must have looked something akin to vampires emerging from a grave. Wet hair, dirty faces covered in bone dust, and wearing mud-crusted spandex. Tyler let out a low whistle. "What happened to you? Your parents are looking everywhere." I stood there with my mouth hanging open like a dummy. Asking Tyler what he was talking about was not the first thing on my mind. I mean, it was Tyler. And I was a mess. I tried to flatten my hair that somehow stuck out to the side and straight up from the top of my head, held stiff by sweat and grave dirt. My sleeve did nothing to wipe the caked-on grime from my face. I wanted to run upstairs, take a bath, put on clean clothes, and never show my face outside again. Jack looked no better. "Andrea?" Tyler's face scrunched. "You look like you're going to be sick." Jack stepped forward. "My sister doesn't like you calling her Andrea. Now out of the way." Tyler put his hands in the air. "Chill, dude." I nearly dropped my dagger, which I hadn't realized I'd pulled from my pocket. Hearing Tyler call me Andrea was kind of nice. "My dad's in jail," Jack snapped. "He's been home for days." "What?" I stammered, sounding like a complete idiot. How long had we wandered like idiots in the underbelly? I darted forward, intending to head for our apartment, but in the confusion forgot to close the front door. It flew open, and the knob slammed into the wall, punching a hole in the drywall. The giant sidewalk broom Dad kept in the corner hit the floor. Before we could react, the out-of-control night gaunt flew inside, squeezing its fat body into the narrow stairway. The ghoul soldiers clambered up the stoop. "Close the door," Jack shouted, but it was too late. They were inside. "I'll go after the gaunt," I said. "No," Jack said. "Basement, quick. Grab equipment and meet us upstairs." Tyler spun to follow Jack. "What's going on? Who are those guys, and what's with the birds?" A girl screamed. Jack grabbed the broom from the floor and tossed it to Tyler. "Take this," he said. "Let's get him out of here." Tyler eyed the broom, looking confused, but then shrugged and followed Jack upstairs. Ignoring the noise overhead, I raced into the basement and prepared to hurtle over the mess, but stopped short. In our rush to get the painting to Saltzman's, we'd left everything. The paint, the messed up salt circle, the blank spots on the mural of monsters. Everything. Someone had cleaned. The workbench was tidy, all the drawers back in, and the cabinets closed. Even the floor appeared swept. Debris from the wall was cleared away. No salt remained. Paint spots mopped. The canvases were stacked neatly against the wall, and someone had propped the ghoul feeding on the brick ledge. I'd forgotten about the painting. One thing was for sure, Jack and I would have some explaining to do. I remembered the book and checked my backpack. It was still there. I let out a breath of relief. A laptop sat on my father's old metal desk in the corner. Was he home? I glanced at the date and froze. Saturday. 4 days? We were in the underbelly for 4 days. The sound of clanking blades, thuds, and crashes came from the hallway. Screams, a crash. A door slammed. The window broke. A rush of feet ran the stairs. Oh no, Saturday. The party. I tossed open the cabinet, snatched the crossbow, and pulled a quiver of bolts from the hook. The realization drove into me as if someone had shot me with an arrow. Nicole, my best friend, was in trouble. I grabbed Jack's spare sword, another set of chakrams, and raced toward the apartments to help my brother kick some monster butt. Chapter 43. Andi. Weirdness and Summer Secrets. The sun was going down over Copp's burying ground. It neared 5 p.m., and the moon was a half circle in a bruised sky. Stars twinkled, but were overshadowed by the shining lights of Boston Harbor. Between the boats, neighborhood streetlights, and the glow of the city, Copp's never got dark enough to gaze at the constellations. I sat next to the Frankenstein grave, leaning against the cold stone slab, exhausted, and let the cool air freeze the sweat on my face. About a dozen police officers remained outside the gate, leaning against patrol cars. 2 officers drifted down the paths in the cemetery, moving in and out of the shadows. In front of our house, the officer with the gold stripe on his sleeve was having an animated conversation with Nicole's mom. 2 EMTs treated Tyler, who they thought had cut his arm on the gate of the cemetery. Jack huddled with a few of our classmates. They were battered-looking with scrapes and bruises. Nicole sat next to me, knees bleeding from tripping over a grave marker. We watched the police get into their vehicles one by one and drive away. As my brother told it, his and Tyler's clash with the ghouls, who wandered into Nicole's party in time for birthday cake, was a massive battle. Jack and Tyler were fighting for their lives. Swords against brooms, tennis rackets against shields. They were outnumbered and up against monsters trained to fight. They battled up and down the stairs, through the hallways, all while ushering our classmates to safety. Jack single-handedly, an account Tyler vehemently opposed, drove the assailants across the street and continued the battle among the gravestones. Tyler was hurt when one guy blocked his broomstick with an old tombstone. Tyler thought he was fighting a street gang or something. That's kind of brave, don't you think? The bag of bones swiped at Tyler with the granite slab. He sidestepped but knocked into a point in the gate, leaving a nasty bleeding gash across his upper arm. I caught up with the boys in the cemetery and tossed Jack his sword. My brother bested 4 of the bone munchers. I took down the one who attacked Tyler. The last fled to the ghoul gate and scampered back to the underbelly. After we were sure all the monsters had fled, it was up to Jack to seal the gate. Tyler was bleeding. Jack and I were scraped up, and his nose bled from taking a shield to the face. The kids at the party had bumps and bruises from falling over themselves in a panic to get out of the building. Nicole's mom had called 911 in tears, reporting a group of homeless thugs that had broken into the house, trying to rob the place. She said they must have been on drugs or something and were carrying sticks and bats. But the boys at the party chased them away with brooms and tennis rackets. It's crazy how normal people see what they must, and their minds accept even the most ludicrous of explanations. Tyler unknowingly fought ghouls with a broomstick, and as I expected, our friends told a similar story. I had run upstairs as the police poured into the hallway. The officers yelled and swatted the air at the huge night gaunt flapping its leathery wings. It crashed through the doorway and knocked an officer down the 3 steps of our front stoop. The kids cried and ducked, cowering behind cars and each other, with their arms covering their faces. Nicole's mom screamed, but my best friend didn't cower or freak out. Nicole and I slipped away from the crowd as the kids and police officers recounted the events to the sergeant. It was like a scene out of a Hitchcock movie, Nicole's mother said. The birds were everywhere. They all reported the same thing, a freak event, a swarm of blackbirds flocking out of our hallway, attacking the officers and terrorizing the kids. The sergeant pursed his lips and ordered his comrades to fan out and look for the assailants. We sat for a while, Nicole and I alone in the cemetery, pale-faced and bleeding. I cleared my throat. "You okay?" She nodded. "Sorry I missed your party," I said, trying to get her to talk. I expected her to be angry. Nicole's voice was hoarse, and she didn't look at me when she spoke. "Where have you been?" At first, I didn't know what to say. I wanted to tell the truth. Nikki was my best friend, but how do you tell your best friend you're a monster-hunting, graveyard-stalking witchy freak? But saying nothing was awkward. I nodded toward our building. That was, crazy. Not crazier than you being missing for days, she said. I know you'd tell me if something was wrong because best friends tell each other everything, right? My parents and Aunt Martha pulled up in a taxi right when the police were leaving. I winced. Can we talk about this later? It's a long story and... Later, like when? Tomorrow, I answered and wondered if there was any chance she'd forget. I can't believe this. Nicole jumped up. You're supposed to be my best friend. I am. My eyes filled with tears. Maybe you don't know what it means to be a best friend. I tell you everything, and you... She hid her face and wiped her eyes with the back of her hand. Tears slid down her cheeks, and she wiped them again. My stomach tightened, and my eyes burned. Why won't you tell me? Nicole sniffed. My mouth fell open. What could I say? I wanted to tell her everything, but... Forget it, she said, and hurried down the path toward our building. I jumped up from the concrete ledge. Nick! I waited for her to turn around or look back, but she didn't. It made me mad. My hands shook. I was a balled-up, twisted whirlwind of feelings I couldn't describe. I ran after her, but stopped when I saw my parents climbing the stairs and entering the burying ground. Nicole was my best friend. I would tell her everything the next day, no matter what. Then she'd have to forgive me, right? That is, if Dad allowed me out of the apartment. My mother's lips were scrunched up and her eyes round as moon pies. Her breath was measured as if trying not to explode. Dad's forehead was wrinkled, and the redness of his ears visible even in the dim burying ground lights. I brushed off my clothes, trying to appear presentable, certain they'd ground me for life. But as they came down the walkway, the anger and tiredness and worry evaporated. Mom ran, tears rolling down her cheeks. Dad was right behind her. I couldn't believe it. I was so relieved to see him. Andi? Thank goodness you're all right. Mom, She tossed her arm around me and hugged the breath out of me. I'll admit I was glad to see her, and I didn't even wipe the tears from my cheeks. You're here. Of course I am, Andrea. When she finally let go, I looked at my dad. His arms were crossed over his chest and his lips pressed together in a thin line. Dad, I said. My voice quivered. I'm sorry, I fixed the painting, but then, well, we messed up and got lost. My expressionless father's face was an awful shade of magenta, and his bright green eyes glistened. His tight lips quivered, but he said nothing. Dad? What's wrong? My legs trembled. By the look on his face, I feared Gugs were destroying the city in some gruesome way. Or worse, he would send me away to live with Aunt Martha. I'm sorry I took Auntie's dagger. Then tears slid out of my father's eyes and down his cheeks. He placed a shaking hand on my head, ran it down my tangled hair, and pulled me to his chest. It shook, sucking air in and out. He smelled of dial soap and deodorant and sweat. It felt good and awful. It was the first time I'd seen my father cry. After a long time, Dad loosened his grip, looked down at me, and smiled. He handed me over to my mother, sprinted across cops, through the black iron gates, and down the steps to meet my brother on the sidewalk. He nearly knocked Jack over with a bear hug. By the way he acted, he didn't know what we had done. "You scared him," Mom said. We thought we lost the two of you." She told me after someone returned the painting to the gallery, the police had no evidence against my father. They released him after his hearing Tuesday morning. But when they showed up at the hotel, they couldn't believe we were gone. Thankfully, they retrieved the rest of our gear and the history of the Necronomicon. Aunt Martha and her bridge club did every locating and tracking spell they knew. But we were nowhere in this world. That was when they knew we went into the gates. My dad searched the underbelly for 2 days. Mom had been going crazy because she couldn't follow and had heard no news. Not from Dad, or Aunt Martha's old lady club, or us. But worse than all of that was when my father returned without us. The pointy-bearded priest insisted we had to get out on our own. My mother mentioned nothing about the basement mess, the book, or the missing ghoul from the wall. I clenched my fists. The priest. I didn't trust him. I took a deep breath and told my mom what happened, sticking to the story Jack and I created. How I'd used a combination of my painting skills and an illusion to pull off an elaborate forgery. The painting was good enough to fool Saltzman's, and how we'd accidentally freed a ghoul in the basement but sent it back to the underbelly. I told her about our trip through the gates and tried to make it sound less dangerous, but it didn't work. I was just getting to Chad being sucked into the giant people-eating tree when Aunt Martha's voice interrupted. "Where's the dagger, young lady?" I cringed. My aunt's dark hair was pulled back in a severe bun, the glow from the streetlights highlighting the blue stripe. She wore a light gray button-down blouse beneath an oversized cardigan sweater that hung to her knees over an ankle-length navy blue skirt. She tapped a booted foot. I was at a loss for words. Of all the things to ask after, it was the dagger she wanted. "Hand it over." Martha held out her palm, bracelets jangling across her arm. At that moment, I missed Aunt Martha's colorful clothing. Standing in the dim light in that outfit made her look scary even with the burgundy lips, excessive rouge, and bright blue eyeshadow. Martha's face was tight and stern, and there was a hint of something else I couldn't identify. She didn't ask if I was all right. She demanded only the dagger like it was all she cared about. The pain of that stabbed into my chest and hurt more than the ghoul claws, and almost as much as Nicole walking away. The dagger pulled at me, whispered in my ear, begged me to keep it. I wanted to, but I had to decide. Did I really want to know why it was so important? I had bigger problems. There was another cursed object Aunt Martha didn't ask for. I'd hid the Necronomicon in my school bag. It morphed to look like a history text. The world wanted to burn it. My parents and Aunt Martha wouldn't approve of my keeping it either, so I didn't tell them. It had helped me. It didn't seem right to reveal its existence. I would decide its fate later, if Jack could keep a secret. I presented my aunt with the old dagger. She scowled, inspecting the tip. I didn't break it. Aunt Martha's eyes trained on me, and a sparkle seemed to glint inside her dark pupils. Then she burst out laughing. "Had you worried, my dear? You should see your face." Then she too pulled me in for a hug, but she didn't squeeze as hard or hold on as long. She pushed me away, held me by the shoulders, and looked me in the eyes, which made me nervous all over again. "You and your brother did something very brave. Stupid, but brave, and I'm proud of you." "Martha," my mother warned, "we are not encouraging this behavior." My aunt took my mother by the shoulders, the same as she had me. "Lily, don't worry. I never doubted they'd be fine. They're Pickmans. They'll do many great things. Bigger things than they have today." "And this one?" Martha glanced over her shoulder and winked at me. "Has a gift. Perhaps Andi will spend the summer at the estate. If she keeps her sticky fingers out of my china cupboard and ruins no more paintings, I shall teach her to use it." Keeping the look of horror from my face was impossible. Summer, but I have plans for the summer. Nicole and I, there's plenty of room for seasonal guests. Is she the dark-haired one with Jack? Nicole sat on the curb next to my brother, smiling like nothing was wrong. She twisted the hair from her ponytail around in her fingers and laughed. My stomach cramped. Was she flirting with Jack? I tried not to focus on how weird that would be. Yeah, that's her. Martha smiled, but there was something mischievous lurking in it. Bring her along, she said, and sauntered down the walk toward our house as if she were the Queen of New England, flowing blouse trailing behind in the breeze. So, I said as we watched Aunt Martha descend the steps into the street. Are we grounded? Chapter 44. Andi. We're going to Paris? A week later, Jack and I hung out in the basement. We ate greasy pizza as we plopped down on the musty couch. Our heads were still full of the events that had happened over the last 2 weeks, and we needed time to process it all. Nicole's party was still the most popular topic in the lunchroom at school. Police activity will do that for a kid. Middle schoolers blow everything out of proportion. Even best friends who stop talking to you just because you don't tell them where you were when you were missing. I mean, seriously? We were gone only a few days. I tried to talk to Nicole on the way to school, but she had hurried out the door before I could catch her. Even with Jack between us, I could tell something was off with her. She was being distant, and it hurt. I knew I should have told her about my Aunt Martha's offer, but I just didn't know how to say it without ruining everything. The rest of the walk was filled with an awkward silence that only got thicker when we reached school. We went our separate ways without saying much of anything at all. In homeroom, Jack sat down in his seat next to me and sighed heavily. What's wrong? I asked him. He wouldn't meet my eyes and instead glanced away nervously. It's Nicole. She heard about Aunt Martha taking you away for the summer, and she doesn't think it's fair since she can't go too. Plus, she still hasn't forgiven us for not telling her what happened when we were missing for those days. My heart sank as he said those words. I hadn't told Jack that Aunt Martha did invite Nicole for the summer, but I was too scared to invite her, worried about what she'd think when she found out the truth about us. But after Nicole had ignored me all day, I decided I would tell her everything. For real. Even though it was against the rules. I practiced what I would say and played it over in my head all week, but it sounded stupid. So I ended up saying nothing. That made things worse. Not being myself, even with my best friend, was the worst thing about being a Pickman. Jack tinkered in the weapons closet, an oversized cola on the counter, organizing salt pellets, and filling the holy water hand grenades. I sat on the edge of the ghoul gate, flipping through the Necronomicon. The hair on my neck tingled. I had read parts of the book during my grounding. Some legends were too horrible to be real. I shivered, remembering the warning. Things have learned to walk that ought to crawl. Do not call up anything you cannot put down. I shook off the chill creeping up my legs and set the book aside. I'd need to keep it locked away. On my phone, I checked the New York news site for the millionth time. Still nothing about Chad, I said, not knowing what I expected. A missing person report or something. No one even noticed he disappeared, and that was terrible. I mean, the guy was a major jerk, but even he didn't deserve to be eaten by a tree. And I'd never forget that Dad looked like he'd been punched in the stomach when we told what happened to Chad. We tried to find the tree again, I had said, but we failed. Dad glanced between us and the table, then down at his plate. His eyes kept darting to the floorboard like he wanted to disappear. Then, in a voice so low and hard, like the sound of rubble settling after an earthquake, he said, "Do not return to the tree." He cleared his throat, then fell silent and tapped his fingers on the table. Jack tried to say something, but our father only held up a hand indicating enough, collected his dinner plate, and walked from the room. The conversation was over, which made me think Jack's suspicions about our father secretly training Chad might be true. But neither Jack nor I were brave enough to ask him about it just then. The art heist had made the news. Article talks about the painting being stolen and then returned, I told Jack, but only that they arrested the wrong guy. Nothing about us terrorizing the gallery patrons or destroying the ghoul feeding. Which was not our fault. Well, that's a good thing, Jack said. We don't need attention or anyone looking to examine a Pickman painting. We've no idea if the damaged prisons will hold. My dad and Aunt Martha had set out to add extra wards on all the Pickman art on loan to exhibitions, which left Jack and me home all week, grounded with Mom. She took time off from work, deciding to write from the Boston Library until Dad returned. He'd refused to tell us where he was going. Again. Leaving us with only a stern warning not to leave the house. So that left us with Mom. Jack said she was trying, even cooked my favorite, chicken fingers and macaroni and cheese, which for reasons I couldn't explain made me angry. Mom moved all my art supplies up from the basement and dug out the painting of the two of us in the commons from the back of my closet. I let her hang it back on the wall. I liked seeing the painting in its old place. And Mom wasn't as freaked out about my painting a ghoul as my dad, who made me promise to paint harmless things like flowers and landscapes. Boring stuff. At least I was painting again, and we were no longer hunting ghouls on school nights. The attempted burglary and freak bird attack at our place also made the paper on Monday morning. Thankfully, they buried it on page 10. The internet buzz and speculation was another story. Aunt Martha wasn't happy. Apparently, the whole bridge club was not anti-technology. Part of me missed the dagger and still longed to hold its icy handle. It was back in Salem, behind Aunt Martha's dusty old glass with an upgraded bloodlock specifically designed to keep me out. She told me it was a magic-sucking relic with the ability to break spells, which was how it released the ghouls from the canvas and the wall. But I could tell there was more she wasn't saying. Wasn't there always in the Pickman family? Martha was unsatisfied with my account of fixing the gate at St. Patrick's. I had claimed I'd used my artistic talent combined with an illusion that Jack helped with. I might have stretched believability when I'd smiled and said the illusion was extra strong because Jack and I worked together. I couldn't exactly tell her what we did, or that I got the instructions from the Necronomicon. Jack pointed to the book. What are you going to do with that? Just thinking about it gives me the creeps. Maybe the Salem witches were on the right path. They tried to destroy it. But it helped us get Dad back. And almost killed you. It's just too important to destroy. Jack looked at me sternly. There's a reason forbidden knowledge is forbidden. And if Dad found out... He won't. I'm not telling him. And you promised. Let's keep it here for a while. Keep it safe. Maybe there's even something in the book to lead us to the tree. Jack and I had talked about it. If there was a way to save our stupid turd face of an evil cousin, we needed to at least try, even if Dad had forbidden it. And if we find the tree, the dagger could be a useful tool that... Jack was staring at me. That I'm not interested in anymore. Want more pizza? Andi, Jack said. I know. The dagger is a dangerous object. So what do you say? We keep the book a secret? Jack sat with both hands covering his face, fingers buried in his hair, pushing it up in front. His eyes were hidden in the shadow of his hand, his brow creased. I don't like keeping secrets, he said finally, standing and strolling across the room. I held my breath, waiting for him to tell me that he would tell our father about the book or give it to Aunt Martha, but he didn't. Jack kicked a pebble across the concrete floor. Thing is, he said, shoving his hands in his hoodie pocket. It's about next week. He pulled out an envelope and handed it to me. What's this? Jack lowered his eyes. Thanksgiving with Mom. She, really wants you to come. I took the envelope and turned it over in my hand before opening it. 2 airline tickets. I don't understand, I said, staring at the destination. These are to Paris. Jack nodded but did not meet my eyes. Paris? With Mom? And Jack? I wanted to yell that I was not going anywhere with my mother, but this was Paris. Hold on. Is this like a normal vacation? Jack nodded. No monster hunting? Nope. Jack opened his soda bottle and took a sip. I narrowed my eyes. How long have you known about this? Andi, Jack said. running a hand through his hair. I didn't tell you because I knew you'd react like this. You'd get all mad and say you didn't want to go. And Mom, she really wants you there. It's fine. I'll go. I mean, it is Paris. How can a girl say no to that? But I had another idea. You think Mom would let Nicole come too? Jack's eyes bugged out and his mouth formed a perfect O. He coughed, then hacked, sending streams of cola into the air. My feet pounded on the concrete floor as I raced for the stairs. Jack's voice trailed off behind me, his protests becoming more and more distant with each step I took. But all I could think of was that if Mom said yes, my best friend would forgive me. And bringing Nicole on vacation with us would mortify my brother, which was definitely a bonus. The end. We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of Pickman's Descendants, written by Jeannie Rivera, narrated by Isadora Blythe and Crossed Audio Productions.